Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Final Playday of the Japan League group stage is upon us. We've got 3 more spots left for those playoffs and 5 teams fighting for those 3 remaining spots. So that means we can only hope for an exciting day today, full of barn burners. We got 4 best of ones ahead of ourselves. My name is Anne. I will be your host for today, and accompanying me on this final Playday, we have our lovely casters Ace and Des joining us as well. Guys, good morning. It feels like it's only been a few hours since you were casting a region on the other side of the world. How are we feeling?
I think you're pretty much spot on. It has only been a few hours yet. I was just like, I woke up this morning and I was just like, back in the old region. It's the last play day. And you know what? When I realized it was the last play day, I was actually very excited. And like you said, lots of really exciting games. Only a few spots to fight over. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you say, 7 hours sleep. Do you need any more than that? That's the question, really. You know, we're ready to go. Des has got the cat. It's all getting, you know, it's all ready to go off.
Yeah, look, she can't contain herself. Look at that. I'm so excited.
Oh, the pause. This is cute. I love this. This is exactly what we need on the early morning, I think, here. Even though it's late in the evening in Japan. Hey, guys, can I just say, it's bizarre that we've come down to the final Playday and we still have these spots left. Like, I know you two worked a lot of Japan League last stage. It's not been that close, I think, last stage.
No, like I say, I sat down and looked at the numbers yesterday because we haven't had much chance to watch a lot of it. Been doing EU, been doing Brazil, for example. That's kept us really busy. But I looked at the standings and verbally out loud said, "What? Yeah, you get how that line finishes. How close some of these teams are, how inconsistent they've been week to week is what makes it really interesting. I'm gutted to see that Vita have struggled as much as they have, but God knows what comes out of today as a result."
I mean, 5 teams fighting over 3 places is always going to be an exciting finish to any stage, isn't it? You know, you've got from 4th down to 7th, basically. Anybody can make it. Kenotrope in the mix as well. And to Force can get in. It's just, yeah, it could be absolutely anybody's. And the first match that we're going to kick off with gets straight into it as well. We're not even waiting.
You know, that's the thing, right? I mean, all these teams that will win today aren't even fully confirmed yet. It could be coming down all the way to that 3rd game today, where we decide which teams are actually top 6 and which are not. And then we're ending our day with that really big game in Japan League. I think at the end of the day, we'll see whether Scars can remain unbeaten, having won 6 of their 7 games so far in this stage, or if Cyclops can change that. But earlier on, like you said, we're going into it immediately. Even if Vitae win today, that doesn't mean 100% that they could be safe. And if Interforce win, they quite literally overtake Vitae. That's how close it is at that very bottom. Then the same goes for Crest and Exist. The winner feels safe, but is it 100% safe there? And then we got Father's Back going up against Kenotrope. Kenotrope is confirmed. We got that top 3 teams locked in for the playoffs, but Father's Back can still do a lot given they are currently in that 7th position. And like we said, the very final game of the day should maybe be the best quality game of the day, I guess we can say.
Yeah, a bit of a showcase, it feels, to close things out, which is never a complaint. I think the only team that has really got to be reliant on others and their results today is, I think it's Interforce. Sorry, they're down on 4 points, as we saw on the previous slide. It's a little bit up and down for them. They can't really secure their own destiny here. It's going to rely on the results. Everyone else, their future is in their hands. So really, there's 4 teams here that have all got a big impact and big say in whether or not they're in playoffs or not. And that's what makes each of these games mean something. Every single one, a team is either staying or they're not going home, but you get the gist.
I just love the first game. I love the fact that Enterforce could win, Vitae could drop down, and both of them could end up without a playoff spot depending on the later results. It's just such a crazy potential. Absolutely love it.
I don't want to beat any of these.
Father's back. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Sorry?
Say, let's go, Father's back. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm happy you joined me in the Father's Back prediction, because prior to that I was feeling very lonely in that one. I felt like it was difficult in general to predict the games for today, right? Given how close it is, how even if teams win, it still could be out of their hands. So difficult to decide who actually wins it in these exact matchups. But hey, Des, I'm glad you joined me. Thank you.
It's so Japan, isn't it? I was looking down like the results and I thought, you know what? Given how everyone currently stands, clearly anyone can beat anyone except for Scars and Kag being beaten by others. That seems to be kind of the one thing you can remove. Everything else feels a little bit up for grabs. Like I was looking at day one, Veet managed to beat Kag. Like, whoa, what a start to the stage. Then last weekend they lose both games. And it's just a little bit like, how do you know which team you're getting? That's why I've still gone with them in this game. That third one for me is where, although it looks obvious to go for Kino Trope, they're this third place team. You go on Wikipedia, their row is highlighted green because they're guaranteed in playoffs. I don't know. They narrowly beat Veet last week, and I just think you might just well see Father's Back come out swinging here and do something a little bit special.
I couldn't predict number 2 to beat a team on his own. I couldn't do it.
Get it.
So
you know what? I'll give you that.
Sorry, Father's Back,
one.
but you know he's got nearly double the kills of anybody else on the team at this point. It's just absolutely crazy.
I mean, we'll get to that team later because a lot has happened actually with that roster over this Japan League stage, as we could say. But like you said, we'll get into that very first game of the day between Enterforce and Vitae. And the one thing I want to talk about when it comes down to Vitae, because like we said, both these teams could, if they win, confirm themselves today, but still aren't 100% sure. But then with Vitae, you do cast a lot of Japan stage, Japan League last stage. And I know you're big fans of this team and the performance, but hey, this time around, it doesn't all seem like it's going too well.
No, it doesn't, does it? They were one of the best attacking teams that we had. We fell in love with them back in stage 1 because watching them attack was absolutely phenomenal. Really well put together, exciting, fast attack, very plant focused. We put them up there and we're saying this is the kind of if you took all the name tags away from this team, you would imagine this is a top 4 team from another region with how good they were at attacking. This stage, you can see in the bottom right corner, it's been an absolute car crash. 24% on terms of overall attacking win percentage. They've had 5 plants across all players so far in this stage. It has just been miserable. There is no real consistency to their attack. Sure, the defenses are okay, but it feels like watching old school Fnatic in a way, Tim. You remember when they used to be really good in defense and they're absolutely terrible on attack? It feels like they lack direction.
Well, they made them couple of changes, didn't they? Akusu and Koki went. Tosung and Mira have come in, and it just maybe hasn't settled the same as it was. Interesting little one today. Kusu, of course, is on Enterforce, so they're going to be up against each other. But yeah, like Vitae was one of them teams that it was easy to love, and they still are. They're a positive, fun, exciting org that wanted to go and win games and would play like that. But just not really happening for them in stage 2. But they can still get there. They can still get that playoff spot.
Yeah, we're looking at the recent results as well. I mean, 2 losses back-to-back in the last week. Not really ideal to get into this very important final Playday. But then again, like you said as well, Des, you look at the very beginning of the stage, they took down Kag. I wonder where that Vitae has gone. And having seen him through these last few Playdays, I think the main concern that I have for them is that Ace, it seems like they keep on throwing some of these major leads that they got established for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the matchups there as well, and it's really important to point out that them last 2 losses are Scars and Keenatrop, so they've lost to 2 of the top 3 teams. So we can't write that off. If you want to be competitive, you've got to be able to get results, but at the same time, we've got to give a little bit of leeway for that as well. Maybe they come out today, slightly easier matchup, and can show us something a bit different to finish on.
Yeah. I think the thing that I look at this, we had a good chat about this in the Brazil Cash yesterday, Tim, is that teams, I think it was about ITB in Europe that spoke about it. We spoke about it on Cash yesterday, though. Teams might have losses on the record. They might drop 3 points. It might look absolutely terrible. But despite that, the games can be quite close. And for me, looking at games like the one against Crest and against Kinatrope, 2 of the stronger names in the region. I know Crest are right in the middle of things, but at least historically, we know they've been a big name in the region. For them to go 7-5, 7-5, they may have started to give away results where they were in the lead. it shows they're close, and an extra 5-10% might be the difference between them taking 3 points and, in this case, losing 3 points. So a little bit of belief still. I'm hoping they figured things out. Without Koki, yes, they now miss a really clear IGL, I think. I'm hoping they're working on that. We'll see if that comes to light today, because today is that game that they have to win.
Against a tough opponent as well, because if we're looking at Enterforce, they're having a great blossoming throughout the stage. A very difficult and tough start for them. And then last week, they got their very first win, which was super exciting. They got some points on the board. Unfortunately for them, followed by another loss in the Playday after. But that means they got those 4 points, and they are still very much in the fight of making it to the top 6.
Another one of those teams that are a little bit too reliant on one player. In this case, it's Window. Much the same as Father's Back. You're going to struggle to win games like that. We said, again, similar in Brazil yesterday. We have a team over there doing similar, where you just need those maybe other 3-4 players to really step up those numbers if you want to be changing your fortune a little bit. And I think that's, very much the same for Enterforce here. They just need that, extra coming in from players like Akusu, who's moved over. Like I say, got the first win against Crest, their only win against Crest. A lot of big losses is the unfortunate thing for them. 1 round against Father's Back and CAG, 2 rounds against Kenotrop and Scars. It's been a tough stage for them.
Yeah, it's a real heartbreaker as well, because honestly, if you look at all the rosters in this competition, outside of the obvious 2 inside CAG and Scars, I actually think there is loads of star quality on this team. Yeah, Sylvia's one of those players from Crest that when they didn't get picked up, everyone was like, why the hell is this player on that team when Sylvia's available? It was like, why were they not picked up? Akusu, one of the best players for Veet last stage. Yamada, new fresh 18-year-old gunner. Like, there's so much excitement about those players. They're just yet to really click as well.
We talked about it during the preparation for this broadcast. I mean, this is for Vitae a look of how their former player Akusu is doing against them in this case, with their new addition to the roster as well. It's looking pretty similar in stats, Ace. That should be a good indicator for hopefully this game being close.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they need those top players. They need them firing. Window, as I mentioned, he moved into the assistant coach role, has played one in stage 2 and has done better, has had a better performance in that one, so they really do need to be finding the feet and everybody else chipping in at this point, I think. But yeah, this shows a nice little head-to-head. You've got, plenty going on in the entry particularly. You're going to be looking towards Akusu to be getting in there and giving them that positive start in games, really kicking things off well. That's what they're going to need here. I think they need man advantage. They need to get in there and have numbers.
Yeah, I just think it's painful missing Akusu, isn't it? He was so massive for them last stage. And I know Tosung's coming in well. You can't ignore those entry stats as they currently stand. He's been the difference maker for Enterforce. He was for Veet as well for Tosung. He's going to have to go big today alongside every other player on that team. It's not going to be an easy game.
No, and we're noticing for some players as well, if you're playing against your old team, right, it's okay, there's a lot of mental coming into that as well. Like, these are my teammates that I used to play with. They know a lot about me as a person as well. These 2 teams obviously have faced off against each other as well. In stage 1, it was a best of 1 between these 2 teams in that case, being won by Vitae here. And again, we have a best of 1 ahead of ourselves, despite this game being so close and so important. We're looking at our veto to see what map we will be going to for this best of 1 scenario here. Still no lair. I'm really sad to see it, but we haven't seen a singular lair in Japan League, and we've got 3 maps left now. Production, roll us in for the final one. I want to see which one it is. We're going to Skyscraper. And given how Vitae's performed on this map before in the stage, it's given me a bit of concern, because that was the map where they got a 5-0 lead and then lost 7 rounds in a row to Crest.
Such pain. Yeah. The thing is, this is actually the map where we fell in love with Vitae in the first place back in stage 1. What team was it against him that Salty was on? I forget.
Was Salty on Exist?
I think maybe it was the Exist game. It was one of the first ones that we cast them on. That was such a phenomenal game to cast back and forth for both teams, to be fair. So I'm glad that we're going back here. I'm worried about the results early this stage. Fingers crossed it's more of stage 1 than stage 2.
Yeah, I think if you've got a low attacking win rate, which is what we're seeing out of it, it's always going to be tough on Skyscraper to come in there. It's a good defensive map. Those top 2 sites, you're going to expect a 4-2 half. If you pour on attacking, maybe you don't get one of the third choice. It could be a 5-1 half. They really do need to come out strong on the attack.
Well, It's looking a bit dire here, I guess. If you're Vitae, your 8th preference map in such an important matchup. It is the bottom league team in Interforce, but you still gotta win this game, because if you don't win it, it is out of your hands. There are still 3 teams below you that could overtake you, and it might make it really difficult for you to get into that playoffs. And given how Vitae, what did they end last stage again? 1st or 2nd? They obviously want to replicate that, but this time around, they're literally fighting for the bottom 6 spots.
Yeah. It's a rough one, isn't it? I think last stage they finished in that top 4 last stage, which is a great place to finish in for them. But we've always been kind of hopeful that we get to see them on an international stage and showing their stuff, but they always seem to crumble at the most important time. And now that this is the most important time, it's kind of a win or you're out of playoffs. It feels like you're pointing towards something going horribly wrong on the final day. I'm praying that's not the case, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think, like we've said for Interforce, it's about everybody stepping up today. If you want that opportunity to get into playoffs, and it is there for them, depending on those later results, if they can get the 3 points, they're going to need to have everybody firing.
But we've seen these players step up, and they gotta do it again, because even if Interforce win today, they're still not 100% confirmed for those playoffs. Vitae have it more in their hands, but they gotta show it to us today here as well on Skyscraper.
Thank you very much, and yes, indeed, we do. A lot of you with Vita, at least in the audience. That's the most important part. They're at 84% currently sat on that side of things. Don't blame them at all. I think it's just one of those where it's going to take getting into it. It's going to take a few rounds to really figure things out before we know exactly what's coming down from this. I'm praying it's Beat. I know I sound biased, but you know what? I ain't going to try and hide it. We are biased towards Beat, Tim.
I think Veet starting on the attack is probably a good thing. I know I've just said they need to, you know, that it could potentially be difficult. They've got really bad attacking stats. And I think that's good. Get it out of the way. If they can get themselves 2 rounds, probably a good start. 3, and they're off to a dream, I think. You know, get into that second half on defense. So, yeah, I think I would still really favour Veet with the numbers that Interforce have been putting up and the struggles that they've had in parts. I still go for Veet here.
Assume it's just us now. I realised after I started chatting, I was like, did that throw to us there? Or was I just kind of like saying, no? We've got a minute to go. Tim, I've got a big question for you, though. People have already been asking in the chat. What did you have for breakfast this morning? Cheerios?
Same thing.
Of course you did. What's planned for lunch? Beans on toast? Of course you did. What's after that? More cereal? Cheerios again? Oh, of course there is.
You're missing out an awful lot of chicken there.
An awful... Okay, sorry. Right, the fish cake just comes to mind big time.
Honestly, my diet at the minute is very much rice and a fish cake. It's very... It is very much so.
When we're done with this game, we're in a break, guys. You need to go on YouTube. You need to look up rice and a fish cake. I hadn't known about this as being a thing until Tim and XR Troika showed me it. It's just the funniest thing about a guy who's naturally on a diet, and he's just like, how's it going? First thing in the morning, I have rice. Rice and a fish cake. it just goes fish and a rice cake. It's so funny. But don't watch it now because the game's starting. We're straight into it. Ossa, first ban. That is a surprise.
It is. Unusual one, not one that we see too. This is what I love about covering all the different regions and moving around. You know, you really do see different play styles coming through. Like you say, the Ossa ban. I mean, not a bad idea necessarily for Skyscraper. It helps you deal with top black because quite often you'll want to wander in there with Ossa and put a Talon Shield down. The Talon Shield can be really powerful on karaoke window as well. So there's multiple places that it can be used. It can be used on the office side push as well. You know, maybe get inside a VIP, get a Talon Shield down and just cover that whole corridor down there at the top of house stairs. So yeah, you know, not a bad idea necessarily. Tubarão and Mirror are going to round things out with the Monty as well. No surprise to see, you know, the Monty continue to get banned worldwide, really, given, you know, the power of the shields at the minute. But Tubarão, interesting one, obviously slowing down any breaches, particularly Geisha Wall and Office Wall. So maybe we'll see them a little bit freer to open.
Well, it comes a little bit of picky poison, right, when it comes to banning a Blitz or a Monty, but I think most teams default to saying, you know what, at least we can kind of deal with the Blitz. Like, you'll go aggressive as long as we've got crossfires down, we've got C4s, we've got a Legion on side, there's a Warden, whatever it might be, we've got more chance of dealing with that than a big shieldy boy stood in front of our face, fully extended, and stopping us getting anywhere near actually being able to do anything about it. By the way, here we go. Exhibition office for our first site. We had a good chat about this map yesterday, Tim. It feels like deja vu all over again compared to Brazil. We've seen it across in Europe. We've seen it across, of course, in Brazil. We're now seeing it here in Japan. The big variety I think that we've seen has been the variation around that house wall, the VIP wall. Sometimes we've seen teams really actively defending it. It's then forced attackers to bring along a Zofia to break it open. And seeing duos switch over towards the operator here suggests to me that they know they're going to face a little bit of bother in trying to get that opened up.
Yeah, very possibly. Zofia makes it a lot easier, especially, you know, either Zofia or Ash. One of them just goes underneath, opens the floor up just behind that, and it's pretty much going to prevent Yamada being able to sit there and just trick away as they try to get that open with the ace. And that's something that, beating the Claymore Akusu straight out as Tosung's trying to deal with a bit of utility there, but the trade was on hand. Akusu gets taken down, and that's, I don't think they'll hate that, but I wouldn't personally swap a Legion for an Ash.
Yeah, I would much rather have the Legion. This is one of those situations where I'd say, you know what, that actually does feel like a bad trade. And in most cases, you'll be happy as a defender to take any attacker's life. If you're jumping out that window and you're losing your life, as I don't know, let's say a castle whose castle barricades are already down, the bulletproof's deployed, whatever, and you kill a Ying, that is like worth it every single day. You'll take that trade any day of the week. Whereas the problem here, as you've kind of rightly pointed out, is the Legion going down, you lose all those recharged goo mines. That's now gone for the rest of the round. It's going to hurt your team quite a lot, whereas an Ash, there's no mirror on side. There's nothing they've really got to worry about the Ash actually doing. I think it's more of a preference thing for Tosung here out of anything else. So a big +1 there, I'd say more to the attackers than the defenders.
Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, anything the Ash can do, the Zofia can do. They've got the backup. They've still got the soft breach if that's what they need. So, yeah, no major problem there. I think, I think Vita come out on top of that one realistically. Now, Jin's going to be having a look in through terrace window here. I think they're aware of the player out in drum. Intel-wise, though, down to 4 drones already. So it could be a tough round for Vita coming in, particularly when it gets to the later round. If more of those drones get found as well, they're going to be working on very little information as things change, as they do throughout rounds of Siege. Players move, positions are altered. As it is, they've got the main breach open, they've got Smiling Cat on the Ying is there, ready with the Candelas, so it's not going too badly so far, but with 50 seconds left to go, they need to get things moving.
This is such a classic as well. Like, you know there's going to be a player locked inside a minibar here. You know there'll be a player behind a reinforcement contesting on towards display, for example. There's nothing too surprising or different coming out here, but it feels like BT are just going to square up here for 2 or 3 people all going in through main breach. Not too sure about that one. Float's coming on in, and just like that, one person stands still, spins on a dime, gets a kill. Yes, it's a trade, which ain't too bad, but I feel like they're keeping this one a bit too simplistic. Mirrors in and Plant's going down as well, so they may actually get away with this one. No C4 over the top from Take to find anyone. Nope. Finish it and get out of danger, Tim.
Yeah, that's a bit of a steal there. Mera just managing to find that gap and get in, but here come the kills. The fight back is on from Enterforce. It's all up to the ace. Not going to be able to do it as Vanish picks up that final kill. And now all they need to do is disable that active diffuser. And I just feel like Vita just never had enough control, Des. And, you know, we've said already coming in, it's going to be a theme throughout this first half is Vita's attacks and the lack of success there. And straight away, I'm looking at that and saying, well, why are they failing on attacks? And it was rushed maybe out of necessity because they were starting to worry about time a little bit, but they just weren't prepared for that diffuser going down realistically. It was sort of 3 versus 3, you know, we'll put a few smokes down and just, you know, they're losing people as they're going in. They hadn't dealt with Smiling Cat, and yeah, I just think it's, you know, Smiling Cat goes in trying to find something and just gets taken out straight away. There was just nothing there for him. So, yeah, I think a little bit rushed and just certainly not ready for the post plant there. And a nice, easy retake for Enterforce.
Bit of optimism about it, though. That was their 6th plant this stage. Well done, boys. It took you this long. 7 games in to be at 6 feels really, really miserable. But at the very least, they managed to get an execute off, even if it felt like one of the weirdest, but most unsecure ones that I've ever seen. Small side note, by the way, I think it's really cute that several players on the side of Enterforce 36 are taking the style part from Akusu style, and it's their names. We've got Yamada style, we've got Sylvia style, Take style. Vanish clearly didn't get the memo, though. He was left out of the group chat.
Vanish quite clearly has his own style.
So much so that it does not need to be stated. It's unstated
exactly
style.
It's unstated style, the best kind.
Sounds like you, Tim.
I don't know about that. My style is just whatever lands does. Whatever falls out of the wardrobe will do for the day.
I've just got what's come to mind now as well. Favorite shirt? Flowers. We're back on this again. I'm curious about this one. What's your favorite color?
Purple.
Oh, okay, that's actually not too plain Jane. Fair play. See, someone yesterday in chat was saying his favorite color is definitely red or blue.
No. I really like it. I mean, mix them together, yeah.
So close, just one step removed.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I mean, Take's removed from the round as well, being caught up by Duo really early on. These are things you were speaking about a bit on broadcast yesterday as well. Sometimes just spraying onto a window, onto a doorway, you never know what's on the other side, and he's definitely grabbed himself a freebie there. Take exposing himself clearly at very much the wrong part and the wrong time in this round.
Yep, shoot barricades rather than punch them, I'd say, wherever possible. Not always, it depends what you want to achieve. If you want to keep the noise down a little bit, maybe just two-punch it and crouch, walk through, something like that. Yes, I'm not saying 100% of the time. There are opportunities where it is best to punch them, but you shoot through. Like you say, you never know what's there. Sylvia is going to take down Tosung, so that's a nice leveler for Enterforce. By contrast to what we've said about Vita on the attack, Enterforce need to milk as many rounds out of this first half as they can whilst they're on the defence. Get themselves as much as an advantage as possible. And once again, it feels like Vita just sort of struggling to push forward aggressively. They know that there's Aroma out there in reception. They've let them get away. They've not been able to push in there and take that fight and get that kill. And that could come back to bite them.
They look very disjointed, is the way that I'd state it so far. How many times have we seen someone trying to attack in towards pantry downstairs, for example, and they'll hang outside that double door. They'll be on drones basically the entirety of the round until they have to go and push pantry. But Tosung's been a bit too keen, I think, basically, and has found himself just walking into his death before the round has ever really got underway. And again, Intel would have really helped on that front, but they paid the price for it. They keep on running out of drones super soon. They're down to the final two. That is disgusting, by the way. Another kill this round through softball. But it's got them in a spot where they've at least balanced things up to 3v3. I speak too soon. Akusa's on for another one in the round. Another one inside a pantry, it's worth stressing. And it just feels like Beat are losing out on these gunfights without barely realizing where anyone is.
Yeah, Kusu is really being the main character at the minute. Takes down Mera. Jin, however, comes in and says, I've got my own moments as well. Gets a double. He knows he's going to need that final kill. Can't find the man, and Sylvia plays it perfectly. Sometimes you just got to keep yourself out of danger, and that's exactly what he does. It's a 1v3 attempt. It was close, but Jin cannot get it done, and Enterforce take another successful defense.
Yeah, I mean, they hit some ridiculous shots. I'll give that to Veet for that round. Like, the very first one with Jin getting the kill through the soft barricade or wall, whatever it was, to then seeing Jin land two in similar fashion was a bit like, boys, you are really counting your luck here. And I think quite fairly so, E36 for the win. This kill here was the one that I was on about. The man's hardly stood in a very sneaky position. He's stood in the middle of pantry and just gets an absolute freebie. Tosin not even looking the right way. He was so focused on leading in towards pantry where there's a castle barricade on the door, so no one can easily swing you anyway, but he pays the price for it. Again, disjointed is how these attacks look so far. Enterforce, they are taking extreme liberties around the maps. Whether it's jump outs, whether it's getting aggressive up against the initial doorway entries into the building. They're doing what we see in Japan so often, which is this early round aggression to disrupt the other side. And if they've come in with a plan that's very flimsy at best, might be the way to describe it, the easiest way to trip it over is that early round aggression, catch out a player or two, and really end the round before it even gets started.
Going over to Karaoke and Tea then. Enterforce will be looking to finish off what has been a very clean first quarter. A potential for a full defensive sweep here. Vita this time bringing along the blitz, feeling that they just need a little bit of extra oomph, something. And I don't think it's actually a bad idea. I don't think they're wrong in that. They just need something as a focal point, because like you said, they've been very disjointed. They'll sort of go in and pressure this Roma, but then drop back away, and then pressure this Roma, but drop back away, and they're not like committing to what they're doing. So with the blitz, maybe it'll just give them that, that need to follow him in. He needs a little bit of support. Smiling Cat can't on the blitz do everything on his own, so somebody will have to push with, and it might just give them a little bit more of a focus.
Absolutely, and it being more of a staple site as well, hopefully, like you say, more direct towards site as well, with top black coming into play with the blitz. That should be the key to unlock this one. I wouldn't be surprised if, as we've seen on this site across every other region around the world, that there'll be a focus around pantry once again. That's where some attention will probably come in for Tosung, who on the IQ I'd expect to play that kind of position, looking to get underneath, deny any C4s that might be a thing in this round. There is only one C4 to use, and the one that you've already seen that's been placed out has now just been detonated as well. That one in back pocket can be used for a little bit of denial below. We see teams do it all the time around drum. And again, sending someone downstairs just to be sure to make sure that part of the map is cleared out. That could be a really key part of this. Starting things out, though. Take's down. The Warden's offline. That is great for Smiling Cat on the Blitz.
Yeah, just continues as he left off in the last round and gets the opener in this one. And Peter just starting to build that pressure a little bit more. They're slowly moving across this top floor towards site. 1 minute 20. Well, that's not ideal, though. Smiling Cat's going to get picked up by Vanish. That's a great kill there from the Kaid at range onto the Blitz. That shield has been given away far too easily.
It's just sat in the open is the confusing part. Like, think about blitzes around the world. The only time you first see them is when they're already starting to move towards you. Very rarely do you get free shots on them. That's exactly what's just been given. Even at range here, Tosun, you've got to be doing better than that, my friend, as well. That should have been us down to a 2v2, but may yet still prove to pay the price for this one as well. 3 holding on site, 45 seconds to go, 2 to work with. It's feeling dire for Veet once again. Yeah, it's really not good at the minute for them. Like we said, we didn't expect necessarily too much on attack. I said that, you know, a half with 2 attacking wins would be good for them. At the minute, I'm not sure they're going to get close to that, Des, because, you know, they're not even protecting the important elements of their attacks. It's like, you know that the Blitz is going to be a focal point, and still, you've not really protected him. Very close there to losing the IQ as well. I don't know where the Selma's being thrown there. It's just a complete miss. You know, Tosun manages to pick up Yamada, but 2 versus 2 with 10 seconds left to go. And Enterforce can just try and play this smart, but no, they're exposing themselves. They're giving the opportunity to Veet here. They're coming out and peeking. And that's a round that Veet should never have won, Des. I mean, for the fact that Tosun goes into Geisha and gets that kill, that's what really unlocks it for them, I think. But I'm with you. They were wasting so much time on drum, just looking a little bit lost, not sure what to do before eventually deciding, all right, maybe Geisha's to play here. They pull it out the bag with a few seconds to go, but I'm with you. Smash and grab operation there and a half in round 3.
Yeah, they've absolutely got away with one there. It's perfect for them because, you know, if they come away with the next half kind of the same, they're going to have a lot more confidence going into the defense. I think we're going to see similar struggles on attack for Enterforce. So, yeah, Enterforce are going to be kicking themselves. If they don't get 3 points out of this game and it's by 1 or 2 rounds, believe you me, round 3 is going to be one that they look back on and say, yeah, we probably should have won that one because, you know, they were in a position to just close that out. They've let Veet in there.
What feels weird is it doesn't really feel like I can say Veet won that round.
No.
It doesn't feel like they won it from what they did. Just super, super strange. Anyway, stranger things have happened. Second quarter of the game getting underway. Back over towards that east side of the map. If you remember last time around, it was very much this brute force plant coming in through the main breach. They didn't really have too much cover for it. Didn't really seem to have too much post-plant plan in place. It was more a get the diffuser down and then we'll figure the rest out. And obviously they crumbled in the post-plant there, and E36 got a very comfortable win back. So let's see if anything changes this time around, if anything new comes in from Vite. Of course, got that Ying on side, the Grim on side really going to help. And with the Amaro on there, Tim, I think we know what we're going to see. We're going to see someone flying up that hatch from below.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think it's a case of, you know, there's no hard breach on side, so they're not going to be getting that. That's a little bit of a concern because obviously that provides a lot of cover for that hatch area if you can get that breach open. The wall has been left soft though, so that's at least a positive for them. And again, I look at that from Enterforce and I think, you know, they wouldn't know what lineup was coming against them, but had they, it might have been a case of, yeah, get that wall reinforced because it's going to make it difficult for them to go up the hatch. But as it is, they've managed to get that wall breached, and that might just give them the opportunity to continue ahead with that Amaru play.
All right, well, we're in. See the fact that there's an Azami on the other side, a ban that normally is present in every other region around the world, but obviously in this game has not been a thing. Incredibly frustrating, very dynamic in terms of what she brings to a site setup here. It gives good cover towards the player that you saw just a second ago, sat there shotgunning out those holes in the wall. Gives you cover from that VIP side. So if they do get control of that top side breach, you're still safe to be able to play and challenge on towards display. So very dynamic in terms of what it brings. Clearly, Vite aren't too worried about that, though. Still working their way through a lot of the utility here. Hatch been opened up. Can they get rid of the bulletproof? I don't think they can through that shelf.
The shelf can be shot down. If you shoot the shelf enough, the shelf will just drop off the wall. And it might give the angle that they need. But I feel like the attack has been telegraphed a little bit. The hatch has been sort of pre-opened before the Amaru goes up there, trying to deal with that utility in that corner. That should be screaming to Enterforce's defenders that this is what's going to happen. It's just whether they can stop it or not. The Candelas are going to go in, so it's time for Amaru to get up there. Mera does,
Again,
but as I say, it was just telegraphed. And Akusu's able to step around the corner. Look at that. 4 kills in a heartbeat, Des. And all of a sudden, Duo finds himself 1v5. He's getting punished outside as well. Cut down by Akusu. Perfect round. Really well played in defense from Enterforce there. They weren't rattled by what was going on. The Candelas, the Amaru. But it was just telegraphed a bit by V. If you're going to open the wall, open the hatch, shoot out the bulletproof cam, you're screaming at them. There's an Amaru coming up this hatch. And they were ready for it.
It's crazy to watch a team that's regressed so much. I'm not going to lie. This is weird. For Veet there, my big frustration was they hadn't really learned from the prior round attacking that site. They'd not forced anyone to move. They hadn't put the right... Like, who's pressuring the Warden here? Akusu is just completely free to do whatever the hell he pleases. There's no protection coming in from the breach. There's no one on display window. By the looks of it, there was no one coming in through house. They had Grim Bees down there, just in case that was going to help in some way, shape, or form. Unless those bees have suddenly developed little micro SMGs on their tails, I don't think that's really going to give anything either. And again, it just looks a little bit... I don't know. They hadn't done the right setup work to actually make it happen. You can't rely solely on Candelas to make this work. I don't know. Frustrating is one way to put it. Bewildering is the other. But for V, it feels like they're not really reading into what the other team are doing before pulling off a plan. They've got a plan in mind. They did a little bit to set up against the static utility they can. And then they just go for it. There's no kind of condition to remove this key player or do this to force someone away from a certain spot on the map. It bites them. Think about Grimbees, for example, being there in the rotation between the two sites. They'd have known that Warden was coming. But instead, Mira is completely blindsided, loses his life. The whole attack falls to bits. You expect better, is the way that I can put it. Don't take away from E36. They've played everything absolutely the way they should have so far. And Akusu is having a lot of fun styling on his old team, big time. But for Veet, I do expect a lot better.
Well, this is it. It's really a direct message, isn't it?
Like...
Have Veet even drawn in? Have they even drawn in before they go in there? They've just walked into delivery, and 2 of them have been immediately slammed, one of which is the Blitz. So again, that focal point of your attack is now gone. Veet have just given that over at the beginning of the round with inside 30 seconds. A great opener from Sylvia, hitting nice shots, does a great job. But yeah, Veet, they lost at sea at the minute, Des. They're completely lost. The Kusu continues to style on them, getting another kill, and he's just running around having a field day at the minute. You know, I've looked back, and in stage 1, Akusu was the top-rated player. He was by far the best player on Vita statistically, and he's just completely showing them that now. You know, he had by far and away the most kills on the team in stage 1, and he's just absolutely running away with this one.
I'm baffled. I don't get it.
Why are we on Skyscraper is my question.
Why are we playing Siege today? Is probably a better question for Veet. They are just not at the races, and it's... I don't know. Maybe we're at a point where the guys know that after the stage there's changes coming in, for example, and there's a lack of motivation, whatever it might be. They do not look like a team that has come in with a plan today, is all I can say. That might just be one of the most... How would I even describe it?
The motivation should be getting to the playoffs, Des. It's still
you'd
doable
hope.
for Veet.
Yeah, but... I don't know.
It just doesn't look like it at the minute. You know, it just doesn't look like that's even on the line. But it is, you know, a reminder for everybody. If Enterforce win this, it puts them on to 7 points, which jumps them ahead of not only Veet, but Creston Fathers back as well, who are yet to play later on today. There is a world where Enterforce win this, full 3 points, and still don't get into playoffs. You know, that is still viable, a possibility as well. We'll see as the rest of the day goes on if other teams manage to sort of jump back ahead of them. But yeah, it's just I don't know. Veet need to get off the attack. You know, they need to just try and get this set. If they come away with a 4-2 half here, it's going to be the steal of the century, to be honest.
Yeah.
If Veet manage to get a second attack here and go 4-2 into the second half, because they've half a chance then on defense, but there's no way that Enterforce should allow that to happen, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think Akusu's going to. 11 and 3 at the minute, and he's just running over them.
He's having a field day. as you should against your old team as well. 100%. Feels feel good for him as well. I'd love to actually know, I have to go and try and find out from players after this as well, if he chose to leave or if they chose to remove him back after stage 1. Because they did have a good thing going. I know they were a little bit up and down at points, but as I said, we were really impressed by their attack. We know that Koki wasn't the best gunner in the world, but was clearly a very good IGL because their attack looked absolutely phenomenal. And whatever's changed since then, whatever's left, it is not looking like the beat that we once knew. Either way, this half may well be done and cooked. We've got 2.5 minutes to go for them in this attack. And after that, they get to switch sides. And as you said, maybe we do get to see a very different side to the game. Very often say 2 halves to a game of Siege. And of course, 36 could be also not so good or not so hot on their attacking side of this game. Maybe they prove to be amazing and they get the game over and done with inside a couple of rounds. Time will tell on that front.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to be hoping for, but I do expect a different second half. Castle Barricade on Terrace Window is just going to provide a little bit of safety for those players looking to get into Geisha. But, of course, you know, the defenders will take some safety from it as well. Duo and Smiling Cat managed to get one apiece, and honestly, I think V are going to come away with the steal of the century. They're going to get 2 attacking rounds just right at the end here. They find themselves 5 versus 3 now, but let's not get too carried away. They've certainly, you know, allowed Enterforce to have opportunities at times. Yamada manages to find Mera, but not before Mera takes down Take. So that leaves us now 4 versus 2. Minute 26. Sylvia finds one. Enterforce could be on the fight back.
This is a joke if they lose this. Honestly, they were 4 versus 2. They've got away with 2 early kills onto Terrace, completely uncontested. They've made it a 5v3. It's down to a 4v2. Now it's a 3v2. V, I was about to say, this can't be made much easier for you. They're literally throwing themselves at your face, my guys. At least they get one more. Sylvia's got to do it all. Not in the kind of hot outgunner they needed in this game so far. A lot of that's been on Akusa, as we've seen. That plant's going down, Tim. Hurrah! They're going to get a second plant this game. This is magic.
Question is, can they hold on to it this time? 1 versus 3, you would certainly expect so. They've had more time to prep. They should be in good positions for the post plant. Should be established and ready now, especially with the 10 seconds or so they've had since the diffuser went down. Sylvia just trying to push forward, but doesn't know exactly where the challenges are going to come from. Can do nothing but couple of little pre-fires. I'm sorry, my guy, but your team reinforced that wall, so no challenge to come into Geisha from Drum. He's just going to have to push it through one of these single doors, which as he does so, he gets cut down by Jin, and somehow V have come away with 2 attacking rounds, and it's not the end of the world for them.
I just feel like I've watched 6 rounds of Ranked. It honestly feels like one team has been full of beans and full of confidence, and has thrown themselves out of windows, out of doorways. They've gone hyper-aggressive in the early round, paid the price in one of the 6 rounds, admittedly. But for the most part, it's worked out. And the other team, just like in Ranked, have got no clue how to really attack a map. They're very disjointed, as remarked back in the early rounds. Things look chaotic and messy. There's still jump outs even when a team is down 2 versus 5. It's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I can't believe what I've just seen for 6 rounds, Tim. I really can't.
Well, buckle up, Des. You're about to see 6 more, I think.
Oh, God. If this goes to overtime, I'm done. I'll be finding out our guy at Ubisoft who manages Japan and asking why on earth we've been trolled for the final Playday of Japan. I feel like it'll be a setup at that point. I'm not going to lie. Someone's just really done it. And obviously, this is all aired, so it's great. But I feel like I'm part of a reality TV series where it's like, how can we break someone's mental with some of the worst Siege you've ever watched?
A nice Valcam spot there. One that you can take away, use it yourself.
Tim we all know and love.
Yeah, we love to point out what you can use in your ranked games. It's the reason that it's a good spot, and it's actually probably a broader tip that you can take with you, to be honest, is because it's low down and it's kind of on the underneath of a surface. There can be really good spots to look for. I'm thinking if you look in Clubhouse, basement in Clubhouse has got quite a lot of pipe work running around, like sort of shin level, you know, in a lot of the corridors. If you put the vault cams underneath there, when you stood up, the perspective, the angle from the height of being stood, you can't really see them underneath the pipes. And they still, you know, no, you're not getting sort of necessarily a full picture of people's upper bodies and stuff, but it doesn't matter. If you can see the feet, you know where they are, and it gives you all the information you need. So it can be really good, really difficult to spot out. They survive quite a lot, which is, you know, one of your key factors when you're picking where to put those vault cams is how much are they're going to survive.
big piece of health, and people are going to look down as well, right? If you've got the big, massive, like, model of the gun in front of your face, a lot of the time you can miss these things, whereas looking up is, I wouldn't say obvious, but normally if you've got your crosshair aimed at head height, good chance you're going to see what's also above you, i.e. black eyes. So we'll see how it goes on, see if they do manage to find it out in the round. There is no IQ on side, so it could prove to be valuable. Of course, though, could be going to take away some of the effectiveness of that. A big start here out towards the office and exhibition side. No big surprise. These boys want to get a full map sweep in. One thing I'm conscious of, though, is half the round has already gone down, and they've still got things to work through. You've got the Banshees to worry about. You've got the Azami Kiba barriers being set up as well. A lot here to still impede the attackers. The time is of the essence somewhat here. Got to get a bit of a move on.
Moving through terrace now, they're going to try to take control of that sort of mid-ground that we talk about, Drummond Shrine, before you can continue pushing on towards the site. They've got the utility that they need. They're going to be able to clear out this army here, I think. Torsung does manage to get the kill onto Yamada, though, so Veet with a good start here at the minute mark remaining. They managed to get themselves that entry, and they can just continue holding these positions. Torsung continues to fight, gets a second. Is there a third for him? Smiling Cat and Duo get one apiece, and all of a sudden, Des, it's going to be 4-3. How have Veet all be down by one round?
This is a joke. I can't believe it. But you can see for Enterforce, I wouldn't say a similar problem. The one thing I'll give them big kudos for is they've attacked there as a team. They all came together on the same side of the map. No one's getting caught out solo. No one's doing anything too stupid. It wasn't terrible. Where they've really got chewed up there and spat out is by the Azami, right? And we spoke about this earlier. It's why this operator gets so often banned away in most regions around the world. She is really infuriating to deal with. They had the Ash, they had the Zofia, they had things to burn through those Kiba barriers, but you destroy one and immediately there was another one appearing from Tosung. They've just danced there around the drum door, which is a single little bottleneck, and walked away with some freebie kills off the back of it. I didn't even see if there was an attempt to push towards Shrine side coming out from the attackers, but for Veet, that was just a little bit too easy. Plant your feet, pick up a bunch of kills, bish bash bosh, round is in the back pocket. This is ridiculous. I'm honestly just like, I can just tell overtime's coming already. I can just tell.
I'm not sure it is, Des.
No, it is.
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure if we're not going to see an Enterforce team who are worse on the attack than Veet. I'm not sure if Veet aren't just going to run it back now that they've got themselves on defense. I expect 4 as a minimum from them, the top floor sites, and maybe pick up one of those third choice bottom floor sites as well, the kitchen barbecue. We'll see. They've got to win exhibition office first, but that attack had very little for me. What was it? It was a funnel into terrace, and 3 of them, I think, or 4 of them actually died inside of terrace. You know, there was just no progress coming across from Enterforce there. They need Akusu to continue what he's been doing so far. They need him to come in and get around where he grabs a couple of kills early. You know, nice entry plays on the Ash. Go in there and create a bit of space for them.
I really feel some guy in chat a second ago was like, oh, I've got to watch this for 3 hours to get the esports pack. And people are like, yeah, it's like, all right, cool. Cheers, thank you. I'm just like, you have no idea what you've agreed to watch for the next 3 hours. You don't know what's coming on this Playday, my friends. It could only get much worse from here if we're not too careful. Oh, yeah. It's a day. It's been the day of the. It's one of those days. It's the day of them all so far. By the way,
look, in attacking terms, it's got to be uphill from here, Des.
It can only get better from here.
It's got to go up from here. The attacks have been a little bit lackluster so far. I think it's probably fair to say. There we go. I said Akusu needs to come in, needs to get that entry, needs to get a couple of kills at the beginning of a round, create a bit of space for Enterforce. So that's a great start. Coming in on the Ash, finds one on drum stairs, and that is going to start creating that space. They can now get themselves established. Karaoke T side. The problem is they kind of did that last time, but in reverse. They got themselves established in terrace and then just couldn't go anywhere from there. So the question is, can they break down that mid-line of the Veet defense this time?
Mid-line, emphasized. Yes, you'd hope so. The best thing, I guess, in being Melusi, obviously with the 1-speed now as well, extra noisy when she's plodding around upstairs, which hasn't really helped too much. Duo has just been slapped off elsewhere around the map. So at this point, it's like, yeah, you guys keep doing your thing. We'll just keep picking members off, no problem at all. But now the delay game comes in, right? We spoke about this in the last round. It's Tosung here, sat on the Azami, holding off around drum. The problem is there's 2 of them. Look, one down south, one up top. They've got a good bit of cover, but like this coming in from behind, they might find themselves a little bit of joy. That Smiling Cat, no! Doesn't manage to get away with it. Gets finished off there as he pushes his way in towards T. All down to Tosung by himself. Not going to be able to get much done. Enterforce have composed themselves here and moved quite clearly into the lead.
There we go. Better attack from Enterforce, built on Akusu, as I said, creating that bit of space, giving them that momentum in the early round. They need that to continue. Keep him on the Ash and just send him in to get kills. Don't worry about the utility that he's bringing. Just let him focus on doing that, and it's going to be the best way that you can get rounds here, I think. Enterforce then managing to get one sooner than Veet did. You know, in that second attacking round, they managed to lock it down. Where are Veet going to go for the defense? They're going to head back to the same site, interestingly. I was wondering whether they were maybe just going to continue the rotation and go down to Kitchen Barbecue, but it is not going to be the case. Back to Exhibition Office. They're going to give it another try, and they extended quite heavily out towards Tea and Karaoke last time. I'm not sure whether that'll be the case again.
I imagine they should. Is kind of my answer.
I don't know if it's given them too much to try and hold. I don't know if maybe just try and... I'm not saying don't extend at all, just maybe not quite as far as they did. I think, you know, maybe have a little bit of pressure around Terrace and Dragon and just try and make that area difficult for them to play into, which is what they did in their first defensive round. You know, they just held on to Drum and Shrine and just didn't, you know, they had a lot of utility there, didn't let them pass, and I think maybe, you know, don't overextend.
Yeah. I think the clash actually is a nice idea as well. It'll really help with slowing things down even further. Keep on speaking about the Azami. Yeah, that's kind of a non-negotiable. She has to come as part of the lineup here because so good for wasting time. Decent gun as well. Remember from when she first came out, Doki was absolutely in love with her. Declared her his favorite operator, for example. Just absolutely loved what the gun could do and also brought so much to a team. No, has not changed despite the nerves that she's had throughout the year. So we're rocking that one. And of course, set up here a Geisha. Really looking to waste a bit of time. Their goal 100% here is to burn that clock down as aggressively as they can with Enterforce. Force them to have to send everything to try and clear this west side of the map. Slowly then burn through another line of defense that's set up inside of Terrace and Shrine. And then even start thinking about setup for the site, for example. There's just going to be so much to try and do. So I do like what Veet are bringing along here. The thing is, it's always going to be a classic. You've got the right idea, but what does the execution then look like? You can just see the Clash, for example, getting banged through a softball somewhere and being like, well, this is now pointless. It doesn't work as well as it should have. They've got to be really careful in terms of what they expend and where.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as we saw from Veet on attack, really. You know, with the blitz coming in, that's the focus of your attack. And then they were just losing him straight away. So if you've got a clash, that clash is going to be a big focal point of the defense. So like you say, got to keep them online. Got to make sure that they're available in the late round because that's what you're going to be playing for. As it is, E36 have got themselves in well. Akusu's going for that entry. He doesn't get it this time, though. There's how many shots has he just missed? Tosun gets away with one, flips to the pistol, manages to hit his shot, and we find ourselves 4 versus 3 as Yamada manages to stop the bleeding a little bit with a kill onto Jin, but they are holding on to this side much better. How is Tosun still alive?
What is going on? Yeah, it's a single doorway. It's the same as the first attacking round for Enterforce, where everything is being bottlenecked and they're just being punished for it. And even for Veet here, what they've done well is make use of that as well, and now had that second line of defense they fell back to. They've got Shrine, they've got Dragon they can play around. They've held it really aggressively and really pressed up against Enterforce there. I'd love to know what the hell was going through the heads of the two players that were stuck in that first firefight against the Azami. That was just weird. I mean, the Azami more so than anything as well, just dropping the gun and throwing out another Kiba barrier. I was just like, what? I couldn't believe it.
Well, 5-4, Des. Yeah, Enterforce continue their search for another successful attack. They're going to be going back to, I imagine, Tea and Karaoke or away on the downstairs side. We will see as we get into it. As much as I can start to determine when we're covering Brazil, you know, I've learned a lot of the words for the sites so I can see, but we're on a completely different alphabet here, so you'll have to forgive me for not always knowing which site has been chosen until we get into it. I do my best to learn, I really do. But yeah, it's going to be Karaoke and Tea as expected.
I can read Japanese to a basic level, but I could not tell you what the words for Karaoke and Tea are, I won't lie.
Not exactly, common words,
you know, beginner's Japanese.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was in Tokyo in July, and I can tell you karaoke is pretty common over there.
Fair, that's a good point. When you're learning Japanese, it's not exactly one of the first words you're going to learn.
It's not one of the first words that comes up.
Terrific. Okay, yeah. So it is sticking across those top 4 sites for now. If they win this one, they'll be forced down to Barbecue and Kitchen. So we'll have to show us what they can do down there. This will just draw things square as well. Don't forget a 5-5. I was saying earlier, Tim, overtime is guaranteed. Now I feel like we're heading that way very quickly.
Yeah. A 4-2, yeah, a 4-2 defensive split for Vita wouldn't surprise me at all here. Enterforce really struggled on this attack last time. As I said, they were funneled into terrace. 4 kills went down in there. Vita stood up to it very well. No surprise to see Tosung on the Azami again. He's just playing it in the same place every time, essentially. He plays it in drum and he just stands on the opposite side of the Kiba barricades, which is what he did last time. And he did a great job of stopping the push coming across. It's just one of those spots, you know, we see it from... How's Akusu got away with that then?
How Smiling Cat messed it up. That was a freebie. The man stood there with a knife in his hand and you've whiffed basically every shot and not finished off on 100 HP. I just can't be arsed, man. Can't be arsed.
Oh, dearie me. There's been a few missed shots over the last couple of rounds, it's fair to say. Tosung's in a slightly different position this time, actually. He's now moved across and he's going to be playing this a bit deeper. It's again, is it going to be that overextension from V? I said that it was something that they needed to be cautious of. They won this round so well last time, this defensive side. I'm kind of like, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just, you know, use your position in drum. Tosung, obviously with a good understanding of it, tries to get in there. He's going to get a bit of damage as he just tries to play it in behind that Kiba barricade. Jin does manage to find a kill onto Vanish. Akusu super low health still, but 4 versus 4, and they're going to start getting cut down as they try to get back to site if they're not careful, Veet.
You say that. It's taken a long time for the attackers to be able to start this push on forward. Like, all right, they're calling Cat on one weird gunfight that came off the back of it. They get rid of the line early on. Great for removing that joint suppression of the Dokubi and the line in tandem. Terrific duo to deal with, as we've seen in pro play so many times, and even in ranked as well. You know exactly how impressive it can be. But I feel like a lot of times been wasted, and they've still got this clash to play behind as well. Lots going here for the side of V, and a lot of work for Enterforce to do. Look at it. They're barely in towards Terrace and Dragon so far, yet there's only 30 seconds to go in the round.
Need to win this challenge, but can't as Mira manages to find Yamada. This is going back and forth, but it looks like Vita going to be on top as Mira has had a big round. Manages to find another. It's all up to Akusu with 4 HP. This is going to be very difficult. They're just playing for the diffuser. What a shot! Manages to take down Mira with a beautiful headshot, but can do no more. All it takes is a zap from the clash, and that is going to be job done. Akusu taken down, and things are level between Veet and Enterforce. You think maybe overtime, Des? I said it wouldn't surprise me to see Veet win this in regulation and come back with a 5-1 defensive half. They've got 2 more rounds to hold on, and they might do just that.
Enterforce will win one of them. We're going to the offsite now, and then it'll be off towards Office and Exhibition again. So, you know, I don't see how they hold on for 2. I think it will be going to overtime, and then God knows what happens when we get there. Whoever starts on defense wins. It'll feel like a ranked classic at that point. But yeah, it's a game, that's for sure.
It's a game, Des.
It's
a game. Jim. We can say that. We can say that with certainty. Look, Akusu's going crazy at the minute. 15-8. Big game from Akusu. You just feel like if Enterforce can get a couple of other players firing alongside him, it could be the difference maker, and maybe they get this over the line. But I feel like Enterforce's chance has been missed now, if I'm honest. The fact that it's 5-5, can I see them winning 2 attacks in a row? No, I don't think I can. Maybe they get one of them, and it pushes to overtime, as you say. But I can't see them getting both. So if anybody wins this in regulation, for me, I think it's Veet.
That C4 and into a shotgun was pretty special. I like that. Bait it out of the C4, make them panic and start running. I mean, you've got no choice. You can't sit there and just take the death. And then you run out with a shotgun as they're about to try and run away, so you get a freebie to shoot them in the back. Love it. Genius tactical play.
It's not a bad bait, really. It's you know, it's the same as throwing a flash in or a grenade at anybody. You know, it's that same process, but on the defense, and it works a treat sometimes. Like you say, the initial reaction from people. The danger you get is somebody who shoots the nitro out, because then their gun's up and they're ready to go. But it's going to be pretty rare. You know, the reaction most of the time if a nitro flies at your face is turn the other way and get out of the way of it. So yeah, it gives you an absolute freebie potentially. So really well played. It's the same sort of bit as when, and you know, this is something else you can take to your ranked games. If you trigger
There's very
a
little I'm taking
Banshee...
from this game into my rank game, Tim. I'm not going to lie.
There's a lot that you can take. I'm going to get your elo up, Des. If you trigger a Banshee or you step in a goo mine, quite
This
often...
is what high-elo looks like. I don't want it.
Quite often... people are going to challenge off that immediately. And Malusi is going to be waiting for that Banshee noise, and they're going to swing around the corner and challenge. You know, Elysian's going to be waiting for that Goo Man to trigger. They're going to... So don't react to it immediately. Sometimes if you walk into a Banshee, just sit there and let it activate and just hold the angle, because there's a good chance you're going to get swung. Get the kill on the Malusi, then clear out the Banshee. Same with a Goo Man. You'll take a little bit of damage, but sometimes don't go to pull it out immediately. Just hold that angle and wait to see if they push. And it's a process, really. Nitro, you have less of an option with, because if it gets triggered, you're dead.
Right sort of idea from Yamada. I thought there might be someone playing behind the Clash there to come for a swing off the back of it. But now the Clash is alone. It's much more about the information game and denial here at top black that they're worried about. But it means we need to get more guns on this side to come and contest. And sure enough, in from the back. And that is far too easy. Kusu again picking off one of his former teammates.
Yeah, Vanish takes their mirror as well, so there's a lot of the focus of the defense is gone. Warden and Clash off the board, leaving just the Frost and the Bandit. And with Smiling Cat and Jin. Jin's been putting up some good numbers so far this game, so can certainly do a bit of work here. But a 2v5, you just have to feel it's probably going to be a bit too much to ask, as Smiling Cat gets taken down. Jin drops, tries to get a kill. He's going to manage to get the spray down on Akusu, but that's likely all, as they know exactly where he is now. He's going to have to challenge his way back in, but can't, as Taki is there to close him out. And that's going to be match point opportunity for Enterforce.
Okay, and now for Veet to win the next round, and we go to overtime. Woo! That's what we're looking for. That's the storyline. It has been written. It means Akusa gets to drop a 20 bomb. That's what we're here for, let's be real. To drop like 20 plus kills against your old team is going to feel fab.
Yeah, absolutely. there's no better way to make your return, is there? You know, we see it in we see it in football here in England a lot. You know, players go back to their old club and absolutely have a field day against them, and there's got to be a good feeling comes along with it, as we can see. But the thing is, there's been some, we've been critical of a lot of the. We've been critical of a lot of the play, but there's been some really nice shots hit as well throughout. We've got to.
But mainly by players like Akusu. It's the ones that we've been seeing from the side of Veet that have been the problem. Like, it was that one for Smiling Cat. It's Smiling Cat who's cursed this game. He just cannot kill Akusu to save his life. It was the fight on house stairs. It was that fight just down on the Frost when he was trying to challenge through pantry. Those are shots that, in basically every other situation, you win and you hit and are just like, cool, free kill because the guy's come sprinting headfirst into me. But he's paid the price. It's just mad. Oh, okay. Oh, my
I've just been informed as well, Des.
I think my cat's a Veet fan because she's also losing her marbles.
We've just been informed by Anne that this would be the second overtime of the entire stage.
Oh, why do you bring us back on the last day? You knew this was going to happen.
I love that there's been one overtime in the entirety of stage 2 for Japan, and then you and I turn up and game 1 of that day looks like it's gonna go to overtime. You couldn't script it.
It's like when people just know it's gonna rain, Tim. I just get that sense of overtime. I just knew when,
it's in the air.
When we
You
hit
can
the halfway
sense
mark,
it,
and I was just like, it's coming. I just know. I don't know. The air tastes weird. That's what I'll say.
Duo's going to reinforce off the run-out wall there. He is on the Clash, so was looking to use that now then. Vanish has got good info here. Easy kill for him. Sprays him down. We might not have that overtime after all, Des. Enterforce come in with a big start. I was skeptical about their ability to win 2 attacks in a row, but tell you what, they're proving me wrong at the minute.
Well, don't expect me to tell the weather, Tim, because clearly it's not going to be too accurate. Unless there is some magical comeback here against these 5 players. For Veet, it feels like those dreams of playoffs are going to fall away from them. They'll have to go instead into the open quals or LCQs, try and fight their way through there instead. And it's a pretty perilous journey. There's always teams that can upset you in just a single game there and see you not having any chance to go into the major instead. Whereas for Enterforce 36, we said it before the game as well, there are some really good names on this team. And looking at it on paper, I would have thought these guys would have been maybe pushing up towards Ginnatrope level as well. And for a team that historically has struggled, has not really had the best gunners on side, to have Akusu on side for one, to have Yamada, a new fresh gunner coming in, Sylvia, the player that many teams were like, why the hell is this person not on a team? And then 2 players that we saw playing well back in stage 1. they've got all the right ingredients here to make a fantastic team. It just might need a little bit more time to gel.
Vanish manages to pick up Mira. It felt like it was hanging in the balance for a minute there. Teke does take a lot of damage, but
Smiling Cat
surely
can't
this
shoot.
is
We're
over
fine,
now.
boys.
It's all
good.
up to Smiling Cat. 1v4. 45 seconds is an absolute age to try and hold on, and he cannot. Sylvia closes it out, and Enterforce, in the latest possible ditch attempt, throw themselves into the mix for a playoff position, Des.
Okay. Maybe my senses were slightly off. I'll recalibrate that weather app later on. It's all good. Although, again, Akusu, what a game he has had there. Big time performance from him. 17 and 10 overall. It felt like his impact was even far stronger than that. Really magical stuff.
Yeah, things start to get really messy in the standings now. Veet remain on 6 points along with Creston Fathers back. So we're going to still potentially be in a playoff spot, but it's going to be heavily dependent on those other results. You've got Enterforce now on 7. They jump up into 5th place. It's just getting crazy on the last day.
Well, we'll have more of a talk about this after a very short break. See you in a sec.
Well, we just watched Enter Force 36, and now we're watching a cat! Oh my gosh, yay! I love this. Exactly what we need. Maybe it's what you need as well, given how this game was so chaotic and everything that went down. But like I said, we just watched Enter4 take 3 points, 3 very welcome points for them in regard to the standings in towards that top 6 as well. And Ace, I want to start by saying I feel really bad for you, man. You said, oh, you know, if there's any team that's going to win this in regulation, it's going to be Vite. And then Enter4 take a round, and then you say, oh, maybe it's overtime, and then Enter4 take another round, and they win it in regulation.
Honestly, what could be predicted about that game, to be fair? It was a wild one. That much is for sure. There was some missed shots in there. There was some great shots in there as well. But just completely unpredictable. You know, what a team did wrong one round, they'd come and do brilliantly well the next, and then completely drop off again the round after. Just no consistency from either of them. But that being said, Enter4 get themselves a great win. They jump themselves up the table, and for the time being at least, put themselves in a playoff spot.
Exactly what they came in to do, and they did it. Against all predictions, admittedly, as well. I think pretty much all of us except 1 or 2 went with Vite in that game, I want to say. Yeah, it's kind of like I was saying during the game as well. The players that are on this team, I actually think are really good. With a bit of time, they could grow to kind of become a team, I think, that's regularly pushing inside top 4, I think, in this region. Will they ever be able to reach top 2 towards Kag and Scars? Maybe not, but there's a lot of quality there that I think is really exciting to keep an eye on. They just need more time to cook.
100%. I mean, what we saw now from Enter4 is they shot up at least 3 spots in towards that playoffs bracket. Hopefully for them. I mean, still, it's not 100% confirmed if they can actually make it to the playoffs. Really depends on our next 2 games to see what the teams underneath them will be doing. We're looking at our standings here. And given how this result went and the fact with how Vite lost, this has actually knocked them out of that top 6 contention, given that the round differential is now currently worse than Crest. But Ace, it's early morning, but you were doing some great maths on this earlier during our little break.
The steam pouring out of my ears as I was working overtime to try. Well, so Vite have lost by the minimum that they can in regulation. They've lost by 2 rounds. If you're going to lose in regulation, you're going to lose by 2 rounds or more. So Crest were 1 behind them in terms of round difference. If Crest lose in regulation, the round difference will have to be worse than Vite, because the best case for them there is a 7-5 loss, which creates then a -9 round difference. So it's still all to play for here. Crest could well drop underneath Vite quite easily with round difference if they lose in regulation. To guarantee it, they need something out of their game.
Yes, they do. It's one of those where I think looking at it, a point will be enough in some cases. Like Crest can go into OT here, lose in OT, and still manage to make it, for example, and jump ahead. It's like we've been saying, once you lose, a lot of the control of where you end up here goes completely out of your hands.
Wow, these are not very far apart from each other if we're looking at how the stats are skewing in regards of the performances from these 2 teams. And I think the storyline for this match was that Enter4 off to a great start. It was really like, okay, you know, this could have been a 5-1 half. There was a round, I think round 3, that Vite got away with, but I wasn't really sure how they got away with that exactly, because Enter4 were showing a lot of aggression, a lot of dominance and confidence on their defense. I think maybe on their attack they were struggling a little bit more, as we could see here as well. But I think one player that has stepped up hugely in particular is actually showing Vite what they lost. I mean, we saw Kusu go absolutely wild, having obviously been on Vite formerly, but really showing why you know, Vite have got a big loss in this stage.
5-1 on entry. Absolutely, like I said, he was just getting in there, getting that advantage in the early rounds. 17 and 10 on kills, just continued it throughout. Akusu, you know, absolutely on top in this one, and definitely styling on Vite.
Yeah, nice little slip in there as well. Again, it's just great when you come back against an old team and put up a big show like that. Do you want to give a nod towards Mira? I think especially once you got into the second half, you really warmed into it as well. That is why the stats didn't look so close, as it was a close game at 7 and 5, regardless of how the rounds actually played out. There's a lot of balance in the middle of both teams there, and I think outside of sharp players, one-on-one team being Akusu, obviously right at the very top, and on the other, it was Smiling Cat way down at the very bottom. Those were the 2 players that really led to a big swing in the stats overall.
Yeah, 100%. We're seeing here, of course, as well, the MVP going towards Akusu. Like you mentioned as well, Ace, the 5-1 in entry really standing out to us here. That very dominant KD as well. Starting off great. I think it was, at one point, he was 8-3, and then only continued to perform great from there on. And that concludes our very first game of the day. Like we said, it's a very exciting day with all these games really mattering in towards the top 6 that we still are undecided because we still have teams in contention for it. And nobody really seems safe except for the top 3 teams that we have here. One of those that we have been mentioning continuously is Crest. They are currently very much at the very bottom of the top 6. They can take 1 point and sort of put themselves safe, but if they lose here today, it's going to be really difficult. Against Exist, that'll be our second game of the day, but it'll be with us after a short break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. that loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Welcome back. A 42nd game of Japan League. It's the final Playday. We've had a very close first game. Like we said, we hope today is full of barn burners because all these games are super important in the context of those playoffs. Two teams that are still very much in the contestant for top 6 are both Crest and Exist. Neither of these two teams are 100% safe. Exist obviously has the better cards going into this, given they are on 8 points and Crest is on 6. But hey, given the result of the previous game, Crest need anything they can get from this game if they don't want to be eliminated.
Yes. I think that's the story most of the day for most teams, right? Is you need something in some way, shape, or form, ideally 3 points to basically secure your spot. But you guys are the mathematicians here, not me. You were crunching the numbers and looking at the round if that currently exists, for example. A single point will be enough. They need positive round if otherwise, which obviously you can't get if you lose. So it's OT or bust for Crest, essentially.
Yeah, they need something out of it, is the top and bottom of it. That's the starting point that they have to come into this with. You know, the mindset really needs to be for Crest, just come in and get 3 points. That's the top and bottom of it. Then there's no question of maths. There's no question of anything else. You know, just come in and get that maximum win and take it away, get yourself into the playoffs. But I'm sure that Exist aren't going to make it easy for them. You know, Exist don't want to be starting to get dragged into things. I think they should be looking pretty good now on the back of that win earlier with V sort of dropping down. But, you know, yeah, they need to just get it secured, get themselves as high up the seeding as they can as well.
I think what we're seeing for Crest as well throughout the stage is that they're learning, they're improving. Then they have this loss against Cyclops, which I guess you kind of expect to happen. But they're not safe now. I mean, they've had 2 losses last week. It was a difficult time. So far, they've only managed to get victories against Vite and Father's Back. So it is looking a bit difficult, especially with the importance of this one here. Given that they need the points, it really, really matters and comes down to today.
Yeah. More than anything else, it's the story of the back and forth nature of the whole league, right? We spoke about this an awful lot so far. The up and down, the back and forth nature. There's very little consistency for most teams outside of our top teams. And even saying that, CAG obviously had a slow start against Vita at the very start of things. For Crest, it feels like a similar sort of story, right? The problem is, last weekend, they lost both of their games. Yeah, one against CAG you'll probably forgive. The one against Enterforce maybe a little bit less so. And a very narrow win over Vita as well. That gives you an idea of that this isn't the Crest of old that was regularly a top 3 team for most of last year. We're now at a spot where they're very much in this mid-table, having to battle against seemingly everyone for every single point that it's worth. There are no easy wins. Yes, it's been close games throughout. This is one of those games that looking at the one against Exist, it feels really hard to call which way it goes.
Yeah, it's always, you know, you can look at form and everything else as well, but we see it time and time after time after time. There's so much on the line for this one, for these two teams. It's your entire stage that you're playing for. It's that opportunity to, you know, get to the major. You've got to get to the playoffs in order to have that chance. So it can't, all bets are off to a degree. You know, teams have played a certain way, but then they can just turn up and either crumble under the pressure or maybe be made by the pressure and have a great performance. So that's what Crest are going to need to do.
Yeah, and given last stage that they fell out just shortly, they came 7th last stage in group stage, not making it to playoffs. They obviously want to improve that going into this stage. Exist was actually 5th last stage, so they did make it. But despite them being on 8 points right now, they're still not 100% secure of being able to make it in towards that top 6. So for them, I think what I'm seeing with this roster of Exist, it's very hot and it's very cold at times. They seem to be having great games, and then they have a loss against Scars, which you kind of expect. But then they also lose against Father's Back, a team that prior to that Playday didn't even have a singular victory under their belt. So where senior players really struggle to try and bring out their even splits in for example, their defense. They're picking into the unknown of what they're not really expecting from their enemy. It's really difficult to be able to predict what is going to be happening with Exist.
Yeah. They remind me a lot of Team Secret over in Europe in a way. Looking at the stats, they're a better attacking team than they are a defensive one. That feels like a really weird and back-to-front sort of setup, but the blessing of it is attacks are generally the harder thing to fix, I think, and to get right because it requires such good coordination, the ability to deal with variable defenses, more aggressive ones, more passive ones. Teams can be so different now they approach the game. So they've got a good basis to build from. That defensive gameplay, I think, is what really needs to come online for them today. Though they get that right, it's a very different ball game. But it's, again, a big if on that front because Crest could well put challenge to that as well.
I'm just looking at the standings as well as we go for existing. They are now confirmed in a playoff spot. 2 teams could get 9 points, which would go ahead of them, but there's nobody else that could go ahead of them at that point. Enterforce are locked on 7, Veet on 6, so Exist should be secure in a playoff spot at least. But yeah, it's about playing for that seeding, just getting, you know, as good a momentum as you can going into the playoffs as well.
100%. I mean, that really matters as well, how you end your stage, specifically going into those playoffs that'll be very soon after this. We have a head-to-head between 2 players as well, because coincidentally, these 2 players are actually on Crest in the beginning of 2023 and have since then gone separate ways. Arculi obviously staying with the roster, well, staying, having been to a different team for a meantime and then going back to the Crest roster, and Isorilla now being with Exist here, but they are the top performers after, well, their significant rosters, and saying that it's looking pretty close in this. The KDD entry, it's almost like we're looking at the same player.
Yeah, it does feel like it, doesn't it, right? Almost bang on in terms of what they're compared to. Obviously, the operators they're playing are very, very different is the key thing to stress on this point. But it's, again, the same story as last game. That classic clash of former team members coming back together again. That sets us up for a fun game regardless.
Absolutely. You know, as you say, two top players, not just on the teams, but in Japan as well. You know, and they're going to come in and have a big impact on the way that this game goes. If you look at, you know, sort of the second-rated players on each team, Choppy for Crest and Mavi for Exist, they are a little way behind these two. So, you know, these two are definitely going to need to drive the team. And really, you know, the teams need to be facilitating these two and making sure that they can deliver the best.
We talked about these 2 teams coming into the match with not the greatest form, given that they've both lost a recent matchup. Crest have played this out on Skyscraper against CAG, and then for Exist, it was a Consulate going up against Scar. So we immediately see the Consulate being banned out. That is not being brought to the equation today. Skyscraper could still be an opportunity, also given that that Crest player. You said no? You don't want to see it again?
No more Sky, please. I've been tortured enough today.
Definitely love Sky.
Oh, I do. Just when there's good teams. To be fair, 2 different teams. One's a very good attacking team. I'll give them that at the very minimum. It could actually be a really good Sky. And I do love Skyscraper, yes. So I'll give it that.
Like you say, it's going to come down to the attacks. We saw it, you know, Enterforce won that first matchup based on the fact that they were the one that could get a few attacks done. And I think that's going to be the case again here. It's going to be who is better on that half of the table.
Hey, I mean, you know, we're looking at Crest starting out on the defense. I have some memories of a game they played against Vitae on Skyscraper as well, where they won their final attack in round. They managed to win 6 defending rounds in a row, fueling a massive 7-round comeback. And I guess they're looking to replicate it here to get themselves safe for that top 6, as they'll be heading into that. A game against Exist is on the cards for them today, and we're going back to Skyscraper.
Here we are, and a lot of the audience out there with Exist. Unsurprisingly, I think, Tim, because, again, we speak about Crest, how they were, once upon a time, this 3rd place team in Japan. You know, Scars have been number 1 for the longest time. CAG have always sat just behind them. And then it's been a bit of a up and down nature over time as to who sits in 3rd place. But Crest have always been that team. Problem is, across the last couple of stages, there's been a lot of challenge to that.
Yeah, there was a point in time where Crest really felt, you know, in stage 1, where it really felt like they were going to challenge for one of them top 2 spots. You know, they were that's the level that they were on, but certainly a bit of a drop-off for them to find themselves, you know, fighting for a playoff spot on the last day. You know, there is a potential that they drop out of it here. Like we said, if they lose, they will then have a worse round difference than Veet. So it could all switch up again. But we have our bans coming in. It's going to be Skyscraper, Crest versus Exist. Blitz and Ying will be taken off. So nobody wanting to be getting hit by those flashes.
No. Not that so much it's going to help too much. I think it means Warden... The thing is, I'd love to turn around and say it probably means Warden hasn't got to get picked as much, but you know full well he's just such a staple part of basically any lineup that he'll still be present. I remember for the longest time there was massive, I wouldn't say complaints, but people were like, damn, this is still pretty oppressive. Is the number of flashes in the game. You can still make a really heavy flash lineup work without a Ying on side, or a Blitz in this case. In fact, G2 is a golden example where a team that were very, very good at this throughout the majority of stage 1, they didn't bother bringing or playing Ying barely ever. Instead, they just relied on having at least 9 flashbangs in back pocket and would just chain them one after the other and overwhelm targets and be able to take areas of the map very quickly that way. So, although it's obviously not G2 that we're seeing play here, I think for both sides, they'll be able to make do without the Ying, but it will come down to who can make best use of that, knowing there could very well be a Warden on the other side.
Let's get into it then. We're going to head into round
Oh,
one.
I've just noticed that's karaoke and T. So that is actually how you say karaoke. It's spelled in foreign characters, that top one, for the sites we've got there.
Oh, there you go then.
There you go. So it turns out actually I can read it. Because
I'll handle the Portuguese, you handle the Japanese. There we go.
Foreign words are okay. They're written in katakana. That's easier to read because if you can read that, it sounds just like the foreign word, like computer is ka, mu, puta. They have like it all split out into characters. The problem is when it comes to a native Japanese word, they put it into, God, what the hell is that word? Why is that suddenly gone? Speaking all this stuff about words, kanji, that's what I'm after. And that's like a single character that represents a whole word. But the tiniest change of a single line will completely change what that word is. It's horrible. And so you just can't understand that. But at least in this case, when it's written out as it is there at the top of the screen, we can make sense of it. So I think we're all good.
Karaoke T it will be. For round one, Crest kickers off on the defense. Just looking at the lineup, the castle has been brought along. We will see how and where those are used, particularly of interest because it's going to really try to funnel those attackers. Exist looking immediately like they're going to shape up for an exhibition office take. Interestingly, the castle's going downstairs, so they're just wanting to prevent easy access through into sort of lower drum stairs and restaurant area. You know, maybe just try and prevent those verticals. There's Deimos on the other side. You don't want to be getting tracked and have that vendetta blasting its way up through floorboards at you.
That's it. We've seen it so much around the world. It's absolutely terrifying to try and deal with, especially when paired off with a Dokkaebi. It's something that I really love seeing as a combo at the moment. Deimos alongside a Dokkaebi, ridiculously oppressive and very hard to deal with as well. Deals with each other's weaknesses very well. Acerola going to find a Claire here. Away he goes. Now I'm really hungry. What's your favourite bakery good, Tim?
I don't really eat a lot of sweet things, so in a bakery sense, I'd be hitting up much more like, you know, your sort of your pasties and that sort of, you know, your savoury stuff.
Well, I know who I'm not going to a bakery with anytime soon then. Keep that one in the back pocket. For Exist, at least, a lot of their focus has been here out towards the seaside of the map as well, which they've got in semi-decent time, I'd say. Half the round's gone by, and they've managed to force most of Crest back. I tell you what, I'm back into that old mindset where seeing CGL, it just always gets me because you want to say CAG, seeing it. That caught us out a good few times back in stage one, and it might be on the way to catching me again during this game. But just to confirm, it is Crest. It's not CAG playing in this game, even if I end up saying it at some stupid point. But yeah, half the round gone. A little bit stuck here out towards the east side. They're getting some progress made. We've also got to deal with potential C4s coming from down below. We've got Arcoli playing on the downstairs. So a lot for them to work through.
And they're starting to do that work. We can see the Vulcan canister burning out there. 20 seconds will pass by, but at least it's been dealt with. Like you say, the big concern is going to be those players underneath as well, and potentially trying to avoid that. Deimos is going to be of limited use, I think. You know, they've got that opener. Acerola did manage to pick up the first kill, but beyond that, I'm not sure how much value they're going to get from the tracking, given that, you know, players are in sight or maybe down behind castle barricades. It's going to be difficult to then go and challenge onto them. And with 30 seconds left to go, Exist don't really have time to start massaging that space into existence. They now need to just be pushing towards sight and think about getting ready for a plant if they need to. Mavi, he manages to get things going in this late stage, takes down Lua. 5 versus 3 now, but time could play a big factor here.
It could. This is the problem. You leave things too late. You end up running the clock down. It can come back to bite you, but so far Exist are holding on pretty firm into a 5 versus 1. Make it a flawless start. Might not have been the best on the clock, but they got the job done when it counted, even with only 20 seconds left. They walk in, they kill everyone. Great first attack by Exist. And you know what, Tim? I've decided I like Skyscraper again.
Excellent news. No, that was really good from Exist. Like you say, time was going to be the big factor for them, but they were confident in their positions, and they've marched through and got the kills that they needed, just pushing onto site. That's not really playing for a plant at all. That's just saying, you know, let's go in, you know, getting all the kills is equally as good a win condition. And that's what they've played for there. They don't need to create that space necessarily or take away utility. We'll just take our opportunities for gunfights and win them. So good start from Exist, and Crest, they need to wake up quickly. They're on the defense here. They need to be getting as many rounds as they can. This is Skyscraper. We'd expect 4 from the defenders realistically. And Crest, let's not forget, as we said, need to get that win. Otherwise, they're going to be in a perilous position potentially.
All right, well, let's see how things build up from here. We've already said that Crest, they need that single point as mentioned. If they don't get it, well, things start to look incredibly ropey for them, and it's not going to be a good end to the stage or the day for them. Not a great end to the weekend either. Downstairs, at least, off towards this east side as well as a focus. You basically see the same thing as last round, but in reverse. I imagine we'll see Exist starting out towards the west and working their way across towards the east, which means on the defensive side, Crest need to be holding out towards Geisha to begin with, looking to at least get set up around Shrine, for example, and Drum. At least starting there is a good spot to be in. If you can extend that a little bit further, fantastic. Like we saw in our previous game, this is where Lua comes into it potentially on the Azami as well. The ability to make use of that and set up inside a Geisha, a more temporary defense rather than committing a lot of static utility out there, is a great way of having some initial presence. But we'll see what it boils into be. Drones raining on through. You get the idea. They're going to start out here.
Going to start by taking down that VIP wall, at least just allowing the bandit batteries to be taken off, and that's going to mean that the Selma charge can then go on through and take the line of sight that they need. In go the bees as well, just to try and allow this push forward into Geisha. It's going to do its job, as we can see Salty pushing in behind there, takes down the FNAT, and that's really good sort of, claiming space there, going in and just taking Geisha away from Crest as defenders, forcing them back, and Exist just need to carry on with this momentum.
Do, and at least starting at this point, not looking terrible at all. In fact, they've got work going on both sides as well, does give them that alternative option, so certainly no complaints about that. So far, for now at least, look at this. It's so dug in. Doesn't matter what they're throwing at them in terms of soft wall being opened up, the Grim Bees coming on through. They've just got everyone squared up really close together and able to try and hold this down for as long as possible. Exist have got to be careful. They spend too much time trying to clear this out. They could well come back and pay the price. A Maverick hole being open at the bottom as well to give some visibility in. That trap is very quickly starting to close in around them. A few shots thrown onto the wall and keeps himself alive, but he's down to half HP.
Crest are doing quite a good job, actually, of staying out here, away from sight and holding those extensions. Rento is going to pick up Acerola, so a nice entry for them as well, especially at the 2-minute mark, just really putting Exist on the back foot. Eclair manages to find Salty 5 versus 3, and it's falling apart a little bit for Exist here. Managed to get something. It's Mavi who's going to pick up the trade, but is it going to be too little too late? 45 seconds left to go, and the kills keep rolling for Crest as Choppy puts the shotgun to work. They just hold in positions. He'll get that kill all day long. Lead prone manages to pick up a second. Cully closes it out, and Exist never really got anywhere near. I'll use that metric that I often, it's not a specific one, it's not one that you can put a number on, but how bothered were the defenders in sight? The answer there, not very. They were just sat, able to watch cams, able to do whatever they needed before being called upon as that last line of defense. Exist never really got near.
No, it's like how under stress were they, how much tension was there for them.
Not at all.
The beauty was, I think, again, the Azami, and this is why I really wish we'd see more bands coming towards her in the Japanese region. She is really impressive. And you're seeing it here more than anything across these last two games. The fact that she can put up these dynamic defenses where the teams aren't particularly, I won't say they're not good at it, but they're definitely not as strong as other regions when it comes to dealing with new situations put before them. They take a little bit of time to talk about it, to drone things out, to figure out exactly what to do, and then start putting that plan into motion. By the time you got to that last step of putting things into motion, Azami's already dropped down 2 of the barricades and changed up how things are going to play out from there, which is why we saw so many messy attacks back on that previous map. And I think you're seeing it a little bit here. That wasn't an overly, aggressive defense. It was great to have them all locked around inside a T and to be holding down towards Mares as well to make sure they were safe there. But I would wager if you saw that kind of setup coming in another region, they would just change tack entirely. They'd go and take over Terrace. They'd find themselves, for example, posting up towards Shrine Window and looking to basically cut players in from the back, or just cut them off on the retreat when they tried to force them back with grenades or whatever else it might be. But ultimately, Exist spent a lot of time there stuck on that one part of the map. It was really well played by Crest to come up with a really good and impressive setup. But that really is where Exist should be saying, right, okay, then it's not worth it when they're committing 4 players to holding this part of the map. Let them have it. We'll focus on something else.
Yeah, Crest are trying to hold a lot of the map here in round 3 as well. It's Kitchen and Barbecue that they're defending, but you can see they've got a presence all the way up in Office and Exhibition as well with Lua on the Azami. So they're really going to try and just, again, expand the work that exists need to do throughout the round. We've got Lily on the Nomad just looking to try and take down that Kiba barricade. Doesn't get it done yet. Air jabs will be deployed, but they've got the information, they've got the intel on where Lua is playing. They're just not really in a position to challenge him yet. This is a minute wasted, but Lily does manage to find that opener. Lua needed to deploy that Kiba barricade before exposing himself. He pays the price, and that's going to be a good entry, and that side of the map is well cleared, but do they know about Choppy on house stairs?
A great one to find again with the fact that it's recharging on those Kiba barriers. I think a couple more would have come back online before we get towards the end of the round, so less problems for Exist to worry about as we boil towards the end of it. Looks like they had the right idea that Choppy, yes, was on house stairs. He's had to back away at this point. So for Exist, actually halfway into the round, they're not doing bad work at all. Again, you can see from the outlines, though, that there's still a whole lot of map they've got to take control of here. And truthfully, as much as, again, they've done pretty good work so far, not a lot of it to work with. 75 seconds between now and round end, and they're only just starting to look at getting anywhere near this top 4 setup.
Yeah, and this is why I like this defense from Crest. And, you know, I'll use that same metric again. How bothered have the defenders been inside a site? How much pressure have they been put under? And at this point, the answer is absolutely zero. You know, they've been able to sit hands off, essentially, for the last 2 minutes. And that's going to leave Exist in a position where they have to start rushing. And when you rush, mistakes get made. You can't do things in the ideal way that you might like. Eclair manages to pick up Mavi. That's the Thatcher gone. Shouldn't really matter too much at this point in time, but it's the kills that are going to matter. Eclair manages to get himself a double, takes down 2 more, and that breaks the back of this attack. 30 seconds left to go. Very difficult now for anything to happen for Exist. Salty has got it all to do in a 1v4.
Really well played by Eclair as well. Has to be stressed there.
Yeah.
We spoke a lot about the pressure that flashes create throughout this game, and you saw it come into a head then. The way that he played around it was putting that C4 onto the window, so if he was going to get swung off the back of a flash coming in from breach, he's not going to. There's a C4 there. The player's going to die. They've either got to shoot it out, or they have to back away and show respect to that C4. That gives enough time for the flash effect to start wearing off. So he actually gets, although it's not a completely fair 1 versus 1, he gets a pretty reasonable 1v1 onto the player that's on window, then turns to the second and kills both. Without him getting those 2 kills there and denying the way that he did really intelligently with that C4, very fair chance he dies, Geisha is lost, and then everyone else suddenly starts to come under threat from multiple directions. So just a big shout to him.
Yeah, really good round 2 and 3 from Crest there. Coming into round 1, as I said, they needed to be having a strong defensive half, and they've turned it around after that first one where Exist had a great first attack, to be fair. But yeah, Crest definitely starting to lock things down. It's going to be Tea and Karaoke again then. This is the site that we saw back in round 1 when Exist were able to get that opener, that first round on the board, but it may be a slightly different task ahead of them this time, as Crest have now settled in a lot more.
They have, for sure. I think both sides looking to a little bit more comfortable admittedly as well, because as much as Exist lost, the idea wasn't bad, right? They knew they had to get Geisha control. They sent 1 player there. He couldn't win the 1 versus 1. They send 2. They make use of utility. Just the timing of everything didn't work out for them. So it's easy to say, and to be fair, it was hardly a big hurdle to jump over. This is already looking like a much higher quality game compared to the last game for both sides, both on attack and defense.
Acerola on the glass this time. Always an interesting choice, not one that we see too often. And can be very powerful, of course. Thermal scope on that rifle, so can see through smokes, can attack whilst undercover themselves, essentially. So, yeah, really potentially a great operator, but we'll just see. It's got to be put to use in the right way, in the right place. I'd maybe like to see a glass on this map, maybe on Karaoke window or something, just to, or maybe Geisha window, just really try and prevent those rotations coming in. Hold a nice long line of sight and just make it difficult for the defenders to move around. But good quick progress so far from Exist. They're at least at a point of thinking about getting inside of the map. There is a minute gone, so they need to be doing that sooner rather than later. But for the time being, it's going to be Rento on the Azami over on that far side that's looking to hold them out.
That's it. And it comes again to that problem that I spoke about earlier in terms of the delay that you see between recognition and then action being taken by the attackers. They know there's a couple of roamers out here, but they'll overdrone this to the absolute death. You know, we're halfway in. They've got 5 drones left standing. Not a bad spot to be in. They'll overdrone it. They'll think about it. They'll talk about it and then decide what to do. By that time, the state of play has already changed. So sometimes it's about identifying the gaps and just being willing to go for it. And this is what some teams over in, you know, Europe do really well, is they'll spot a gap and one player has the agency to make that play and just kind of go for it. He'll, of course, communicate what he's going to do, but there's a lot of trust that if the gap is there, they'll take it. At this point, sat behind the shield, though. Top Black's not looking so good to go and push through either. 2 kills coming away from Exist, and that's what they wanted. They wanted to try and catch out on that setup. They've ignored largely the extension, Tim, and they found 2 backline players instead. Not bad at all.
Yeah, but Crest have had an answer to it. Rento and Arcully managing to find one apiece. The Glass is still not going to have any joy realistically against Lua here on the ward and behind the shield, but that could be the problem. He goes elsewhere and manages to find Rento, takes him down. So now 3 versus 2, 45 seconds left on the clock, so Exist have got time. They just need to start getting themselves on into sight. Just about, I was going to say you won't find it from that angle, but just manages to find that perfect pixel to take down the bulletproof cam.
Still got some good tools on the attacking side. Admittedly, smokes are no longer available to them, so the Glass is very much now basically being a standard rifle. Not that it stops Acerola doing some work. Our Cully taken off the board. And look at this. There's a Monty on side, and there is 1 player left on the other. We tend to know how this happens. The only problem is they don't know where he is. Lua potentially in a good position here to play a little bit of spoiler. If he can step away from the Monty here and stop this plant going down, this could be absolutely massive. Sees 1, has got to look for the next. Sees the second, but can't quite get the shots in. Sifty finds him and Exists, bring us up to 2 apiece.
That was close. If he finds that kill onto Sifty, there's a good chance that he wins the round, but just couldn't get it done. Exist a slightly better attack there. I like the change in pace. We're going to bring the Monty. You know, round 2 and 3 hasn't really worked out for us, so let's, you know, really sort of, you know, throw a wasp nest into the room and see what we can do. And the Monty's just wandered around that top floor, essentially, and there's been kills everywhere that he's gone. Acerola picking most of them up on the Glass, just working really well in combination. You know, disrupt somebody, move them away, dislodge them, and that's one of Monty's main jobs. There's 2 big jobs for the Monty. One is to gather and provide intel, because you can just stand behind that shield and just talk about everything you're seeing in front of you, and the other one is to create space and to move players. So somebody playing in Geisha, right, I'm going to push into Geisha as the Monty. He's had to move out of that spot, bang, Glass kills him, and that's what it's about, not allowing people to maintain their positions in those comfort zones.
Babe, wake up, Salty's back on Monty again. No surprise at all, given how effective it was in that prior round for them too. It's very good at taking space. I spoke a lot about the kind of surety of making a decision. Monty removes a lot of the risk of making that decision, so certainly no complaints. I've got to ask you a question actually, Tim. Do you make use of the black flashes in game now, the accessibility option where it's no longer like full-on white flashbang, you know, playing late at night?
No, I've left mine as white.
Really? I've changed mine over.
Yeah.
Someone asked in chat about it. Oh, why do we still get blinded in stream? Why can't it be with the black flashes? And I was like, that's a good point actually. I really like them.
Yeah, I've used them a little bit. I don't really mind either, so I just stuck with the default white.
You want the realism.
Yeah, that's it. I want to feel like I've been flashbanged.
I want to feel like my retinas are being burned out of my skull. I feel it. I feel it.
Let's be honest, it's not going to be the biggest impact to my vision, is it? So I don't need to worry about it too much.
No,
I only see 70% of the flash, so...
way to turn down the brightness, basically. It's cheating. It's an actual hack, you might call it. I mean, same sort of setup here as last time I remember. This is exactly what they did. They blew out the castle barricade, and Nakiba barrier came in the way, yada, yada, yada. We're playing the same dance. Different time this round, though, is, of course, there's a Monty leading the charge. As said, a good spearhead, bulletproof facing forwards. Can afford to give information over to the team quite comfortably, but has got to be mindful that off towards his right, he's got one sat inside a drum, and off towards his left, one sat much closer. In fact, might even force Crest back sooner rather than later.
I don't feel like Crest have adapted well here. The Monty gets brought along in the last round, and they've not brought anything to really deal with in this round. You know, I'm looking there. There's, you know, no Legion, no Echo, you know, nothing that can really do too much about that. That's unfortunate. Mavi picks up one, but takes down the Monty. You've always got to be careful. I don't know whether the Monty maybe moved a little bit, whether Salty's, you know, guilty of just strafing in front of him there. That's a huge loss, because literally, just as I'm saying, Crest have got nothing to really deal with this Monty. No Clash, no Legion, you know, no Echo, no nothing to deal with it. He gets taken out with a team kill, and that could honestly be the difference between winning this attack or not.
Yeah, because the Monty was what gave that pressure into that hold that we saw coming out of Crest. And admittedly for Crest, it's always a risk to repeat the same setup twice. Teams normally come along with a better answer for it. And it felt like Exist had it, and as you say, have now kind of taken that answer away. So now I've got to break through the Shrine and the Terrace hold and then start thinking about sites itself. It's another case of a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it in, Tim.
Just going to be looking to re-challenge that door as they've gone through, trying to open minibar wall a little bit, maybe prevent anybody from playing inside of there. But Acerola gets picked up as he tries to rotate out there by Lua, leaving us 4 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go. Exist. They're just going to have to throw this at the wall and see what sticks, and that's when you get problems. You can see just holding behind the suit of armor here. You've got Lua. He's looking for more. He's already got one. How about this? Choppy on a big flank, manages to find one onto Lily. 4 versus 2. Very little can be done. They don't even have time to check behind them, move it in. It's going to be as easy as that for Crest as they close it out on the clock, and that's going to be 3-2.
Retake of that top side, I'm pretty sure from Shrine was really good as well. Just to upset the attack when it looked they were starting to get comfortable. They were getting control of terrace. Hadn't fully locked down everything else around them. Didn't have anyone, it seems, trying to push in from Shrine side. So without that, fair play to Choppy, realizes there's a gap and absolutely exploits it. Explodes from the back, a couple of kills, takes all the wind out of their sails, and Exist fall by the wayside. What I love about it, though, is the fact that it exploits that clock. We keep on speaking about a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it in. The best thing about it when the clock is low is the attackers don't really have much choice. They have to go forward. They can't afford to turn around and hold the angle that you're pushing from in case you might push in the next 5 seconds. They're forced to make these, what I always call forced errors. You don't really have any choice at that point. You are then having to make mistakes. You can't afford to drone everything. You can't afford to watch the flanks. You have to hit the site. You have to push forward. And that's where the greatest opportunity exists for the defenders. So really well played.
On we go then. It's going to be a final defensive round for Crest. They need to lock it down, really. They need to get the 4-2 half here to give themselves every opportunity to pick up any points as they need. If they get a 4-2, I start looking at this. You know, we came in saying if they can get anything, you know, it guarantees them a nice clean, gives them the points that they need. You know, it stops them getting pulled into that 6-point sort of 3-way tie that could be coming about. Stops them getting dragged into that. It just, you know, it gets them clear of it, and they should be in a position then to have a playoff spot, even you know, even if it's just 1 point that they secure. It ties them up with Enterforce, but I think that they should jump ahead of them based on the tiebreakers. But yeah, a 4-2, I start feeling confident for Crest that they're going to get that done. We'll see, obviously, how they go once they get onto the attack. But last time around, when attacking onto this site, Exist didn't really have any answers to what Crest did. And Crest just basically set themselves up across the entire map and just gave Exist far too much to do. This time, however, they're kind of ignoring that and they're just going a little bit more direct to site. And I think that's a better idea from Exist here. They're more likely to have success, you know, without burning 2 minutes trying to take top floor.
And I think leaning harder towards this Monty, honestly, is really doing Exist a lot of favors. We spoke earlier on about their success on the attacking side of the game. A lot of it is coming from the fact that they are making use of this Monty an awful lot. I think these attacks have really sped up as a result. Ironically, I know Monty is very slow, but it just helps them take that ground so much quicker. Like, in no other world, you get to run down Pantry inside 60 seconds the way that they have and be staring at site door already. They've, of course, got that consideration. They need to watch out for the above. That can really hurt them here. They need some pressure upstairs, and they're starting to get a little bit, but there's still a lot of utility being stacked upstairs to make sure they can't get control of Geisha easily.
Yeah, they need to get that top floor sorted. Unfortunately, the smoke is going to allow them in, and Sifty is able to start planting here because the Warden obviously not in that position. Arcully does manage to find Mavi, but that puts the diffuser online. The question is now, what work can they do on the retake? A lot of damage done to Sifty. All it's going to take is a tickle of explosive to close it out. He's done for. It's a 1v5. All they need, there you go. They just needed the lightest of tickles on the toes. The nitro went out from Eclair. I think he was getting a little overexcited there. Maybe thought Rento wasn't going to get the job done. Pulls the trigger, but Monty was already dead. And that's going to be a round held for Crest. It was nice. And basically, Exist has paid the price there for not taking enough map control. You can't, you know, yes, they've sped things up with Monty. They've sped them up too much there. They've thought that they could just smoke off the hatch, go in and plant. It's not just about the planting. It's about the post-plant hold as well. And they just haven't had anywhere near enough control to hold on to that.
It was very similar back on the previous game, actually, when they managed to plant inside of Exhibition Office, and it was like the fuse is down, and then it was a big question of, now what? They didn't really have any plan to follow up beyond that and make sure they actually got the round done. It was just get plant down, and that's the round done for us. We're happy from that. You saw a similar sort of thing there. You can't afford to ignore all that vertical control that was coming in. They had no one down or dead to rights really prior to that point. As you saw, it was a flawless round in the end as well, bar the C4 that came in at the end. So, questions to be asked, no doubt, but I think for Exist, getting 2 attacking rounds will not feel too bad here. Let's see now if they can pull off a similar side themselves. Crest, as we mentioned, sorely want to at least guarantee overtime for them to get that spot in the playoffs.
Going to have the setup going ahead then for Karaoke D. Hatch has been open. Just going to give a little bit of an option for an escape out of Geisha if it is needed, although Crest are shaping up immediately for an office and exhibition side take. Get themselves in that side of the map, sweep across the top floor, and see what they can get going. It's something that Exist tried with sort of varying success. They were able to do it successfully the first time that they tried it in round 1, but then not the second time that they attacked onto this site. But we can see already quick progress from Crest. We've had the VIP breach opened up, so that's going to give access to the top of house stairs. They just need to get the drones into the rest of it, make sure there's nobody in exhibition office, and then they can start taking that ground. They know that there's one inside a shrine. Nice little drone spot there. I don't think it's going to get picked up by the defenders of Exist there, so just need to be cautious because they are aware of the Cade's position.
Yes, and that obviously means the C4 could be heading your way if you're not too careful. And also the fact that we saw a Claire, it was Claire earlier back in the first, of course, playing on the Kai. He was doing.
I think I've just lost you there, Des. I apologise if we're speaking over each other, but I can't hear him, so we will continue on as our Cully manages to get a big double, and Crest are going fantastically well on the attack here. 5 versus 3. Choppy has been downed on Striker, but maybe in a position to be recovered here. He will be indeed, goes up to 20, but takes a little bit of damage immediately, so I don't know if he was maybe in a little bit of fire when that happened. I can hear Des whispering to me. He's whispering.
My net died on me. I was just like, whoops. It's okay, then we're good.
You're better than Exist at the minute, put it that way, because it's falling apart there. Eclair's managed to get a kill. Arcully got a big 2 to kick things off. 5 versus 2, and Crest are looking pretty good here. I think this is going to be really tough for Exist to hold on.
It is. I mean, at this point, it's going to take an absolute miracle worker to get anything over the line for them. Almost finding out Choppy there, but not quite managing to complete it. Problem is, you start one firefight, the call out on where you are comes through, and you might be able to... No! Did not expect that cross from Drum back in towards Geisha. And a third, they've brought it back down to a 2v2. What were we saying, Tim? It looked like it was all crumbling at the seams. But like that, Exist may have fought their way back into this round. No doubt, Crest heads dropping. They saw that as one round, one step closer. One more round would have been required to guarantee overtime. Oh, he looks away at just the wrong time. That is heartbreaking. Sifty with one more, a 1 versus 1, and 20 seconds to play with. That is bucket loads of time. We spoke about Eclair earlier on and his work on the Kaid. It was an excellent round and play around Geisha. Whereas now on this same side of the map, he's got to win out what could be one of the biggest 1v1s, but it's not going to happen. Sifty, it comes all the way back around, a 2v5, and it still ends up in a round win.
Crest, what have you done? A 2v5. Oh, Crest, you can't be doing that to yourselves. That was a huge attack to be getting not only control of, but to get it on the board. 5-2, what a scoreline it would have been for them. You know, to really just take away those nerves, just really get them clear of the pack. But no, they've not been able to get it done, and they've paid the price. They've paid the price. And it's going to sting, and the question now is, how is that going to impact in the rounds going forward?
Ooh.
Just jumping into... Oh, dearie me.
Things you love to see. It could have been 5-2. It could have basically been like, guys, over the next 5 rounds, we have to win 1, and we secure playoffs. That's all we got to do. Now you've left that door wide open. You've made a nice warm cup of cocoa here for Exist and said, take a seat, guys. It's going to go on for a much longer amount of time than maybe we imagined. That is really going to spin things up. And it's more than just the fact that it's a single round. It's also that mental as well. Like, guys, we've lost a 5v2. That cannot be happening at this level of play. But that's exactly where Crest now find themselves. Exist then back in striking distance, 1 round shy to go into their second defensive round.
Exist certainly going to be looking to push this to overtime as a minimum, if not get the direct win. Although I think, given the last round, I do expect Crest to pick up some attacks. We know they're a good attacking side. They've had a great start to that. You know, a bit of a lapse, a couple of seconds lapse of focus there maybe has cost them, with a couple of players just diving into Geisha and being terribly punished for it. But I think there are rounds here definitely for them to win. They're going to have a good bit of intel going on as well. A nicely positioned drone that's just going to be spotting out those feet and give a little bit of intel without being picked up on. But it's going to be a job to deal with Geisha to begin with. Can't quite get the angle. Of course, there is walls in between. We have the benefit of silhouettes, but the time being, Arcully's going to be safe, and there's no angle onto that doorway as he walks back through it.
Absolutely. Progress has kind of been the big inhibitor for, well, all 4 teams that have played this map so far. It just feels like it hasn't come easily, and like that Acerola has slipped the net. Inside of Geisha, a C4 up and over, trying to find his man, doesn't quite collect him. Lily elsewhere gets Eclair at the same time, and Arcully balances things back out. A good couple of kills coming through as the Ash here. Feels like he's managed to sneak his way in here and get into a really interesting position, where he's kind of backstabbed the roaming backstabbers, but as either way, balanced things out, got rid of 2. Not a bad start at all. Problem is here, Tim, they lost out on the Ace here, they've lost out on the Zofia. Blessing being, they have still got the 2 alternatives in the Thermite and the Ash, but we all know the risk with the Thermite, of course, is you've got to be very close to get walls opened up, and you've got to play that dangerous dancing game with the Bandit.
Salty's just going to hold a really tight angle there in towards Shrine. They know that's where the push is going to be coming from, given that 2 of the players have died over that side. It was really well timed for Arcully to come in and get that double, just really force Crest back into a round that it felt was slipping away from them. At the minute, though, they're getting a little bit one-dimensional here. They are going to use the bees from Grim just to try and take a little bit of space and push in towards VIP there. That's going to just give them a bit of breathing room as Rento manages to find Lily. Now, the question is, what can Salty do on the flank here? He's going to try and get on house stairs, but I imagine that Crest are going to be well aware of that full flash. They need to go in there and challenge Mavi at that time. 28 seconds left to go. There was nobody in a position to do that. He's going to now be able to detonate the Vulcan canister, and you just feel this might be edging in the favour of Exist as he picks up a beauty onto Choppy. 15 seconds left to go, and Mavi decides to take himself off the radar. He's going to lay down behind the desk and just try and keep himself safe, and what a move it's been. Could he pop up and play spoiler here? No. Arcully manages to find it. Diffuser is going down, but look at this. Underneath, it's as easy as that. Salty closes it out. They never dealt with him downstairs. Big mistake from Crest, and Exist level things up.
Another round where Crest will feel we had the advantage, we were in control, and they've seen it slip away. For that to happen twice so far across 2 rounds is heartbreaking for them. But fair play to Exist. Across both rounds there, we've seen real composure from the players left in that 2vx situation where they managed to get things over the line. Yes, the Bandit goes down, but he was the big threat. They knew about him. They were challenging him from display. They were flashing him out endlessly. But as you said, Tim, no moves are being made at the back of those flashes. We spoke about that during the ban phase when the Yin got taken away. Leaning into flashes is great, as long as you can make plays off the back of them, which is not really what's being done so far.
No, that's it. You know, at the point where there's maybe other little bits of tasks that are going on. You know, maybe it gives you a couple of seconds to take a drone out, or to, you know, check an area with a drone without losing it, for example. But there's not a huge amount being gained off the back of the utility. And like I always say, I kind of look at it as in, you know, utility has a value, and are you selling it for that value? When you're using it, you're selling it, you know, and what are you getting in return is the question. And you need to be getting something out of it. Just chucking it in, full white, flashing somebody and then walking away is not getting any value out of it. So maybe something that Crest need to look at. But going into round 9, it's 4 apiece. And there's nothing to separate these two. This is going to be a really important round. I don't always call round 9 that important when it's a 4-4. Certainly not in terms of scoreline. But the reason it's going to be important this time is because it's that third choice site. We're down in Kitchen Barbecue. This is the one that Crest need to be securing, because they need to get 2 successful attacks to get themselves into overtime. If they can get this here, they should then have an opportunity to play this site again, potentially, you know, or to work elsewhere and find an attack. But this one is really key for them. All
right. Similar sort of... Well, this is an interesting setup overall, isn't it? very interesting. So really with nothing really going on inside of T here, unsurprisingly. You don't want to extend too far out. But normally you see at least having gold reinforced off to slow things down would be a big part of it. Instead of playing inside the corridor here, so I haven't got to worry too much about soft flooring for below, haven't got to worry about any pressure coming in from Shrine side. That mirror window gives you so much control on towards Mez itself that it might make actually a little bit awkward for the attackers to get into place to try and work through. So I like the setup. I think it's definitely different. And with the castle also in tandem too, they've really got this top four locked down tight. A lot of work for the attackers to get through, that's for sure.
We've got a lot of hard breaching going on at the minute, just trying to break down, you know, that top floor hold. We've got Geisha Wall opened in multiple locations, actually. Lines of sight have been opened up into Geisha, but look at this. Mavi has managed to step back from the mirror, but he's kept himself at the top of Black Stairs. Salty manages to get one, goes for a second. Nitro goes out. He's taken a lot of damage, but he's just going to play his life. There goes the flash. This is not the one to follow in, as it's the Warden, of course. Only 8 HP left on the board, but is able to keep himself alive until Eclair peeks around the corner. Great kill. With a minute to go, that levels things up at 4 versus 4.
Just really tucked in tight there. He knew that he was dead to rights, but a really good hold, and I think also really well dealt with by Crest. Yeah, in the last game again, we'd see teams just run into that head first and lose 2-3 players to the same player sat there. Good read that it was a Warden as well. Good quick peek on it as well. Good that he was on 8 HP. Otherwise, fair chance he gets a second kill there and things start to go very bad, very, very fast. They've got about 30 seconds to work with here, though, Tim. They've got this top floor control they were looking for. They need to start pressing downstairs. Right idea, but Arcully, he was looking past where his man was, and he pays the price for it.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on the uptake there. Arcully coming round the corner. He was over-aiming, if anything. He was right on the inside of that corner, and
Nice
that's
trade play as
unfortunate
well.
for Mavi. He nearly got himself 2 there. He was spoilt for choice, but Lily comes
no.
back with a big double to keep Exist on top, and this man count just keeps bouncing back and forward. Gonna have Rento trying to get this done now. Doesn't feel he has time to take down the bulletproof cam. He's just looking for kills, but he's not going to be able to find them. The clock ticks down, and Exist hold on. They get themselves the third choice site, and they could be heading towards a full regulation win.
Tell you what, Exist are late round merchants, aren't they? They are playing the late round so well. The thing is, both teams are playing it well. I think Exist, until probably the last 30 seconds, are playing these rounds brilliantly. They're doing all the right stuff. They're clearing out these roamers. They're playing for trades. Yeah, I love their push down bottom black there as well, to guarantee there'll be a trade coming through rather than losing a player in a 1 versus 1. I love the way they approached the Warden that was sat inside a Geisha box. Everything they did was right until it wasn't. And it was all on Lily at the very end because they were in a little bit of a rush with about 20 seconds on the clock that he gets to pop up and just swipe that round away from under their feet. That has arguably happened 3 times now. The first time was really on Crest's side. They were in a 5v2. They gave it away. The last 2 Exist have been the ones who have really commandeered those round ends, and it's Crest that are paying the price. Beautiful stuff to watch. It is close, but I think Exist is still in a spot here to drive this over the line.
I agree. I think, you know, this is where pressure will start playing a big part for Crest as well, because, like I said, round 9 particularly important because they've won that third choice site. So now Exist, with 2 rounds needed, are going to rotate through, guess what, their first choice and second choice sites. So things, if anything, just should technically get more difficult for Crest here because, you know, we're going back to primary site choices for Exist, and Crest need these rounds more than ever because, as I said, no round difference is good enough to leave them with a better round difference than Veet. Even if they get the 7-5, it will still mean that they are 1 worse on round difference than Veet. So that could play a big part in those head-to-heads, those tiebreakers, as to who ends up with that 6th position when it all shakes down. So Crest, they need rounds. They need them now. This is critical for them. It's not the end of the world going to overtime because they'll guarantee themselves a point, so it's kind of job done. But at the point where Exist gets 6-4 and Crest need to get back-to-back attacks, that's going to get really, really shaky.
It's that classic thing we speak about where the score often betrays how a game has progressed as well. You look back at the first game, for example, to this one, night and day in terms of quality from both teams, I'd wager. But obviously, at the end of the day, one team still has to walk away the winner, and it's looking very likely to be a similar scoreline to what we saw in the previous. So, let's see how it goes here. We know that Crest can do it. They've come very close the last 3 rounds. It's just the final hurdle they seem to fall over on. So, let's see how the start of the round plays out. First thing I'm noticing here is a Maestro on side. Very rarely do you see Maestro these days, for a good reason. Brava exists. You're basically inviting a Brava in there to hack all 3 of those cameras away and cause absolute chaos in your backline when you start coming in for an execute. So it's very rare that you see it get picked up unless a Brava is banned away, which is quite rare anyway. We did see it in Brazil yesterday. No Maestro picked as a result, which was equally quite interesting to see. They do have things like the Thatcher on side, though, which will help them with that front, and the Ash, of course, to help clear them away at range.
Yeah, Maestro, of course, dropped off in popularity a good while ago now, once we saw those changes come into his cameras that just made them, the Evil Eyes, a little bit easier to deal with. You know, many more options to smash them, to, you know, take them out. So, but still can be very valuable. Like you say, the Brava not brought along in this case. So, you know, potential there for those Evil Eyes to continue existing and feed intel in. Rento manages to take down Salty. That's a good start for Crest. That's exactly what they needed. However, it's Lily again. We saw it in the last round. The big Lily double just changes the course of this round, and all of a sudden what was a 5v4 becomes a 4v3 in favor of Exist.
Same with the castle as well in the prior round. It's the one making the difference so far. And as you say, there's so much work now to be done. I think without the buck, doesn't feel like a world ender when you see it at face value, but of course that was a lot of their vertical destructive power. And also Choppy being taken off on the Jackal. Again, not the end of the world, it's a Jackal. But it's the fact that it has vertical capabilities and that Choppy's been playing well so far. At least getting one back, immediately responded to by the other side. Look at the health, the HP bars now on the side of Crest. Both down to below half HP. This is looking pretty rough.
I feel like the site choice has maybe been a bit of a masterstroke by Crest here as well. Sorry, by Exist here. We're just going to throw in the random house site. We're just going to go to bedroom and bathroom, and because Crest aren't going to be familiar with attacking it necessarily, because we don't see it very often. As it is, it all hangs in the balance. It might backfire as Eclair goes in and manages to get Mavi. It's all up to Acerola, but he's got the high ground. He's above. There is a potential here with 15 seconds left to go that he could hold on.
Trying to find himself a plant spot as well. May he get away with it here as well up on the... Oh no, the Maestro, we spoke about them and what they can do. He'll try his very best. Oh, why is he coming? Oh no, not like this. I mean, it's always rough. We spoke about this on broadcast yesterday as well over in Brazil.
You just got to stick it.
Someone came off in a 1v1 plant situation and people in the chat were like, well, you know, why KD save there? Like, he's got a KD save. Like, what else can he do? And it's always a really interesting debate because when there are no red pings, when there's no intel on site, I completely get it. Stick it all the way through. And I understand if you want to come off at that point and save KD when it's not there. But when there's a red ping on you, it's basically guaranteed that they know where you are and you're going to die. I can get it. Like, it's only for the sake of stats. Things can go wrong. Players can miss. Their mouse can run out of batteries. Anything can happen.
This is the thing with me, Des.
You may as well just stick it, right?
What difference is one death making, realistically, to anybody's KD over the course of a stage? It's making practically no difference, is the reality. You know, and you're going to face that situation once or twice. So what I can tell you 100% is that, and I've always had this mentality, if you take your finger off F and stop planting, you will lose the round. That is 100% certain at that point, pretty much. The clock is running out, you know, outside of wheeling round and getting a couple of kills in the last half a second or something. The fact is, if the clock's at 0 and you take your finger off F and stop planting, you've lost the round. That is a fact. As you've just said there, it might only be, and people in the chat might be like, yeah, but you've got no chance here. It might be a 0.5% chance. It might be a 1% chance. It might be, you know, there is still a chance that something happens, that something goes. So, you know, maybe you're a couple of seconds away from planting. There's a red ping on you. He starts spraying down from above, but maybe he starts hitting those metal bars that are in the floor. Maybe he's struggling to just find that angle, and the diffuser does go down. You know, yes, it might be a 1% chance, but it's better than a 0% chance. Try and get the round, especially in Crest's position.
As we were saying yesterday, if it works out 1 in 20 times or 1 in 100 times, that's
1 in a million
you have.
That might be the million that gets you to the playoffs.
You just don't know, do you? You just do not know. Either way, that's 4 rounds on the bounce down for Exist, and all of them won in a 1v1 or a 1 versus 2. All kinds of madness and shenanigans at round end, and Crest have that same frustration of their early and mid round is great. Even most of their late round is great. It's just the closing of a round that they're really struggling to put the finishing touches on. Wrapping a present without a bow is what it feels like, and so far all they're finding is disappointment. Toll for them at Christmas, and playoffs looking to be denied. Exists one more round, and this one's done.
Like, even try and body block anything.
You're still on this, aren't you?
Can't there was 2 of them down there. So as soon as the bullets start coming through, your second man just starts spraying back in the direction. Maybe he pops a headshot. Body block him. Just choose a side and stand in front of him, and hopefully the bullets hit you and not the planter. Anything. Anyway.
I feel like that's another podcast episode going.
Round
Tim's
11.
Frustrations or something.
Round 11.
Things Tim hates.
Move on.
But the good news here, I guess, is they've got control of Terrace, they've got control of Shrine, and they're already starting to put pressure in and around the site with 60 seconds still to play. So a little bit more time being afforded here to the side of Crest. Doesn't mean that they aren't going to get caught out by Lily, who's looking to work out a flank. They've been already stung once in this half. You remember the player coming down from Shrine side? That was a real headache for them. They've got to be so careful not to let it happen again.
Declare is going to pick up Sifty. We've seen a couple of rounds start like this for Crest, but as you've quite rightly said,
Shots.
we then see those flanks come in. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case this time. Where has this Crest been for the last few rounds? They're absolutely running over them. Lily, far too late on the flank, comes in, 30 seconds to go, shut down by Eclair, and Crest just look like a different beast in that round.
Claire is the difference maker, I think. 3 kills for himself in that round, I'm pretty sure. When we've seen strong rounds come out of these boys, so much of it has come on his back. I go all the way back to that Geisha round earlier on that we spoke about when he was on the Kai, the 3K that he got playing in the same position. It was beautiful stuff. In this round here, he stepped forward and collected exactly what he needs. Brilliant stuff. Battle now might be Exister taking their attack time out. You know what? I actually think that helps Crest because the momentum has been massively with Exist so far. And yeah, they've had one good round. You find Eclair early in the round in the next one, the game's probably done. He's been cooking so far. I mean, look, he's set up there now at 13 kills. I didn't know what kills he was on, but it's showing in the gameplay. Others are definitely up there as well, but one small mistake, and this is done. All you're now doing is giving Crest more time to discuss and plan and plot how they get this over the line, because one more round, it's all they need. It doesn't matter what happens in overtime. That 1 point will be enough to put them into playoffs ahead of other teams.
Yeah, that's it. It'll force Enterforce down below them, so it should then be Enterforce and Veet. I mean, what a cruel twist that'll be. I'm sure Enterforce are sat watching this avidly at this point. You know, they get their win, they come out, they beat Veet, they get their points, and they get themselves moving up the table. And then Crest get 1 point in overtime to push them back down. Like, what a cruel twist that will be on the final day. But you know what? That's the beauty of esports. That's why we love it. It can be fine margins that determine these things. And right now, Enterforce at least are going to be sat praying for an Exist win.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We love it when it comes down to... The thing is, when it's a final day of a stage and it's already wrapped up and all decided, it's like, it's a bit of an exhibition. No one's really taking it seriously. Because every game today, except arguably the last one, and even that could be a fight for the #1 spot, that'll be a real showcase of the quality that's in Japan between Scars and CAG. But every other game, teams are either going home or being like boxed into playoffs or just out of it by a matter of round difference. And this has been a really great... Yeah, I'm really glad that my faith in Skyscraper in Japan has been restored in this game. After that previous one, I was like, which region's fighting out for worst region right now? Is it Korea or is it Japan? Korea still holds that title. Don't worry, because this game has been fantastic to watch. I know Cyclops have really dropped the bag. I knew it'd happen. I know Crest have really dropped the bag here in the second half. But it has been so close every single round. It's been really good to watch.
Oh, it's been very entertaining. It's like I've always said, it doesn't always matter, you know, the quality. The quality's been pretty good in this one. But if two teams are battling it out and it's close, then you're going to have a lot of fun and a lot of entertainment along the way, and that's certainly what's been delivered. Just a small correction to myself, just looking at the table, Enterforce won't be forced down. There's still the Father's Back game. I'm assuming Father's Back are getting points later on, but obviously there's a good chance that maybe they don't. So that one will hang in the balance. Enterforce will still potentially go through to playoffs, even if Crest do pick up points. So the day continues. There are more twists in this tale yet.
Ooh, look at this. 3 players all bouncing around as well. Salty was
Crest walking up.
I wondered how long Salty was going to last, but he was getting pinched from 3 different angles there. That was rough. The near side wall, a player behind the main bar inside of an exhibition, and also getting pushed out towards terrace door. He was not going to last for very long there, but he's wasted a good bit of time. He got a little bit of damage off on Choppy. Good start for Crest, but keep an eye on that clock. And oh my God, surely not. A freebie for a pantry player? Hopefully not. Oh, you just know it's going to end with Lily getting a C4 kill to close the game. And
Lily's...
if not that, then something else. It's gonna
Lily's
be
been an
horrific.
absolute menace so far, particularly in the mid rounds around about this time. You know, we've seen a couple of times just getting those double kills and completely flipping the round on its head. He was a little bit late in the last round, so he needs to make sure that he does make his move whilst he's still got seconds on the clock. But Crest are just stalling out a little bit here. They've got themselves into drum. They're not really pushing beyond that yet. Obviously, the Toxic Babe's just going to stop them for a little while. There's another one to come after this. Lily, there it is. Manages to find one onto our colour here. Claire finds Sifty, and Crest get themselves moving again.
Not looking too bad, a 4v3, but Tim, we've been here before. We've seen a 5 versus 2 go against them. It could all go wrong from here, but surely not. Acerola hits the deck. There's 2 left standing. Crest might be about to do it, Tim. Plan finds itself going down as well, but I spoke about this earlier. No, they find it from main stairs. That's what you want to see. It might be a 2 versus 1, though. Marvy, is he turning it around? Plant's going down. The watch is on main stairs. The cover is there, ready and waiting. And Choppy finds it. Of course he does. He always finds it when it counts most. And Crest secure at least 1 point. But Tim, we're going to overtime for the 2nd time in this stage. Woo!
It was inevitable, really, wasn't it? Choppy with a great double at the end there. He's done what Crest needed. He puts them on to 7 points at least, and that should be enough to secure them a playoff spot. But boy, did they leave it close. It's now going to come down to Enterforce and Father's Back for who will take that final spot. We will know when Father's Back plays Kenotrope later. That's the game that Enterforce are going to be particularly watching to see the outcome. So we're going to go into overtime. We get another 3 rounds of this, and I can't say I hate the idea, Des, because it's one way or another, whether for good or bad in round to round, it's been pure entertainment so far.
It has. It's been a genuinely fantastic game, and I said it earlier on, but it does restore faith. I was losing it big time after that previous game to me. I was like, surely not a whole day of this nonsense. But it has really warmed up here. It's really heated up into it. And both teams here, obviously, with a chance to secure more points. One walks away with 2, one walks away with 1. With 3 rounds to play with Exist starting on the defense, so they'll get 2 of them if required. I think that's probably a good thing because Crest have built momentum. They've won 2 rounds back-to-back there on the attack. That they get to carry on doing that, I think is only going to be a good thing for them.
Yes, I would agree with you. Just continue doing what you were doing. Like you said, I don't know what's gone on the last couple of rounds, but the pace of what Crest are doing, the coordination to just collapse at the same time, find those kills, has been fantastic from them over the last couple of rounds. So, of course, going to be, hoping that they can continue that. They're going to be attacking this time onto Exhibition and Office. Some good early progress. Again, we've got the Selma on the wall. It's ready to go. They just need to be taking the mute jammer out to enable that one to start breaching, but VIP wall has been breached as well. So again, good pace here. Eclair comes in, and where was this Crest for the rest of the game? They've had such a big lull in the middle, but the kills just keep coming, and right now it just feels like they've pulled the trigger, they've got the spark in the keg, whatever it's taken, they've got the job done, and they have woken up big time. This one could be a flawless round. It will be indeed, as Choppy manages to find the last, and that's going to be Crest now taking the lead. They might just not be getting 1 point. They might be securing both with a win.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We are heading towards, I think we may have lost Des again there. We're going to be heading towards our potential final round here then, as we get into round 14. There could be a little bit more to come, but it's going to mean Exist. They haven't attacked for 7 rounds now. And all of a sudden, they've got to turn up and they've got to win a round, whereas Crest here can just kind of dig in. They can just look to burn the clock, use the time, hold on as best they can. Interestingly, they are going to be going down to the kitchen site, kitchen and barbecue. Let's just have a look at how that went previously for Crest on the defense. We saw them defend it in round 3. We saw them defend it in round 6. They won both of them. So it's no surprise to see them going down there. They're obviously a lot of confidence. We've had, you know, good top floor holds from them. They've just burnt a lot of time. Exist tried 2 things on the attack. So first of all, they tried to take the entire top floor. They had nowhere near enough time, and Crest were able to just frustrate them up there on the top floor. They never really got near sight. To counter that, Exist then tried to use the Monty to push directly into sight to just try and force the plant down. They did get the plant down, but it just wasn't enough because Crest were there. They still had the verticals. They were able to just, you know, absolutely collapse on top of them, get a whole bunch of kills really, really quickly. And they were all over it. So they were then able to disable that activated diffuser. So good stuff from Crest. But let's see whether Exist have got a plan C realistically. You know, do they have anything else that they can bring to the table here? Because A and B certainly didn't work for them.
I'm experiencing Saturday morning internetitis. It's a classic symptom of being British,
I
unfortunately.
didn't realise you'd gone to begin with, Des, but I think it's because I zone you out most of the time.
Yeah,
so,
you pretend I don't exist, mate.
Yeah, after like
I
30
don't blame
seconds,
you,
I was like,
'cause-
hang on a minute, I don't hear Des as drone in here. Like, what's going on?
Half of what I say is taking the piss out of you, so I completely
Exactly
appreciate
that,
and
so I just
understand
switch off to it.
You get like a bit of peace and serenity. Your life suddenly improves drastically, I heard.
Yeah.
One thing that maybe needs to improve a bit more, though, Exist on the attack. They've got to get this round in if we want to see things carry on. Crest got that attack, massive for them, and it's going to keep on building this way. Again, that momentum for them going into round 13. It's exactly what you want to see when you've already had 2 great attacks in a row. It took a bit of time to find the secret source, but they've found it. Exist do the same. I'm not too sure after so many rounds of not quite being in the position of being on the attack.
No, I'd agree with you. I think Crest now they've got the entry. Exist are struggling to take top floor. There's going to come a point where they just have to determine that they're not going to have time and they have to push the site and try and get some space to put the diffuser down. We're at 55 seconds. Second kill comes in. Renti onto Sifty. It's almost certainly going to go their way. Choppy does get taken down, so that's something for Exist at the minute to try and build on. But with only 45 seconds left to go, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, where are you going to plant? You know, how are you going to get in there? They've now managed to get Geisha control, so that's again something else for them. They're trying to find a few more kills before they go here, but with a little bit of cover they could potentially get down there and do it. But Choppy, not only does he get picked up, he finds a kill. However, Exist keep fighting. 1v3 now. 20 seconds, surely not.
Ace or bust, basically. He's got 3 players to bring down all by himself, and he's had a decent game as a roller. But you know what? It's been a better game for Crest. I think between them all there, they can be so proud of what has been a spectacular comeback. They knew 1 point was all it required, and they pulled out 4 rounds in a row to make it happen, Tim. What a game we've just seen.
Lot of fun. Wall-to-wall entertainment in that one. A lot of back and forth. Both teams really having, you know, periods of play where they were absolutely on top of things. But Crest, they have the most important one. 16-9 up at the top of the scoreboard there. 8-6 they finish with a nice overtime win, and that's going to secure them that playoff spot that they were chasing.
Both teams get it, yeah, which means Veep fall down to 7th, and they are basically out. The last 2 teams that get a chance are Enter Force and Fathers Back, which of course we'll get to see in the not too distant future. For now, though, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, Anne's with us. See you shortly.
Well, there has to be something in the air of the skyscrapers because it's a team getting a big advantage for themselves, then almost losing it, and still being able to cling it back is what we're seeing twice already today. Here again with Crest securing those 2 points with the overtime victory, and with that also their spots in the top 6. So very well deserved for them, but we love to see it here in Japan.
Oh, yeah, we do. That was a phenomenal game. And you can tell by the sheer fact we've come back to the desk and I'm smiling is my mood is so very closely relevant and reflected by the quality of the siege that we've just seen. And that was genuinely an absolutely brilliant game. Fantastic comeback, close rounds throughout, really interesting rounds throughout as well. Some cool new defenses that I haven't seen before. It had everything for me, Tim. Don't know about you.
Yeah, I'd agree. Absolutely. Brilliant entertainment. I've said that already. It was a lot of fun to watch. Both teams had their moments. Individuals on both sides doing fantastically well. Lily having some huge mid-round moments. It was great stuff. And Crest just having a good end to a tough stage.
100%. I mean, this is looking like the stats are all leaning in towards their favor as well. They ended that first half with a 4-2. I was like, okay, that's acceptable, but once again, we're seeing Crest be very successful in Skyscraper, and especially winning many rounds in a row, those 4 final rounds to claim out this overtime victory here. And Rento, of course, their newest addition to the roster, is seeing him excel in this game, just as Eclair as well, but it was really close for comfort in that mid part of the game, in my opinion, because I think as soon as Exist got on their defense, they seemed to have so much information, whereas every single round, it felt like, oh, we're seeing Crest create this entry for themselves. Like the entry was obviously leading their way, but we're seeing them create this advantage for themselves. They can get the plant down, and then there's some kind of information source that's pinging out this remaining player and helps Exist to do something about that plant going down. It was almost frustrating for a point if you were a Crest fan to watch that.
It was, for sure. And one thing I do want to give a shout out to here, to be fair, is Rento, because I think he wasn't the player that stood out the most during that game. Eclair had some really big moments. Arcully we saw with big ones as well. And I feel like Rento, despite being obviously very close to being the highest kills on the board, great on entry, fantastic cost, has contributed a lot towards the team in that game, but has gone largely unnoticed because he was on operators like the Thermite and the Castle, generally doing his job and then starting to get involved in the team play. Just brilliant to see that a new player on the team is having such a big impact.
I will jump in there. I think we might have just lost Des. But yeah.
Damn it.
He's back. I was just going to finish your thought for you, Des, that, it's nice to see the new player coming in and having such a big impact, at a crucial part of the stage as well.
I don't know if this wanted to end off or finish something there as we're going on, but hey, Eclair getting the MVP. I heard you do talk a lot about Eclair and having these really huge step-up moments as he's had in this game. A very well-deserved MVP for him, I would say then.
Yeah,
definitely. This one, Tim.
Why not? I will do. I think, yes, Rento had some big moments, some great contributions, but Eclair was definitely up there as well. 16 and 9. What a great game for him. +7 overall. Just the cost says it as well. 70% of rounds he's there. He's having that impact. 4 multi-kills. So just those tough rounds. It's a player like Eclair that's going to step up, like I said Lily was doing on the other side, that's just going to step up and get that 2 or 3 kills in the middle of the round, and it just swings it for you. And we saw it so many times, so really well played from Eclair.
I agree. I'll leave it at that.
Nothing to add anymore. I mean, hey, we're on the halfway point. We just had a very, very close game, like we said in Japan League here, and this is what our league table is looking like at the moment. As we said, Scars and CAG were already confirmed for that top 6, even top 2 for them, and Kinotrope at the beginning of this day was also confirmed. Exist have now shot up a little bit towards that 3rd position, and Crest have also secured that top 6, given that they've now taken those 2 points from the overtime. Vitae are out of contention of that top 6, but there's one more spot to be given away, and that will either go to Interforce or Father's Back. And Father's Back are up next. They have to battle for that spot in the top 6. They have to take it up against Kinotrope, a team that prior to this Playday was already confirmed. So a tough match coming up for them, but we'll talk more about it after a break.
past like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Past like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Is in fact happening. It's coming down to our third game here today to find out what teams will be in that top 6 and we'll be heading into those playoffs to make it to the major. We have Fathers back going up against Kinotrope. Kinotrope have already confirmed themselves, so they should be very comfortable heading into this match. They can still change their position in that top 6, which will depend, of course, who they're playing against when it comes to the playoffs. But for Fathers back, this is where they need to show up and where they need to perform to snatch away that point and make it to the top 6, Ace.
Yeah, just like every game that we've had so far today, it's make or break for Fathers back. At least this is their opportunity. They need everybody to show up. That much is a fact. You know, it's not going to be an easy game against Kinotrope, who were third coming into today, and they're going to hope to take that spot back. And like you said, just get themselves up in the seeding. But yeah, definitely a big one for Fathers back.
Massively. And I think, as you see on the screen here, 6 rounds and they're safe. It's a similar story to the last game. If they can get a single point, they push themselves above Enter Force, which will be a real shame, because for all I was saying about Enter Force earlier on, you know, lots of talent on that team. I love the lineup they've got. It just needs a little bit of time to cook. It'll be a shame to see them not make it. But by the same token, Tim, you know me. I've been a number 2 fanboy for years at this point. Maybe I've wavered in my belief at points for sure, but I wouldn't mind seeing Fathers back up there as well, given they started out all these years ago as a big team. Back in 2019, they were a bunch of streamers that played together. Nowadays, a much more professional outfit.
All right, given that we're zooming in on Father's Back and our eyes are on them to step up this game, let's zoom in them on that a little bit more. And if you've missed them last week, I will give you the TLDR because this team has went through a roster change. Hero has stepped down from the roster, or momentarily being replaced by Dora, who was their coach. And I don't know what's happened with this team since then, but they came alive. Number 2, a player that you are both a fan of, has been given a lot more freedom, something that we wanted to see. He is once again still showing up, but this roster all of a sudden seems like they have teamwork. They can have these nice floods and rushes on attackers we're seeing from them as well. Kenny's been having huge impact plays. It's like a completely different world that we're seeing from Father's Back here.
What yours, Tim?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously enough, man.
the change of sometimes the change is as good as the rest. Haru drops out, Dora comes in, like you say, for the time being. Whether that'll be permanent or not, we'll see. But ultimately, just facilitate number 2 in this. They need everybody else to step up. It's been a tough season. You can see, 2-7, 1-7. They've had 4 rounds at absolute best against Exist. Winning the last 2. Before that on the losses, it was 3 rounds at best, against Veet, before picking up those last 2 wins. So, yeah, it's definitely had a big change. Whether that's going to continue or not, whether everybody else can still keep stepping up, if not, just facilitate number 2 and let him go and kill everybody.
Easy. Just facilitate number 2, right?
So what's been happening, to be fair? I mean, another player that's been new on this roster was Vbort. I think he struggled a bit at the beginning of the stage as well, but I feel like he's making a really nice growth throughout this stage as well. He had a great performance last week as well. And like we mentioned, they had their very first victory last week. Now they're in contention of even making it to the top 6. They were 6th last stage as well, so they're looking to replicate that. We saw them on a map that, for example, their opponent and anyone else had not seen from them in a year. So they're able to bring out some kind of depth in that regard as well. So I'm really excited to see this from Father's Back, and I hope they keep improving. Given the importance of their match, it's really silly to say that their opponents, Kinotrope, for them this match, I mean, yeah, it matters in what their position will be for the top 6, but they're already safe. They got the points they needed, so I really wonder what their shape or form is going to look like coming into this game, because from themselves as well, last week we saw a comeback 2-5 against Veet. We saw, hey, Veet seems to be the kings of getting some advantage and throwing them away, but a nice comeback for them. Archimedes had a huge clutch as well. We had an interview with him. It was very wholesome. I was really liking the vibes from this team.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed watching them before as well. To be fair, Kinotrope, they started a bit slow in stage 1, and then when they got firing, they started to look really, really impressive. I love Kawa's hair, by the way. He's really bringing it on. I think for me, the big thing about these guys is we've seen different players stepping up across the different games they've had as well. Yukis was the player last stage for me that we kept a really, really close eye on. This time around, it's Akamesh. Kawa's been playing pretty well too. Outside of that, though, things tend to fall down a bit for them. So there's really been these 1 or 2 big standout players. It's the rest that the attention now turns to see them really coming online and starting to bring something special to this side. And hopefully they get it all in gear in time for playoffs, because this is a side that was a couple of points away, I think, from making it last time round, or a couple of rounds, away from making it to our major. They just about fell short.
Yeah, we've got to look at the last 3 results, particularly the key ones for me. Kinotrope have done a lot of their work at the beginning of the stage. Yes, they beat Veet, but like you say, it was on a big comeback that they had to beat them. They've then got smashed 7-1 by Cyclops, which can happen to anybody, but also smashed 7-1 by Exist. So the last 3 have been a rough ride for them, really, and coming away with 3 points has, probably, in all honesty, been a positive, even if it was a big comeback. So the question now is, is that form continuing, and was it just against the poor Veet side that they were able to get that comeback, or can they carry it forward and get a result today against Father's Back?
Topic I want to bring up is a bit of an unfortunate one, because during the break, Des, you were looking at some of the stats of these teams in comparison to the rest of the world. And if we look at the head-to-head between these 2 teams, there's a very sad fact that we have to talk about regarding their entries.
Yes, the entry, although it's not shown here, is, for Father's Back, the worst around the world by some margin. They have an entry success rate of 24.1%. The next worst team is over in OS. It's Odium with 32.8. It is not good, and it's not a great story for Kinotrope either. They're the 6th worst in the world with a 39% entry rate. So you've got two teams here that really suck at getting that first kill in the round. It's kind of a blessing they're coming against each other because someone has to come out on top. But it's also a similar story for Farthest Back when you look at things like the number of plants. They're down there in the bottom 10. Attacking win percent, they're sub 30%. Down there in the bottom 10 again. It is not good as a sign overall for Farthest Back, I think. For Kinotrope, they've got looking better as you can see on those other numbers. It's not terrible for them. But both teams have clearly got issues here that need to be addressed. And I feel the two of them coming head to head actually sets us up for a really good comparison between the two. Someone has to come out on top. Who's it going to be? That's what you've got to watch out for in the early rounds.
Like you say, it's going to be on that entry battle, I think. Especially if it's number 2 who can go in and start really picking up those entry kills. Exactly that. If he gets running and gets going and can improve that entry stat, as you're saying, for Farthest Back, then it's going to be a big, big difference. Looking here at the head-to-head, we, of course, have a look at number 2. He's definitely the standout player for Farthest Back, going up against Okamesh, and we can see, a reasonably better performance so far. So if you're looking towards those talismanic players that are going to make a difference, number 2 there is, outstripping things in terms of KD. Entry is more positive. Cost 12% higher, having a real involvement in so many. 4 out of 5 rounds for Farthest Back. Number 2 is there and he's involved and he's making positive contributions for the team.
100%. I mean, these are the 2 key players for their rosters that we're looking towards, and they are positive on the entries. I mean, number 2, the only one on his team that is positive on those entries in Okamesh. One of the 2, the other player also being +1 on the entry, and the rest are all negative, unfortunately. So it's really kind of come down here to who can be the better of those 2 teams when it comes to the entry, maybe. But I feel like the map is going to be super important with, the importance of this match as well. Given a discussion that we had earlier for Kinotrope, it seems like a bank or a clubhouse really isn't a map that we should be heading these 2 teams to. Clubhouse obviously being banned out here by Kinotrope already, and Labs also being a map that we saw Farthest Back excel on for the very first time, also being banned out by Kinotrope. So maybe they're coming into here with a more limited map pool as we'll be heading to Cafe.
Okay, I'm always nervous about Cafe because it tends to very heavily favor defenders. Maybe less so the case lately. I think we were looking at the stats on the Brazilian broadcast yesterday, and Skyscraper is right up there for the top defensive map right now. So it's one of those that it could go either way, but knowing Japan, it's going to be super defense-decided.
Well, we'll see if Farthest Back can start out on the defense and get some rounds on the board. 6 is what they need to confirm themselves for those playoffs. Or can Kinotrope find back? The prediction is leading in their favor, but we'll find out if it happens on Cafe.
Thank you very much. And Tim, 3rd game of the day, and a big one still, as we keep on saying, all these games today, bar the last one, have got big impact or big potential impact on the standings come the end of the day. This is what it comes down to. A last chance saloon here for Farthest Back to fight their way in. It looked glum for them until last week. They made the change. Dora stepped in for Harusan. Has gotten 2 wins on the board in that time, but can they get this 3rd crucial one needed to fight their way into the playoffs? We're going to find out now, as we've already flown through the bands and we're into round 1.
Well, there's other big names. We keep talking about number 2, of course, but, you look across the Farthest Back roster, there's other big names there that we know are capable. V-Bot, Candy, they really, now's the time. If you're ever going to step up, if you're ever going to, try to match number 2's performance and have a big day, now is the time, because it's potentially going to get you into one of those playoff spots, but it's not going to be easy. Despite what I say about Kinotrope, they've had a tough last 3 play days overall, but you know that they're going to come here and just try and put a marker down. They want to get that 3rd spot confirmed. They want to get themselves the better seeding, and they're not going to make it easy for Farthest Back here. And especially, I think, Farthest Back have got a decent opportunity here, starting on the defense. Maybe try and frustrate Kinotrope a bit. Don't let them into the map too easily. Don't let them gain control of any large areas. We're starting down in the basement, which I like. Give Kinotrope plenty to do. Potentially, they need to clear from top floor down, depending how Farthest Back set up. If they've got those roamers out there, just, really make life difficult for Kinotrope.
What I think is really odd is, I remember when number 2 first came into APAC North, as it was back then, and he'd just come from a team called Takumi Festival, which was a very low-level Japanese competition, and he was by far and away the best player, not just on his team, but in the overall competition. He had to drag everyone else up because they were all going negative and not playing well. It's starting to feel like a little bit of a similar story for Farthest Back. Whether that's environment created by Haru-san, which means why they bench him and why the coach Dora stepped in, I don't know. But as said, been playing better with Dora in position, and hopefully to see others start there when his arm goes down early. The game that is not Chief.
Nope, that's utility that's gone with her. I like things from Kinotrope so far. I said Father's Back, causes many problems. Try and slow them down. Kinotrope have already got top floor. They've got the ram in through Red Stairs window. They've got that verticality opened at least. Next job is that they need to be clearing number 2 here out of mining and making sure that they've got that mid floor, and then they can start working onto site. 1.5 minutes left. This is kind of the time that they need to be finding it. You see your man, you're missing shots. Cower, you gotta take him down there. You're not going to get a better opportunity to remove number 2 from this round.
Finally, he does get taken out. They've got 2. This is the dream start for them, right? A 5v3, 75 seconds to play. The main frustration has to be they've still got to work down to this ground floor, and they've got rid of a third. I don't know why Dora's here there. Like, you've lost control at that point. You with your Andy and Eckers have got it. Great start.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them now because Kinotrope have got time. 50 seconds left on the clock. They can just hold their angles like they are doing. Cower on Red Stairs manages to pick up Candy, and now Ekus is all alone. 1 versus 5 inside a site. He's going to rotate himself out to Bakery. Diffuser's going down. It's going to be the fuse of Akayu that's getting that planted, but shut down by Cow. Cower's had after a wobbly start. I called him out for his shots onto number 2. He's had a much better round after that point. Got himself into a good position, picked up a couple of kills, and that is a bit of a tour de force start from Kinotrope.
Well, definitely a start. A round was played. Father's Back didn't really participate. Their entry rate slips even lower. It makes you wonder if they'll find a single one-all game, if not for number 2 being able to secure them, because that was the big line that we looked at, was on the numbers overall, it's only number 2 that's going positive so far on the entry. It's not a good showing for them. At least there he gets himself picked off. I think Kinotrope know what the main threat on this team is. If they can identify where it is that he's playing and look to isolate him out, they're in a very good position. B-Bot, though, we've got to slow things down here, not be so aggressive, and maybe being across towards being on the Malusi will be a way to get that in motion.
Let's see then if Father's Back can slow down Kinotrope. That's going to be, like you say, the big key, and using whatever utility they can do to do so, because Kinotrope just came in at 100 miles an hour there. So smoke, Malusi, yes, use those Banshees. They're going to have the intel from the Echo drones as well, the Yokai, so they can know when and where to challenge. I'm not sure top floor's the one. I always complain about this site defensively. I'd maybe rather seen them go to a mid floor. But that being said, to be fair to Father's Back, with how easy Kinotrope crushed their roam game in that first round, maybe going to the site that doesn't really require much of a roam game is not a bad idea. I just think they're going to come under, pressure into sites very, very quickly from Kinotrope, more than likely.
Sure. And this early round and how they're playing it is the main thing to watch out for Father's Back, I want to say. See what it is they're trying to do and where they're trying to get disruptive. But equally look at how Kinotrope are dealing with it, because it feels like that composure is going to be there for them. We'll see them take control of this game throughout, really starting with that first entry kill and then bubbling into the rest of the round. Here, though, a lot of good due diligence being shown. They're off on the drones. They're making sure there's no nasty surprises waiting for them downstairs. Nice little drone you can take here in towards ranked as well. If you want to get your drone up on that top floor in a particularly sneaky way, get in through the snow door and hop up through the pillar. Haven't seen that one before, admittedly, Tim. I like it.
No, a little bit of drone gymnastics going on there just to get up there. A bit of drone parkour. Gets the job done, gets into a nice position, maybe without being seen. So just going to be holding from the skylight for the time being. Okamesh is just looking for any defenders that get forced back through that cigar door. Needs to be careful. There are a couple of nasty little angles that can peek back onto that skylight. Not always the easiest challenge, but certainly is possible. But right now, number 2 is playing on Red Stairs. That's going to be something that they really need to recognise. Dora picks up the first kill onto Yuki's. Looks like it's going to be a potential plant coming under the skylight. I think that was the plan, but the plan's fallen apart when they've been punched in the face. It never lasts longer than that. It falls to bits as kills rain in, and it's now 2 versus 5. Kinotrope, they're on the back foot.
It's so fascinating that they've tried to make this attack happen without really dealing with any of the utility. Like the castle barricade on Cigar Shop door was the only one that went down, I think. They've left the others intact and said, forget about it. We're just going to try and make this work a little bit differently. No breach as part of their game plan either. They've really tried to sort of weave their way through the setup coming out of the defenders of Father's Back, and we can see how that has backfired on them spectacularly. Maybe it's a case of going back to the drawing board on this one, boys, and think about something a little bit different. Alchemist, though, is going to be the man to come into this position for a clutch. If they want one to come out, it's probably going to come from him, given how well he's played so far on the stage. But against 5 players on the other side, it feels like a stretch too far.
Yeah, more than likely. And Father's Back playing this smart. They're not chasing the kills. They're not, you know, running around looking for them. They're just holding their angles. They know that the opportunities are going to be presented to them at some point. Unfortunately, number 2 does not manage to find the kill down in mining. Cower is able to lock that one down. Just a little bit of bait there from Okamesh as well. Try and just utilize that audio cue of the diffuser going down to see if he can draw anybody out. But Father's Back are just sat back deep now. You know, behind those lines, they're happy in freezer. They're happy on VIP sort of cocktail area. They over that side of the map, just keep themselves locked down. Okamesh can do nothing but wait to see if he can pick up a kill, which he cannot. And that's going to be a successful defensive round. So we start off with a 1-1.
Not bad. Not bad at all. A really good hold, I think, from Father's Back. Again, I think the approach, the attack that came out of Kinatrope was a little bit questionable. Not looking to clear through utility. There's a reason why teams like to get that stuff out of the way before they start thinking about an execute. And I think I won't call it unlucky, but maybe a little bit mistimed on their vault trying to go down through Skylight as well. You had all the Capital bolts coming out, and as one player tries to vault in to go for the plant, the shots already lined up there. I think it was Candy who got that kill, so it was well played to hold their nerve there, hold the composure, and stop that execute coming on through. Otherwise, that round could have got very messy with the player still up on Skylight. As you say, one apiece, and most critically, Tim, an entry in that round for Father's Back. Dora secured it. Nice stuff.
Not a moment too soon, I wouldn't have said for Father's Back there. You know, get that round on the board early. Don't let Kinatrope get sort of too advanced too ahead of you. We're going to be going into reading this time for the defense. So it's going to be, you know, largely similar for Father's Back. They can play this here from the top floor, you know, hold those similar positions. They're just going to have a little bit less utility to do it. Conscious of a potential Skylight drop coming in from anybody on a roam clear there. So the Banshee's going to go underneath. And yeah, I think, like I said, a little bit less utility for them to hold on to that top floor space because they're going to need plenty of it in the mid floor as well. With the Deimos on side, really need to keep hold of top floor here because there's a lot of verticality possible. That Vendetta absolutely chews through floors, and if Deimos has got a scan on people below, there could be some free kills there for Kawa, who's already going well so far in this game.
Oh, I like that the Bravo's on side. Really, last map would have been the best place to see it, admittedly. And here, get that denied. Was that a mute jammer that went down, denied it away for a brief second, then the drone rolled out of mute jammer range? That was interesting. Or something got shot away. I didn't quite 100% see what happened, but either way, doesn't get the hack off. I think the Bravo being on side, though, knowing again, there's things like Yokai's on side, there's the mute jammers, there's the Banshees, there's a lot there that they can hack and take away and really start to soften things up for the team to start on their execute. You've also got the EMPs to play behind. You've got the hard breach this time around. So I like that we've seen that change in strat from Kinatrope back to a more conventional approach to a round. The last one didn't work out as we clocked. This one, though, looks like it may be a better place to do just that.
I was just going to sit on the rappel there, just waiting for anybody to rotate in between the two sides. I think he's probably going to be waiting a long time, if I'm honest. It's one of those areas, Fireplace, that you know as a defender, you've got to be careful moving through. And instead, we take a slightly more direct action there. So Mao's job will now be done. He was just holding that position so that Dora couldn't move through. Akayu goes in and manages to get the opener. So Kinatrope coming out looking much more round 1 than round 2.
All right. I mean, Dora, unfortunately, has those big shoes to fill. I say big shoes. Harry wasn't playing particularly well either. But you've got to come in here and be an entry for your team is definitely not a comfortable spot to be in to start things off. Obviously found one in the previous round here, falls down quite easily. Had his back turned, not even looking the right way when that challenge came on through. Echo stepping up here for a challenge himself. They're going to find Yuki's. Not a bad one to find, but taken offline. And that vertical destruction is now no longer available to the team. As we know, that is massive for this site. You need to open up so much of that flooring to be able to make these vertical challenges. It's not going to be a thing, but they are inside the sites. And they said, forget about the verticals. We're trying to mistime this one and catch you guys off guard. A couple of kills do fly over, but Plant is down. A 3 versus 2. Father's Back have got to fight their way in. They're down to a 3 versus 1. And Akayu has got it all to do.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to hold on here. As soon as they know where he is, he manages to find one. The challenge will come from White Stairs, but he actually manages to slip the net. He gets away, and he's in a position now where he can potentially fight as they come to him. Look at this rotation from him. His movement is so slippery, Des. He gets the 1v1, but no! He doesn't know about V-Bot on the close angle. So unfortunate for Akayu there. Like I said, his movement was just so slippery. He was just moving around through that rotate, creating the situation where maybe he could have found a 1v1 at the end to close it out. But Father's back. They managed to fight back and get it done.
Ooh, all right. I like that we had that change of pace from Kinatrope there, right? Because as we were speaking about this vertical setup, about having to clear through utility still, they sort of just turn it on them entirely and get this plant down while there's still 8 players on the field. And admittedly, Father's back respond very well. They spring into action. They start looking for kills. They immediately get 2. And at that point, I think it's kind of going into post-plant mode. You know that it's going down. You know you can't easily deny it. So you've got to find the kills. And those 2 that you saw in the kill feed a second ago is what really got things moving. And as you say, Akayu was not in a terrible spot. It was relatively close, but just not quite close enough. Nice first 3 rounds that we've seen there between both teams.
We're in for another close game. We're in for another close game. You know, we knew coming into the last Playday with so much on the line, you know, it was unlikely anybody was going to be running away with any of these. But, you know, when you look through the score lines that we've had over Stage 2 of Japan, there's been a lot of 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. You know, there's been a lot of teams running away with games, but I really don't think that's going to be something that we see today. Father's back 2-1 then on the defense. That's not a bad first rotation from them. You know, if they can repeat that and go 4-2, that's, you know, pretty much par for the course, so that won't be too bad at all in their books.
Absolutely not. Well, here we go then. See how things play out this time around. Still sticking things up on the second floor. I mean, we aren't going to see players on the downstairs. You've got that pulse on side that no doubt for Candy here is going to want to be playing inside of the kitchen. It's why these drones are being so aggressive. Probably the wrong word to use, but aggressive with their droning of the downstairs to make sure they can figure out what's going on. Is Candy lurking around? Can we deal with him? Currently, he finds himself on the second floor, as we just saw a second ago. More feeding information over to his team if any repels start to come up on this west side of the building. We've also got the Blitz looking to work his way up from the basement here. Akayu with that plant in hand as well has got 2 smokes to use. He could get a real cheeky plant off here. Just has to be careful of the C4 that can come out of V-Bot.
We've seen Blitz brought along, you know, a reasonable amount so far today, but not really had too much impact. Was dealt with on Skyscraper pretty easily. So the question is, can Father's back do the same thing and frustrate that shield? But, you know, in combination with players like Deimos, can be very, very powerful, as we know. Get that scan information. Blitz then go and bully him. Look at that. Number 2 on the jump out. Takes down Okamesh. That's going to be the Flores gone. And he's just looking for more here. But Akayu manages to find Candy. And number 2 can do nothing about it to protect him. There's potential here that the Blitz could push and get aggressive. He's looking for that challenge, looking for that fight. It just keeps spraying around the corner. Number 2 is down, though. Yukiz will take down V-Bot in a trade as Mao loses his life along the way. The grenade from Kawa finishes number 2, and Kinatrope look good in a 3 versus 2.
It is bonkers that it's being defended from above, yet attacked from below, because of course we've got the Deimos looking to work in from below and isolate targets and pick them off. And it's working, admittedly. They've got themselves into a 3 versus 2. You've got a Blitz on side, like his HP was going down then for a second, which is a point of concern. But with the Blitz on side against 2 players, he can isolate someone and just run at them. You've also got the Deimos on here. They've got all the tools to make sure this plant goes down, and it looks like that's exactly what's about to happen. He wanted to challenge here from off towards the side, but Echoes was being tracked out. They've got him figured out, and they get it over the line. Kinatrope with a great attack in this round.
Yeah, leveling things up to 2 now on the board. Father's back. The question is, you know, where do they go now? They've lost a couple of the sites. They've won a couple of the sites. It's likely going to be, I think, back up to the top floor that they go. But yeah, Kinatrope doing well to keep themselves in it. And it's kind of a funny one from Kinatrope at the minute, because I feel like it's kind of all or nothing. They either come in and really confidently clear, get a bunch of kills, really keep themselves on top of things, or they just kind of nowhere. And, you know, they not really looking to pressure or be any danger to Father's back at all. So, you know, Kinatrope just needs to try and find some consistency more than anything, I think, at the minute.
I think for both sides, it's that case of consistency, but I like the back and forth nature because we had this as well at the very start of Skyscraper, our previous map. 2 Skyscraper games, but the second one in particular, it was very back and forth to begin with before one of the teams really started to build up a rhythm, only for the other to find their own groove later into that game as well. So I like it when it's this back and forth nature. You're seeing strong rounds from either side. Father's back, dealing with the craziness coming out of Kinotrope. It does feel like, to me at least, like Kinotrope are the ones determining how these rounds are getting played out, whereas Father's back are kind of there for the ride. So really it comes onto their side. Kinotrope, this is the attackers, to determine how these rounds should play out. A little bit of composure, and this is theirs for the taking.
Interesting rotation from Freezer into Piano. Worth keeping an eye on that one. It's on the right-hand side, so not the end of the world. You kind of do it like that because you've got your rotation into Freezer from Lumber on the left-hand side, and then the rotation out of it into Piano on the right-hand side with the reinforcement directly in front of you. So you can walk in there safely behind the reinforcement, and then you can peek around it. But we'll just see if Kinotrope get themselves established in Piano, how much damage can be done from there, and also can they use it on the reverse. We're going to see the first kill come in. It's going to be Dora taken out, so that's going to be the sentry off the board, and a good start for Kinotrope in round 5.
It's really interesting how we've seen Dora getting so aggressive in these entries as well, just not giving anything away and wanting to get involved in these scraps. Obviously not quite working out from as well as they'd like. Okamesh going to find his second of the round, this one coming in from a Claymore, and Yukis finds out number 2, who has really not arrived into this game yet. And it makes you understand why Kinotrope are about to be 4-2. 3-2 up on their attacking side. Could yet make it a 4-2 half, but they are looking dominant. And as I said, Tim, they're the ones leading the way that this game is playing out.
Candy's position is known, which makes things very difficult for him now. He's at the top of red stairs, and this is the thing about top floor on Cafe. There's only 2 ways up there, red stairs and white stairs. So if you've got numbers advantage on top floor, you've got the diffuser down. All Kinotrope need to do in that situation is watch 2 directions, top of white stairs and watch Cigar Door from red stairs. That's it. So it's really easy to lock it down. That's exactly what they've done. 3-2 and another good attack from Kinotrope. Like I said, if they can bring that consistency, particularly of aggression and winning gunfights, they'll cruise through the rest of this game. It's just that they haven't been able to deliver it round after round.
Absolutely not. An attack timeout from Father's back, surprising nobody. They are seemingly crumbling at the seams a little bit. And although we spoke about last weekend, they won both of their games. Dora stepping in, didn't have the best in terms of stat lines, but obviously changed something in the team. The dynamic improved quite a lot. It kind of goes to show that when number 2 isn't performing, though, this team is struggling. Right now, Dora's down there at 1-4. Number 2 sat at 2-5, for example. Candy and V-Bot, the only 2 players really having an impact as it stands. But impact is very limited across the team. They're sat on, 13 kills? On the other side, they're much more closer towards 20, and you can see that reflected in the overall scoreline. Just feels like Kinotrope are the ones who are far more put together today, and that's a real shame because for Father's back, again, this was their chance of getting into those playoffs and being able to make a march on forwards. So far, it feels like the door is being slammed in their face.
Heading into round 6 then, final defense coming up for Father's back, and I feel like it's a must-win defense, to be honest, at this point. I feel like, it's essential. It's essential that they get this one locked down, because I think you get Kinotrope onto the defense with the 4-2 advantage. Very difficult to chase them down at that point, especially for a Father's back team that I think particularly on attack are going to be very reliant on number 2 going in there and getting them a man advantage, finding those kills, and Kinotrope can lean into that and just play a little bit safer, play behind deployable shields. There's a number of locations on this map where they're popular, and just make it really tough for them to go in and get those early picks. So yeah, Father's back definitely needing to come away with a round now.
All right, let's see if they can get it then, because it already feels, as you say, like a bit of a car crash as they're down 4-2 on their defensive half. That is not ideal. I mean, we were sat there during the map beta, and I was saying, I know on the stats it's not the most defensive map at the moment, but Cafe is one of those that if you don't really have coherency in attack, you will really struggle to make an attack happen on it. The number of times that we've seen teams, especially here in Japan, stonewalled by a Castle of Rooney set up out towards Cigar Shop, for example, and struggling to be able to make an execute happen on this top floor, having far too much to clear when attacking onto the downstairs. There's just so much that works against you on this map, it feels, as the attackers. Lots of bottlenecks to try and figure out your way through. Lots of droning that has to be done for all these little cheeky hidey holes that the defenders will make use of. So much works against you. And for Kinotrope to already have 3, potentially 4, already kind of spells to me that we know exactly which way this game is going. Either way, they've got to work their way down from this top floor all the way through the map here and make sure they've found out these roamers. It's mainly been Dora they've had to try and contest with. This time around, I think he's dug in, is not looking to get involved in an entry engagement too early into the game.
A really good moment for Fathers back there. We saw the boogie drone thrown in through Red Stairs window that we often see, and it rips up that entire, corridor of flooring and gives a lot of angles down into kitchen. But one of the defenders actually managed to get underneath and shoot out the red canister that stops the boogie drone, much the same as, a mirror window canister works that drops the glass. It just stops the drone in its tracks. And so that's actually really good from Fathers back, because it means it's opened up a minimum of space, and it's going to take now a lot longer for Kinotrope to be able to use those verticals, because they will want them further up towards the double door where it goes into mining. That's the angles that they want to be using, really. So well played from Fathers back just to deny that bit of utility.
I'm actually, it was over here in the Japanese region that we came up with the sort of measure of teams that are trying to open up the verticals for this downstairs attack. 130 being the ideal benchmark when hammers start getting swung, or Buck starts shooting to the floor, or Rams starting to get busy. And actually, in the old days, it was Norengo that were especially poor at this. It was only about this mark. Now, the 60-second mark, they started to get that kind of work done. Very clear, very slow at clearing out the map overall. Whereas I say here, Kinotrope are looking like they're in pretty good time. Also, of course, in a spot where they've got the fuse coming along and they've got the Buck on side. That is going to evacuate these sites incredibly quickly and make a lot of room for an execute to potentially happen. They've just got to be very careful of the retakes and the yokais that still exist here in this round.
That was so nice from Kinotrope there. A great example of what Fuse's job is within a round. If it's maybe an operator you've not used too much before, Fuse isn't there to try and get kills. If he does, great. He's there for two things. Clear utility with those explosions, but also to push defenders out of position. As soon as number 2 moved, Mao was there ready. He was farmed into him, got the kill, and then they just continue coming. Diffuser goes down. You've got Vbo inside a site. He manages to get one onto a Kau, but that's likely going to be all he gets as Kawa manages to get the spot onto him, close it out. Really good attack onto Kitchen from Kinotrope again, securing a 4-2 half.
Again, it's one of those attacks that I just love watching as well. When it comes together as a team structure attack,
it was really nice, yeah.
It's just some of the best siege to watch, I think. You clear out the key players that, put a threat on where you want to plant. You get your long angles set up, like the Red Stairs player, for example. And there's just nothing that the defenders can easily do. They're forced to go and retake upstairs. They're forced to push into Red Stairs, as you saw, where they lost the 1 versus 1. It's just fantastic to watch good attacking teams do their stuff. For Fathers back, though, we already mentioned their attacking win rate is not good. Their entry win rate is not good. Their plant rate is not good. Here, now they're going to the attacking side, they've really got to show something special, because I think Kinotrope are just going to shut them out.
I think that's very likely at this point. I'm a little bit concerned for Fathers back. Looking across, you've got number 2 on 2 kills, Ekus on 1, Dora on 1. It's all about Vbo and Candy at the minute. They're going to have to continue that moving into this second half on the attack. But I just don't think 2 players popping off is going to be enough to carry Fathers back through to attacking wins against Kinotrope. Like you say, they're just going to make life a nightmare for him, and you can already see it. They've got Smoke, they've got Goyo, they've got Legion, so that screams area and time denial to me. They've got Scopos, which screams we may be going to get a bit tricky here. We're going to take the opportunity to get on the roam and we can get back to site safely, or maybe we'll leave it somewhere in the map and go on to a flank later in the round. They've got the Echo for that late round denial. It's all about deny here from Kinotrope, and Fathers back. Time is going to be a huge factor for them.
They've bought the tools for the job. Me and Sledge on side is one you'd look at and go, oh, what's that all about? But number 2, it's one of his main operators. He likes playing it over the Buck, I think, in most cases. He does play Buck as well. Sledge generally tends to be his go-to. Also, not forgetting you have the nades on side for clearing out, for example, Scopus behind the shield. If you find the deployed shell, then of course you got a spot to be able to chuck a nade in and remove the second one. The most critical thing, though, is the attacking intent, I think. You see an Ossa on side, you know full well they want to make use of that to try and make a plant happen. So they've got to try and find a way to get the Ossa inside of sight and make a plant work out for them for this to really go to the way they want to. Yokai's offline. Not a great start to the round.
No, that's really big from Fathers back. If you could pick, hand pick an opening kill, it would be onto that Echo, because we know he gets more and more powerful as the round goes on, with the potential to deny that plant. But Fathers back right now, they're doing a pretty good job here. They're getting themselves established in Bakery. They're challenging those long lines of sight. Just needs to be a little bit careful here, Vbo. He does have his shield. He can move in behind and maybe get that planted. A little bit too easy there. Ekus manages to find Okamesh. He was aware of his position. And I think Kinotrope are just selling themselves a little bit short here, Des.
You know what, though? I think it's super well played by Father's Back. The way that they pinched that Echo out, forced him to move with the Firebolt from the Capital. And the best part is it didn't take a long time to do. They did it in really, really quick fashion. And now Echoes is sat on front door, has found one that was challenging the long angle through towards that wall. Now obviously is in a spot where he's been picked off and Yukis has resumed control. Problem is, that leaves the Smoke entirely alone on site to stave off 3. Pushing into him, steps out and Yukis finds 1. Good stuff. But that said, that Smoke has now gone down. He was alone on site. As much as we praise Kinatrop, we've also got to praise Father's Back for what has been a brilliant attack so far. The Ossa's in, Plant has gone down, post-plant begins, and Yukis has got to pull off what would now be a 1 versus 3 to win this out. He finds the second. Are they really giving him all of this? Dora, the substitute step in, has got to go massive here. 16 HP to Yukis' name. He's got to win the 1v1. He sees the man, but doesn't quite pick him off. Dora knows where he is. He knows where he's coming from. About 15 seconds to win out this 1 versus 1. Yukis has got the time, but can he find the man? Is Dora watching? Yes, he is. Eyes on double door, picks up his man, and they almost managed to turn that one back around.
Very, very close. All down to Yukis at the end there, just really battling Kinatrop back into it. But, yep, Kinatrop, like you said, Father's Back did some great work there, some great team play to get themselves into a planting position. I think Kinatrop helped them along the way. Stuff like Okamesh just standing next to a punch hole in a barricade at main door. Like, you know, what do you think somebody's going to do when they see that? They're going to ADS on it and wait for you to stick your face into it, which is exactly what happened. You know, they can't be giving away cheap deaths like that. I'm not sure if the other... I think the other Scorpos shell had probably been destroyed at that point. But on 16 HP, a bit of me was like screaming inside, can you switch shells? Can you switch shells? Have you got more HP on the other shell? You know, because that's another mindset that as players we need to get into when playing that Scorpos. You know, what's my health situation on the other one? And can I get an advantage by switching out to that and maybe effectively, you know, get a bit of healing for myself? You know, that's another mindset that we need to be getting into. I think it might have been taken out at that point, but yeah, definitely, you know, another one that's worth consideration, along with, and this couldn't have happened because there wasn't any Claymores on side, but if you're playing against Scorposes, always consider Claymore in the inactive shell. It depends where it is. If it's off in the map for a potential flank, and it's the camera's not, you know, serving any purpose or getting any real advantage, get a Claymore in front of it rather than destroying it. It's easy to think, oh, I'll take my 20 points, I'll destroy it. But, you know, realistically, it gives an opportunity to get a kill. If they do switch and they don't know the Claymore's there, you can get a kill. If you take it out, they just don't switch. They can't switch because the shell's been destroyed, so they still remain alive wherever they are. So, you know, there's a lot of different mindsets we need to get into yet with Scorpos as an operator.
I do agree that we'll see. I mean, after seeing that play yesterday almost come off in Brazil on Bank, like, I'm just like, anything is possible. Anything is possible with Scorpos, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what else we see from of that operator as time goes by. In this one, obviously keeping a very close eye on how they're going to approach this. They changed the way last second. I saw number 2 was on Lion, then went to Twitch and ended up being on Flores. A little nervous about it. Like, I get it. I think the Twitch is probably better in this round because you've got to deal with the Fenrir gadgets. You've got to deal with the Goyo canisters as well. There's lots that you can worry about. And also being able to remove the mute jammers as long as you can get the angle on it with the Twitch presents a lot more opportunities. That said, obviously you get 4 of those Rotero drones, which might prove to be better. I think is he bugged and stuck on Repel. That is unfortunate. Yes, he is.
I think that would look like the case.
Yes.
Yeah. So
they may rehost the round, TBD, we'll see. But normally that would be a case if it's a game bug, then normally you're allowed to rehost.
We'll see what happens as we go through. For the time being, Father's Back are going to progress on the attack. Going to be trying to level things up 4-4 here. They're getting themselves inside of Piano. Vibo is going to be put out of his misery there by Akus.
He's more useful on drones, right?
Exactly that. He's been removed from the rappel. That has been dealt with, and we're not going to give the kill across to the other team. Let's not boost their KD any more than we need to. They have got themselves established in Piano here. They're looking to open up the rear side of Freezer. It's not going to be the top floor they're attacking onto. It is, of course, Reading, so they're looking to get across to that far side, get established in Cocktail, Freezer, barback storage, just give themselves that opportunity to start opening up some of those verticals. They do have the Rotero drones on Flores to be able to do so. Just looking not an awful lot of alternative when it comes to soft destruction. Echoes does manage to find Yuki's in a trade, so still 3 versus 4. 35 seconds left to go. I'm not sure Father's Back have got the tools to get this done, Des.
No, I think without having the IQ on side to deal with those black eyes as well, it's going to be a real frustration point for them here that it really could have helped them in this round, but it's not going to be the case. Candy also falling down. Kinotrope, it looks like, in a good position to get this one held down. They get the rotate. At least say that 2 kills come back out of nowhere. And a third, number 2, that's what he's known for. Makes it to an Okamesh. The last one left standing, the 1v1 between them. Okamesh ultimately wins out. They've got to chase him down here. Sees the head, and of course, Okamesh is not going to lose it. When the 2 best players on either team step up, they go massive for them. But ultimately, it's Kinotrope coming out on top.
Well, we had the head-to-head between the 2 of them. Before we got started in the server, we knew that they were both going to be important players for their teams, and we see exactly why there. Number 2 just giving that injection of pace at the end of the round that they needed with a couple of kills. It was so close for them, but Okamesh, he stands tall and says, yep, anything you can do, I can at least match it. And he closes out the round. Kinotrope go 5-3.
Another really quality game as well, where it's staying dangerously close between them. I know we're in a bit of a pause right now, and that may mean they're having this conversation about, do we re-give that round because the player couldn't play? Do we just play on as we are? That'll be a discussion they have now before we get back into things.
Yeah, that'll be for the admins to decide, and as soon as we've got that call, of course, we'll let you know if anything's going to change. But as it stands at the minute, Kinotrope have themselves at least a little bit of a winning margin either way, 5-3, 4-3, whichever way it goes. But Father's back. I think have looked pretty good on the attack so far. They weren't really, working with enough urgency, and I just don't feel like, IQ or not, they just didn't have the tools for the job then, Des. You're attacking onto reading. How have you not got any soft breach beyond the Reteros? Yeah, you can get a couple of your lines of sight opened up that you need to, but how much of a risk is that? Attacking from, top floor down. What if your Flores gets killed? What if your Flores gets killed in the first 30 seconds? What are you going to do then? You've got to have an alternative. Soft breach is so critical to that take that you've got to have a book, a sledge, an ash as a there's so many options there, but you've got to bring one of them.
The only possibility I can think of was they'd be looking more towards like a mining fireplace take. Work your way in, go lateral rather than worrying about going for the vertical. Because I'm with you, like, you can't afford to go into reading when you have no vertical control. It will sting you. Maybe you get away with fireplace. Maybe. And that's maybe what they were trying to look for. Problem is they were being held at bay by the Valkyrie cameras, as we noted. Obviously didn't have the IQ able to help them there. So there were a few factors that played into it. And I said, I imagine that's the conversation going on right now to decide if that round should be replayed or if we carry on with Kinotrope up 5-3.
Reminding everybody, of course, of the stakes of this game. In our standings at present, the last spot, everything else is confirmed. There is one playoff spot up for grabs. It is currently held by Enterforce, who were able to beat Veet earlier on today, get themselves onto 7 points, and they now sit in 6th place. However, Father's Back are only 1 point behind on 6 points. So doesn't take a great mathematician to work out that any win, overtime or otherwise, will put Father's Back ahead on points of Enterforce, and they will drop out. Even 1 point in overtime will tie things up, and Father's Back will have the better round difference, so they will still jump ahead. So all Father's Back need here is to get themselves on to 6 rounds. If they can do that, they will secure the playoff spot, and Enterforce will, despite their win this morning, or afternoon or evening, depending where you're watching in the world, will drop out of those playoff spots. So there is a lot riding on this one.
There is. And ultimately, we have Scars versus Kag. So if you are new to Japan, or if you just really love Japan, either way, take your pick. That is the game to watch. They are the 2 best teams in Japan by a country mile. Every team has been battered by them, basically. I think the only time one of those 2 teams didn't win was on the very first day. Cyclops lost out to V, which I'd probably put down to a false start for Cyclops more than anything else, given what we've seen from Vita across the stage and how things are built up. So that'll be a real clash of the titans to determine ultimately who can hold that current title as best team in the Japan League. That will ultimately be answered by the major, of course, and who makes a deeper run. Historically, that's looked like Scars. They've been that team that many teams have said on an international stage they hate playing against them. We heard the same back in Mexico in 2021 about Cyclops. It was a similar story. Both of these 2 teams are not fun to play against because they are an absolute nightmare. And knowing how good Nina's been playing for Scars at the minute, I don't know how you stop that, Matt. He's the best player in Japan by a country mile as well. Really hard to stop and slow down. And I'm really excited to see how more time together has helped that team mature. And hopefully they put on a good show in Montreal.
Yeah, it's always a nice showcase to sort of cap the stage off with when those two meet at the end of it. It was the same in stage 1. They were the final game. And it's always a nice way to round it out because you usually have them go through the stage looking super strong, you know, getting all these wins, racking up the points like they have done this time, but not really answering the question of who is better between the two. Obviously, Scars stand 3 points ahead at the minute, but either of those two teams are capable of taking that win in our last match of the day, and it's always a good one. You know, there's always a lot of competitiveness, I think, between the two teams to be coming out and putting that marker down as the best team in the region, so definitely one to look forward to.
Absolutely. Well, like to get back into things shortly. I'm hoping maybe a rehost coming on through for that round. Time will tell us very, very soon. Tim, what does your meal look like once this broadcast is done? Is it a beans on toast time? Is it more cereal?
No,
chicken wraps?
it'll be yeah, chicken on tortilla wraps. 250 grams of chicken across 2 wraps. And then it'll be either beans on toast or pasta with like a bolognese sauce later on, usually about 4 or 5 o'clock. Then chicken wraps again at about 8 o'clock. And then cereal before bed.
Very good, mate. Where's the fish and rice cake in that?
Fish and a rice cake. Chicken wrap. For me, it's...
I did watch that video during the break, you know.
Chicken wraps and cereal for me.
I had to go and pull it up. It was brilliant. Nice little throwback every now and then to that.
But yeah, plenty of calories getting piled in, don't you, Uri?
How have you found casting Brazil as well versus Japan this stage? This has now turned into a Tim interview, by the way, guys. I'm sorry, but we've got to fill time, so here we are.
Well, they're just very different regions, aren't they? You know, you've got Japan with 2 very dominant teams in Scars and Cyclops. I love coming to Japan. The reason I love watching Japan is, you know, things are done a bit differently. We tend to see different bans. We tend to, you know, see different ways of playing, sometimes for good, sometimes for bad. You know, we don't always know what we're going to get. Brazil, the reason that I love Brazil so much is it's just a super competitive region. You know, if you remember on Playday 1, you know, we covered it, and I said to you at the time, you said, oh, wow, you know, we've got some big games today. And I said, honestly, because of how competitive Brazil is, there's, you know, like, I'd say at least 6 or 7 absolute top-tier teams. Every week has got those matchups. It's like you go into a week and it's like, all right, well, yeah, we've got Liquid versus FaZe today. What a huge game. And then you go into the next play day and you're like, oh, we've got FaZe versus NIP. What a huge game. You know, and you just, oh, we've got Furia Liquid. What a huge game. And you just go round and round. Every single play day has got at least 2 or 3 absolute bangers of a game. So, you know, that's what there is to love about Brazil.
Well, as you can see, there's lots of love here too. The game is now back underway. By the looks of it, we are carrying on at the 5-3 scoreline. So despite that bug in the previous round with V-Borts, things are going to proceed as they were. And I also think we've had a rehost because I think some players have changed positions overall inside the game. So one thing to note there, rehost came on through just to make sure everything is okay. It is okay, and we're carrying on at 5-3.
Going to have, again, Father's back immediately out towards those windows. They're going to be looking for some top floor control. It's going to be a case of getting into piano. They are attacking top floor this time, so they're going to need a little bit less control than last time. We don't need to worry too much about that verticality, but funnily enough, they bring along the sledge this time. Go figure this. Attack onto reading, no sledge. Attack onto cocktail where you don't need the sledge. We'll bring the sledge.
I mean, again, we know this team love it. Number 2, Sledge is his most played operator, despite him being arguably out of the meta right now. I know there's some players we know that beg for future changes to Sledge to make him a little bit more viable, but clearly this team seem to believe that, hey, he's actually the player to be playing. Forget about the book. We'll keep on bringing that Sledge along, and I'd say they're making it work. Obviously, they find themselves down a little bit now. Great C4. B-Bort being picked off. Grim removed from the field. Certainly not a bad start to the round.
Yeah, that's a great start for Kinotrope there. Really gives them a big advantage going forward. We've spoken about, you know, these operators. There you go. A beauty from Mao. Gets aggressive onto Ekus. Takes down the gridlock as well. You know, we've spoken operators like Grim. In this case, it's going to be Grim and Capitao. They're your operators that are your go switchers. They're the ones that say this execute is happening when their utility goes in. That's, you know, largely what they're there to do, to clear space and create that opportunity for an execution. And so by taking those players off, it really does start to hamper the attack, because they were the focal points. They're generally what your strategy is built around, whether it be to clear space early in the round or whether it be to provide an opportunity for execute late in the round. The strategy is generally built around that utility. So now you got to think on your feet.
Massively so. And at this point, as you say, down in numbers, It's a little bit of a stinker for them. Someone's going to have to work a moment of magic, and naturally all eyes in the room turn towards number 2 when you ask that kind of question. It's not been his game so far. It's all been run by Kinotrope. We said they've largely led the flow. The rhythm of this game determined where the action happens. And he's going to try and do his best here to get inside and make something happen. Cocktail, right sort of idea. There is a player dug in the back. Not that he knows this. Cower's also tucked in. Dora finds one. Not that it matters. Kinotrope just hold their nerve there. And as soon as the push comes on through, they pick up their freebies and take the round. 6-3 to them. For Father's back, it's looking like playoffs is definitely a far gone dream.
Yeah, I think so. You know, this is kind of what we expected. When Kinotrope got that 4-2 half on the attack, you know, we said coming forward it was likely going to be a tough one for them to really get back into it, and Kinotrope are showing why. They're just starting to really lock things down now. Very difficult for Father's back to go anywhere. You got Mao aggressing onto Cocktail Window, for example. We see the kill here. You know, the Kinotrope are just starting to take it up a notch now, and just making life really difficult, really oppressive for Father's back.
Nice. Once we go then for what could be the last round, Kinotrope taking us down into Kitchen to set things up and serving up a victory. For themselves, as we've already said, offers no real difference. They will still find themselves here in playoffs. Maybe most critically, they'll find themselves in 3rd place if they get anything from this game. They're currently conceding that position to exist, so as long as they win, in fact, anything will do fine now. They're in overtime at least, which means they will jump ahead of exist. They get 3rd place. They face off against the team in 6th, who, as things stand, that will be Enterforce. Again, some nervousness around that for me, because Enterforce are a team that I don't really fancy playing, knowing what they've been doing so far, and again, the quality that currently exists on that team, what they could do with a little bit of prep coming ahead of a best of 3, they could surprise Kinotrope.
Now another for Father's back. Either win 3 in a row, or you will find yourself out of the playoffs, out of the game, and out of stage 2, heading towards those LCQs potentially if you manage to qualify. So, can they get it done? Just gonna be getting the castle open on into Wedding. And then heading up to the top floor. So it is going to be a top floor tip. They're going to look to clear down, make sure that they've got any roamers gone. Please tell me you've got some soft breach on side Father's back. Yes, they've got the book, thankfully, so they can get the work needed that they need to on the mid floor. Now, Yuki's up on the top floor. So his other Scorpos shell, I believe, is down inside a site or on the bottom floor. And what we're likely to see here is potentially a roam on top floor. And once he feels he's had his impact, he may well drop himself away. But no, he's not going to get the opportunity. He left it too late. Number 2 manages to find the kill onto Yukis. It's not a complete loss. His other shell is still going to be an active camera. Deployable shield. Depending where it's been positioned, it can still be very, very useful. But they have at least lost the body.
I imagine it's dug inside a site somewhere. It's really common to see roaming Scopus leave one of the shells on site, let your defenders use it as both a camera and a shield. Admittedly not here, like inside a bakery, but somewhere on site you'll find that scattered around, I expect. We'll see it, no doubt, as the round wears on, or at least I'm hoping to.
I think it's out in VIP.
Oh, really? That'd be interesting.
Possibly. I'm not sure if it was the scope or so. Yeah, just down there.
Yeah, you can see it now. Yeah,
yeah, just in VIP.
The outline, sorry.
But again, you know, important camera position because it's going to look through straight into long bar. So you're going to get any idea whether anything's coming. You'll get sound calls from bottom white potentially. You know, a lot of intel can be gathered from that position.
Well, still some use to them, but obviously you'd rather still have the player alive with the gun. That's the most important part in these rounds. Clock wearing down to the last 60 seconds, and Father's back. This is do or die. Your last chance to make this one work. The last chance to try and get a spot inside of these playoffs. You've got the numbers advantage for now at the very least. A lot of that utility is now rung on through. But look at this. Okamesh has got a red team. This could be disastrous for them.
It really could, but he's going to have to make a move pretty soon. Ekus manages to find one. He's cut down. V-Bot well aware there. Just waits for the jump to come down. Will have heard the footsteps above him and closes it out. Akayu manages to find Ekus 2 versus 4. It's going to be very difficult for him and Kawa to hold on. The Yokai drones will be helpful, as will the Toxic Babe canisters. How about that? Akayu finds a beauty of a shot through onto Candy. He's just a little bit concerned about that verticality above him, but there's no one there to challenge, and he can get comfortable here. Kawa finds one, surely not this. A 2v4 becomes a 2v2, and Kinotrope are holding on here. The diffuser's going down.
2, the last one
number
left
2
standing.
has to come
And
off.
one
He
versus-
has to take the fight. He takes the death, and Kinatrop from nowhere win a 2v4 on side to side. Kawa and Akayu take a bow. A beautiful finish to a great performance from Kinatrop. A performance that will push them back up into 3rd place, I believe. We will get confirmation on that. Yes, I'm just having a look at the table. I can see it takes them up onto 12 points, and it will put them up there at the top, sort of the rest, if you will, outside of Scars and CAG. And that means that Father's Back will not be seeing a playoff spot, but Enter Force will. They managed to get it locked in, and they will be going into the playoffs.
That could be really awkward. I was just saying, I think Discord died on me, but VMix kept catching. So I think both of us were doing the round ending at the same time, which is fantastic, Tim. I look forward to listening to that one back. But
Oh, it'll be a beauty, that one.
Oh, it'll be a beauty. But it's exactly that, right? It's one of those, again, where so close, yet so far. Father's Back moments of promise, but just not quite enough to get them over the line. We'll go to the break there. When we come back, and I'll be back with us to talk through this game.
Well, what a way to end that game with Kinotorp coming out successful here with the 3 points, and what a way to end the hopes and the dreams of Fathers Back of making it into those playoffs, because that unfortunately will not be happening. Their objective for this game was to win 6 rounds to get that 1 point they needed, but they weren't able to do it. A 2v5 there at the end of the game that Kinotorp had absolutely no business of winning, but with the echo and the smoke, time wasting, smoke canisters, they still made it happen. I was watching it with my head in my hands, absolutely like, is this happening? Is this, wow, that is insane.
Yeah, it's one of those. When we speak about like power spikes for operators at points in the round when they're really powerful, those with recharging gadgets or things like the smoke, for example, Goyo, the longer a round goes by, the more impactful they become. Just so happened the smoke there was at that peak power point as well. Smoke still in back pocket, and you can see how a round can crumble so easily from one operator and one gadget.
Yeah, I think realistically, Fathers Back had lost their chance at the playoffs in the first half of that one, if I'm being honest. You know, they needed that really good start. As soon as Kinotorp got the 4-2 on attack and moved on to defense, we see why they won it out. You know, they're hitting a 2v5 to win a round. They were just, you know, that much better on defense than Fathers Back were able to muster. So just a stretch too far for Fathers Back, I think, to try and get themselves into the playoffs. And Kinotorp, definitely the better team on the day.
Oh, well, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. And unfortunately for Fathers Back, we weren't able to reclaim after that. A big point of our discussion prior to this game was the entries. I feel like it's still split pretty evenly, just slightly leaning in the favor of Kinotorp, doing just a little bit better there, as it seems more consistent in towards those rounds wins as well. Yugi is, of course, a great player that really stepped up here, but I felt like it was a more balanced performance. Whereas if we look at Fathers Back, right, there's one player that we are really focusing our attention to, but when it came down to the Kinotorp players, they were all stepping up individually. I mean, we talk about that 2v5, that huge 2v5 at the end of the game between Kawa and Okayu, but then Yuka's also really put up the numbers here. Akumashu generally is at the top of the team, being a little bit more passive today, as we're seeing here. But like you said, that 4-2 split that Kinotorp started out with on the attack set themselves up for a very solid base on the defense to win out the final rounds they needed.
Massively, yeah. I mean, I've got a call on the player here that we're all looking to be the hero almost for the side of Fathers Back, and that's number 2. Finished bottom of the team overall. That is not the kind of performance that, 1, he's used to having, or 2, the team really needed today. And it's sad when you speak about a team and say it all depends on one player. That is not what makes a championship winning team. So that's something this team needs to go away to the drawing board and think reevaluate whether they try for LCQs or not is a whole conversation in itself. But we mentioned about Yuki's last stage and how well he played. He's had an absolute screamer today and really put himself up there.
Yeah, beginning of the day for the predictions, if you remember, I joked, you know, there was a couple calling for Fathers Back to get the win, and I said I just can't back one player to beat Kinotorp. You know, and unfortunately, you know, tongue-in-cheek as it might have been, that's the reality of the situation. Number 2 doesn't show up, and the rest of the team at the minute just don't have enough to be competitive with the better sides in the region.
The double digits, I think we can guess who our MVP will be for this specific matchup. My vote goes towards Yukis, like we said, of course, really putting up the numbers, but also if you look at the cost, the consistency that this player was able to put up throughout the entire game, being able to step up round after round after round after round really helps your team into putting all those rounds in the board that you need.
It's exactly that, right? It's more what he enabled as well by making this space for his team with the entries that he secured, the kills that he was rocking up in the mid-round. In literally a single game here, we've seen Kinotorp double the number of plants they've had so far this stage, securing 4 between rounds 3 to 6. That is big, you know, indication of the team improvement they've had, the ability to coordinate as a group and get these diffusers down, and all in pretty good time as well. I think it was the average is about 46 seconds or so. Just really good, consistent team play. It's helped their stats a lot, and it kind of goes to show that sometimes beating on the weak guy in the competition is the way to make your stats look good. But either way, fantastic game out.
Yeah, and I was going to say much the same about the teamwork element. You know, Yukis has put up some big numbers there, definitely facilitated by the other players. It's kind of like, yeah, the MVP is his because the numbers have fallen his way, but it honestly could have been, you know, other players that had picked up those numbers as well. So just a really good all-round performance from Kinotorp.
Let's have a look at our standings one more time, because we keep on bringing those back today, because today is a super important day in regards of our players. Like we said, prior to today, 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. Well, those 3 spots have now been given away to the teams. The final 3 at the very bottom of the top 6 in that case exist. Crest and Enterforce are closing out our top 6, making it towards those playoffs, and Vite and Fathers Back unfortunately falling short at the very final hurdle. 6 points points for them. It is really, really close, if we can see in here at the very bottom of our group stage. But unfortunately, we only have one more game left in our group stage. But just like the dessert after your fish and your rice cake, we got the best game saved up for the very last. The number 1 and number 2 of Japan going up against each other. After the break, we'll be back with Kag and Scars.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave! he might just find it!
Tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
The very best for the very last. We have our closing out stage game with an absolute banger between KAG and Scars. So number 1 and number 2 in Japan League as it stands and will be. We just have to determine who will be number 1 and who will be number 2. Does that matter? Yes, sure it does, because that determines what side of the brackets you will be on for your playoffs. Will you play against teams seeded 3rd and 6th or 4th and 5th? So it can really matter a lot as to who you're playing against in your matches. Right after this, we're having a quick peek at our bracket as it currently stands. Our quarterfinals have been determined due to all the teams that are below KAG and Scars having played their final games. We know their final positions. This is what it will be looking like. So would you rather go up against Entaforce or Kinatrope or Crest or Exist? Well, that is what this game is really going to matter for this.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? It's a pick your poison sort of vibe. Because if Kinatrope come out on top there, cool. Yeah, if Crest or Exist come out on top, cool. Both are hard games to play. Teams of a relatively similar caliber as well. So I think regardless of where these two teams finish now, although you'd look at it and say, cool, you want to finish first place, you get the better seed. On the day, any team can beat anyone. Obviously, it's been hard to beat these top 2 teams, and I imagine they won't really be bothered about who steps up to face them. But for sure, this is a game for kind of brownie points, I think, and to say, yeah, we finished top of the regular stage, which is a big deal to be able to brag about.
You got to remember as well, in Japan, of course, only one of these teams qualifies in the playoffs automatically through to the major. You know, anybody else will have to go through LCQs. So getting any small advantage that you can. Honestly, with the way that I've just seen them, I kind of want to avoid Kinatrope. You've got to be able to, you know, beat anybody to get to the big stage. But, you know, personally, if I can avoid them, if I can top the group and avoid them, not the end of the world.
Would be good. I mean, hey, we might get a bit of a taste of what the potential grand final like when it comes down to the playoffs and that major spot all the way further down the line. But we're talking about these two teams here, and we'll start talking KAG first because they're the team that needs to put up everything that they have. They need to apparently win 7-3 or better if they want to take first. I mean, doing maths early in the morning, maybe you're doing better. You're better at doing maths early in the morning, Des. But what we're seeing from KAG so far in this stage is all of a sudden they start to become more predictable. And then, in my opinion, sometimes they're still not predictable whatsoever. They can surprise you with all these types of chaos, types of crazy attacks, rushes, but they're in a great form. They secured 2 victories last week and are looking to add another one to the tally.
They are absolutely fab, yeah, completely agree. The problem with this team, I think, is they've always been second fiddle to Scars. Whenever it's been auto-qual, it tends to be Scars that have made it ahead of them. KAG tend to join them in some way, shape, or form through things like LCQs. And this is not at all a bad team to write off, by the way. I'm not saying, they're always going to be second fiddle to Scars. They can absolutely beat Scars on the right day. You can see by the numbers in the bottom right corner, we've seen these players play together for a good amount of time now. They're a solid unit. They're well known on the international stage. It's no surprise at all that they find themselves in contention to finish in first place. The problem is their opponent is just that little bit better.
I always love this matchup because, you know, in reality, both of these teams, they should be picking up the majority of the points, you know, through the stage, which is what we're going to see from the past results now. But that is where these two should be at. The big question always gets asked when they play each other. because that's always going to be the big challenge for these two teams in this region. It's going to be Cyclops versus Scars, who can come out on top. And, you know, for me, I just think it's always one to look forward to in the calendar. We can see the only difference between the two of them at the minute is that opening day loss that Cyclops took, going down 7-3 to Vita, otherwise won everything else out. Scars, by contrast, have won absolutely everything, so they're 3 points clear at the minute. But yeah, anybody's to play for that top spot still.
100%. I mean, you mentioned briefly about how with Japan there's only one spot to be given away for the major with the playoffs. 130 LCQ. I mean, CAG was a team that made it through the LCQ last time around, but their opponents for today, they made it to the major through the actual playoffs. We're talking about Scars, the #1 team in Japan, and as it currently stands, unbeaten through the group stage. That's a really important thing. They, of course, want to maintain that. And what I really like about this team in specific is their attacks. There is so much diversity when it comes to their attacks and what they bring to the table. And even if their first plan goes to fail, they always have a backup plan. They always have these individual players that really pop off. And they are just showing how on all these kind of fronts, they are such a good team in Japan.
I mean, looking at the scale of difference, right? You've got a 76% attacking win rate there. As a throwback to earlier, Vita have got a 24% one. They are literally polar opposites, and that just shows how big the gap is from bottom of the table, bottom teams, up to these top teams that sit at the very top. To have a 76% attacking win rate is absolutely ludicrous in a region anywhere around the world, really. But then to also have defense to match at 81%, like I said, CAG are good, but Scars are just that little bit better and have been for a long time. They're really hard to bring down, really hard to beat. And I think anyone who's going against them today, you're riding on a prayer, if nothing else.
If you remember in the last game, obviously we talked about Father's back and #2 and how the rest of the team needed to step up around him. And that's basically what this Scars team is. They've got Nina, who is absolutely, you know, crazy good and way top of the standings at the minute, but also then backed by 4 other players who are seriously delivering on all levels. And then this is what you get. You get a set of results whereby nobody's even taken more than 2 rounds off them. Like, yeah. That's wild. The fact that they've lost, what, quick maths, 11 rounds through 6 games, that's just unbelievable.
Wow, that's really, really impressive, if we can say so. And in my memory, when we first saw Scars on the international stage, everyone talked about Reg, how he was nicknamed that bulldozer and really was the spearhead of this team. And with Nina joining them since the beginning of stage 1, this roster has continued to blossom even more. And Nina is, no surprise, our top EPS player as well with 144. That is 13 points above the person that is right following underneath that. So Nina obviously is in our head-to-head for today as well. The top performing player of Scars, we have to look at him against the top performing player on the side of CAG. That is Chibisu, and it's just... it's silly to think how, you know, these are the number 2 teams in Japan, but still the stats are leaning so much in the favor of Nina.
Levels, isn't there? There are just levels in players, and Nina at the minute is just... you go 8-1 on entry across an entire stage. That is ludicrous. To then be 64-23 on KD, he's almost got a 3.0 KD. That is terrifying. And Chibisu's not a bad player. I mean, look on the left. You wouldn't complain about those stats, seeing that on your team either. That's just how much better Nina is, and I can't keep stressing this enough. CAG are good. Scars are just that next level above, and largely it comes down to Nina.
We could sit here all day and talk about, you know, the level of performance that Nina's been able to put up. Like you said, coming in from stage 1, really grown within the team. And the thing is, as I've said, we see the team performance that we've got. We see the stats of all the other players. And when Nina's going to come out and do the job that Nina does, it gives those other players a lot more room as well to facilitate them, because there's such a focus on Nina. You know, you've got to deal with Nina, but then you get hit by Rek. It's just such a huge problem for anybody to solve.
We're seeing it right here. These two teams making it to that international stage quite often. They have some experience there. Now they have to once again go up against each other. And I like how you two said about the second game was a really high quality game. I see you really enjoyed it. Well, I'm sure you're going to enjoy this one as well. It just has to depend on what kind of map we will be going to. These teams individually played Skyscraper and Consulate last week. That will not be a part of the occasion today, but we have 3 maps left in the veto for our best of 1 here for today. Unfortunately, we only get 1 map between these two, but it will be heading to Bank. How are we feeling about that one?
I love it. CAG are a really good team at roaming around the map and being hyper aggressive and really making you fight for every inch of the map. But Scars are that team that are just so good at isolating players and forcing 2 or 3v1s and making you feel bad for wanting to try and play Siege, basically. This will be really good because Bank is such a massive map. Loads of opportunities for that kind of engagement between the two teams. It's going to be spicy.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think lots of gunfights, you know, lots of opportunities, like you say, for maybe players to get cornered in that little 2v1, but all of a sudden they hit 2 kills and get out. You know, lots of those sort of situations could crop up here. There's only really top floor that won't see too much of that, and it'll have the defenders kind of locking in and trying to hold on to angles. But yeah, I think this will be a great map for these two.
We had a bit of Scopus earlier today as well. Do you feel like Ben could allow the opportunity for Scopus to be played out here too?
I hope it plays out like yesterday. I want that best play again. Jesus. But absolutely yes, Anne is the answer.
All right, we'll hope to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Scopus is a lot of fun, especially on maps with a lot of space, and Bank just plays perfectly into that.
It's a perfect space, though, for this specific matchup here with the top 2 teams of Japan League. Scars looking to stay unbeaten throughout the stage, and CAG looking to throw a spanner in their works to potentially claim that very first spot at the leaderboard of Japan League. Our final game of the group stage goes down on Bank.
And shock horror here, it's Scars that sit way up in the fan prediction because... What's to hate, Tim? Scars just seem to go from strength to strength to strength every single year. Yet to really break into like a big top 4 finish and put big challenge onto the top 3 regions of EU, NA, and Brazil. But if anyone's going to do it realistically, it's going to be them.
It's the next stage, isn't it? It's the next step. You know, we saw, you know, the last team from, I know it's not, you know, necessarily the APAC region anymore, but, you know, all those sub-regions that we consider part of that area. The last one really was Damwon Kia to do it consistently and to get up into those top 4s and to really take it to the big teams at the international events. And yeah, I've been looking at Scars for a long while now. You know, we've covered Japan League reasonably consistently over the last couple of years, and you look at it and you just feel every time like, yeah, they're coming in hot here, you know, and I feel that way again for stage 2. If they're the ones ultimately that end up qualifying for Montreal, you look at it and you think, you know, Nina potentially, we've seen it with Rec before, you know, Nina's going to get on land potentially and really hurt some teams, and it just needs them to take that next step now, really.
All right, well, let's see how this one plays out then. Down into the basement we go for this first round. Bans have finished off pretty quickly as well. Dokkaebi being taken away. Somewhat of a surprise as Aniton is a massive Dokkaebi merchant. Loves playing it, but Monty's still on side. Obviously, one to be mindful of. We see Aniton play that operator a lot. And see if, of course, they get to abuse it as time goes. I love this little fly-through, by the way. I love the use of Freecon that we do see in the prep phase that you get to see so much. Just a little bit of appreciation there to the observers.
Doing a great job, as always. So, as you say, you know, everybody can get a little bit excited about the potential of Aniton being on shields in the second half. Always a fun one to watch, and a little bit of a rarity, usually banned out against Cyclops, but when the opportunity does present, it is an awful lot of fun because, for my money, he's the best shield player that we've possibly ever seen in the game. He's absolutely unbelievable on Monty, and has, you know, been target banned massively, but I tell you what, he doesn't need a shield in front of him. He's just going to absolutely slam wreck as he tries to come in and take some quick control of server.
That's the other side of talking about it is, you know, prior to Nina being the absolute pop-off player that he is now, Rek was that guy in Japan. He was the player to watch, right? Yes, it's been absolutely destroyed here on the glass, and that's a large part of their execute. But also worth noting that it's not exactly the easiest character to bring down onto it either. So a great entry to find out there. Of course, it's Aniton that's picking him off here. Good start for the side of Cyclops.
Yeah, losing the glass there is really big because you've lost some of your smoke utility. They do still have more, of course, but you've lost your ability to play through it. So that other smoke utility you've got is kind of wasted now. It doesn't have the same value. They brought 6 smoke canisters along, you know, and that could have provided an awful lot of time for Rek to just sit in behind there and wait for his opportunities with that thermal scope to pick up 3 kills through it. You know, no warden on the opposite side on the defense to prevent that. So big loss potentially here. This attack just got a lot more difficult.
Whenever you see a player like Frog drop through a hatch like that to him straight into the back, you just kind of get that moment where you shiver and just think, oh, my back. Oh. I don't know if it's like an older person thing now. Every time I see it, I'm just like, I can't imagine. Oh, I know exactly why I'm asking you, Tim, and you know exactly why I'm asking you. And let's be honest, the viewers know you. Let's not pretend. Just makes you shiver every time.
Once again attacked by Desertu on cast.
It happens so regularly.
We're going to see the server hatch opened up, and we're going to see, I believe it was Sharif on the smoke, just deciding that his race is running there. He tries to sneak his way back in, but there is a drone there. He's just got himself into a tough spot now. With the Monty down there, he's likely going to be playing his life here.
He's got no smokes either, but the thing is he's kind of trapped, so they need to force him out of this one. It gets a little bit awkward. And like that, he stepped out and found Tayo as well. The Monty's gone. That's not good. Pre-fire around the corner. He will eventually fall, but at the cost of the Monty. That's a bit of a stinger. You've got to play through 3 C4 still here, Tim. There's no Monty to get the plant down with a little bit of cover with that shield on his back. This could be rough for Scars.
It's a big mistake. It's a big mistake from them. You know, once you open up that server hatch, you see Sharik move away from blue stairs. They're going to be getting the diffuser down, but there's absolutely no chance as Cyrenaico moves across and takes down Washoy. Nina starts to get something going on the Finker LMG, but it's going to take a lot more than 1 kill. It's going to take 3 more to be precise as Black Ray takes down Fishlike. Can Nina find any more? Of course he can. Finds himself a second 1v2. Cut down by Black Ray to close out the round. Cyclops getting themselves the first on the board there. But yeah, as I was saying, that push into blue was just really badly timed by Scars. So you've got your Monty going to top of blue stairs. You've got Sharik playing down there on smoke. Once you open that server hatch, Sharik has a decision to make. He either leaves at that point safely before the hatch is opened, or he decides to play his life in blue. So as it is, Sharik says, nope, I'm not having any of that. There's a Monty there. I'm going to push back into sight. So he goes back into sight. The big mistake from Scars is the fact that Sharif is actually allowed to get back in behind server stack. We later in the round saw the actual angle being held in behind server stack, and that should have been the angle that was being watched to prevent him moving back in there. He should have died when he went across there. As it was, he didn't, and then he gets a free shot onto the Monty, who has to challenge him to try and move him out of that position, to try and dislodge him, because he's not going to move far enough for nades going in there. He can sort of dance around them. So it was actually pretty poor timing, really, from Scars. Nobody should be allowed to play in and around server, especially to get back in there once that hatch is open. So, yeah, drop the ball on that one a little bit.
I really think I need to go and buy the Cyclops player card, by the way. Every time I see it, I'm just like, that might be the best card I think I've ever seen. It is so gorgeous. Watching me get into Voxelect next time, it just absolutely dropped my socks. I was like, yep, that's getting bought after this broadcast is done. I look forward to that one. But I'm absolutely with you. I think it was really good of Cyclops to put up these little obstacles and the hurdles. They kept them moving around. It's like when someone's practiced to run a race and you're just choosing to move things around a little bit, give them hurdles in different positions that they aren't expecting, trip them up every now and then. And it worked wonderfully. The smoke going across was definitely a risk, but a risk ultimately that paid off with a bit of time being wasted. And I just think if they keep on playing this way, Cyclops, they will keep on disrupting Scars. It did come very close at the end of that round. It came down to a 1v1. But what would you expect coming in between the best 2 teams in the region? Of course it's going to be close.
Absolutely. You know, like I said, you know, without losing the Monty inside a server, that's potentially a Scars round, definitely. As it is, we're going to have Tayo moving in, looking to just get a little bit of a land grab going on. He's just going to try and get a bit of space secured behind that Talon shield, but he is being fronted up by a Clash, kind of at long range at the minute. But again, just not allowed to get too comfortable, certainly not to push too far forward.
Look at that, the bulletproof being used to deny the Salma as well. They can keep on rotating that potentially here and try and keep this wall locked up for a relatively good amount of time. Oh, and the swing in, Cyrenaico steps out. Down goes Wreck. Traded out by Fishlike, but now he's down as well. It is back and forth battling between these two, and it's only the first round. Cyclops are the ones coming away with the kills. They stand firm. They've got a Clash bearing down on Fishlike, who's not going to be having a great time. Didn't even zap him, Tim. Just looked at him and let him know, you know this round. It's cut, my friend.
But it's a terrible corner to get stuck in as well, because he doesn't want to move forward because he knows he could potentially be peaked from stock. He needs a little bit of support. That's going to now happen as he gets his Nina moving across, just trying to support his Grim, is there alongside now. They need to recover that down diffuser, but in a 2v4, again, very, very quickly, it's going to be difficult to do anything. Black Ray takes down Nina just as he did at the end of the last round, leaves it now 1v4. Fishlike with it all to do, trying to get inside of stock, and I love this from Cyclops. I loved the confidence that came out of Cyrenaico. He got that first kill. Beautiful from Sharif.
He's been giving the 1-2, 1-2.
He's just dancing around. Absolutely beautiful stuff. tough. But yeah, Cyrenaico gets that first kill onto stock window, and I love the confidence. He goes for more, he gets taken out. But you could just see he got that first one and he thought, right, I'm hitting shots, I'm going here. And he just ran into the middle of stock to try and find more. It didn't pay off, but ultimately the rest of the attack collapsed elsewhere at the same time because of the attention that Cyrenaico was taking in stock. So a great start from Cyclops. They look a cut above at the minute. They look fantastic, 2-0.
They do, yeah. Really bullying Scars, not letting them get set up. I think is the most important, right? We speak about this in every region we work on. If you give the best team in the world 5 players, when they're on the attack, give them all 5 players in the optimal positions to pull off and execute, they will win 9 out of 10 times because they just know what the ideal execute looks like. They know who's got to do what role, what crossfires to hold, what utility when, who's getting the diffuser down, what to do post-diffuser. Everything is in their control, and the attackers tend to determine when the action happens and where it happens, right? The defenders end up at a disadvantage. Getting up in the face of the attackers as the defenders is the most critical thing that you can do throughout a round. I'm not saying go and throw your life trying to go 1v jumping out of windows and things like that. But if you can take away a Ying, if you can take away a Monty, a key operator like that throughout the round, they haven't got their default go-to execute available to them. The attackers have to start thinking on the fly, and that's when things start going wrong, when they haven't got the optimal setup they're looking for. And what Cyclops have done really well across these 2 rounds is look to get busy around the map. They're keeping Scars challenged at every single turn. They drop their attention for 5 seconds, fair chance someone like Black Ray swinging into your face and you're just going to be crying off the back of it. So, brilliant start for Cyclops. Scars are still playing well. They're dealing with things okay, just not quite to the level they need to be able to get rounds on the board.
Sharik's going to get spotted out there, and he doesn't react to that drone. I'm not sure whether he's seen it. He certainly must have heard it, but I don't think he had any idea that they were aware, because Washoy just comes around that first, sprays through the first window rather than going to the second, and that is a huge loss. You can't be putting an Echo in that sort of position so early in the round.
All right, well, we've seen this earlier on Cafe in one of the earlier games too. Just losing an Echo early in the round is a stinger. Yes, you get to keep hold of them for intel. That's assuming they're in a good position. But of course, don't have the ability to deny plants going down. Leaning behind this clash once again, by the way, I like it as a response to a Monty. I remember seeing a really interesting round many moons ago between, I think it was G2 and Na'Vi back in 2020. I think we had that basically a Monty and a clash following each other from the top floor all the way down to the kitchen for an execute. And they just completely ran out of time on the attack inside. They were blind stepping in towards Freezer to try and get a plant down inside a site not long after. So I love it when you see the sort of back and forth between these two. It forces the attackers to get a bit more active.
Atro going to go out. He hears the footsteps above. Not enough information. Will not be successful here, Chibisu. And will drop himself back towards site. Just needs to go prone to get past that Keeper barricade that's been placed on the metal detector. He actually thinks better of it and heads down to the basement instead. And he's going to see maybe if he can work his way up blue here. There's definitely a bit of attention that could be made. Need to be careful here. Anderton doesn't want to lose his life on that clash. He's going to be needed to deal with the Monty.
A bit of zapping though. That's what I mean. The time-wasting element of this now is going to be so frustrating because you can't easily chase a clash down. As we know, you're slowed by the zap as it comes out. But knowing that she's there and she can drop that shield at any moment and beam you is always going to be a fear. At least with Shoy here, picks up Chibisu elsewhere around the map and gives that numbers advantage now very firmly over to the Scars side. They've got 30 seconds to work with in a 5 versus 3.
Needs to find this kill realistically, Cyrenaico, to give them any hope of staying in this one. What's going on? The Monty almost missed his man, but Tayu able to just rip the handbrake and turn it around on a dime there to go back in and find that kill onto Cyrenaico, leaving it all up to Black Ray. Cut down after just 1 kill. That's going to be Scars grabbing their first attacking round here on Bank.
I like it. They just slowed things down there, largely went about their business as individual players and just let Cyclops come to them, and they were ready for them each time. No nasty surprises, no flanks, no C4s catching them off guard. Really composed and disciplined from Scars, the kind of stuff we wanted to see. As I said, how gorgeous are those player cards, by the way?
Yeah, they're nice.
They are so nice.
Cyclops have always got really nice skins, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, looking through, there's been a lot of great skins released recently. If you haven't had a look, have a look through the esports skins. There's some crackers. But I remember, I think it's on the P10 Roni, the old one of the older Cyclops ones. It's white with like neon pink and blue, like sort of fine line in detail across it. I'm sure that was a Cyclops one, if I'm remembering rightly, and it's an absolute beauty as well.
Yeah, absolutely unreal. Check some of those out later. Pick up a few maybe in the shop. We'll see how time goes. For now, at least that first quarter is down, which means you get to repeat most likely the same 3 sites again. Cyclops starting off down in the basement. As you can see, players roaming up on this top floor as well, which means Scars are going to have to go and try and deal with that to begin with. Now, they have made a few changes to their attacking lineup here. That Nook that we used to see banned away on Bank quite a lot is in effect here. Nina, I'd imagine, no doubt, making his way in through Garage, the normal place that we see Nook's focus in this round.
I was right. I've just double checked. It was the P10 Ronnie, and it is a beautiful skin. But yes, so into round 4 we go. 2-1. Cyclops have the advantage, but Scars. We see it so often, Des, where a team is just quiet for the first round or two, and then they kind of wake up. We saw that from Scars in the last round. It was pretty clinical, really, all the way from picking up on that echo to begin with, you know, moving through the rest of the round. So just really good stuff from them to be able to lock down that site. So we head on and we go towards the basement once again. Scars, I'm kind of interested to see them with a full attacking team this time. They lost the Glass. They brought a lot of smokes along. The Monty went as well. And it was just it still came down to a 1v1. So Scars, with all their utility on side, if they can, you know, bring the Grim, the Monty, the Ying all to bear, I think, you know, could be a different matter. There is an attacking win for them on basement potentially.
If they can pull it all together, as you say, is the big thing. If they can not let themselves get tripped up by Cyclops introducing problems for them in the mid-round. The focus is coming, though, inside of Open and Staff. They largely ignored this for the large part of the previous round when they attacked down here. I think it was only really in the last minute they started to get control of it, and then obviously their focus came in towards security, so it wasn't really a big part of their attack. But as we know, that came to cost them. So the adaptation in this round, I think, is getting control of that a little bit sooner and making it part of your attacks overall. Shurip, though, not normally a mute that you see dug into this position. Often it would be a smoke. Shibisu is sat back on site with 3 smokes, still in back pocket, ready to waste time.
Not too much pressure coming forward from Scars yet. They were quite quick. I think a little bit, as I said, the timing was a little bit off. I think they were maybe a little bit ahead of themselves last time, especially with Rek trying to sort of steamroller his way into server. But this time it's certainly a lot more relaxed. We're going to have a little bit of pressure towards the Monty Shurip. That is unfortunate for Scars. I want to see that back. I'm not sure how much that was an aimed shot versus just spraying at the Monty and hitting the guy behind him. But ultimately, Tayo is able to find that kill. But once again, Shurip doing some damage there. The Grim is not going to make life easy for them, having lost that on the attack.
Really good use of the yellow ping there as well. Rek finding out Shiraneko, who was in a unfortunate spot where the Monty could see his leg. A C4 response, though, onto the other side. A 3 versus 3. It's staying dangerously close, but the clock is now starting to work against them, Tim. They've still got 2 smoke canisters to use.
Going to get in here and start putting the diffuser down, I would imagine. That is the case. 15 seconds, like you say. Smoke canisters will come out, but they're going to miss. It's got to be a better throw than that. They've enabled the Monty to get it down, but still, Scars keep fighting. It is 2 versus 1 now, and with the Monty there, it's just made this extremely difficult. I think Rek has probably tried to get himself up above, maybe try and use some verticality there, but it's going to be Tayo. He's able to flip to the pistol, come in, and get that final kill.
That's what we call fumbling the bag a little bit, it feels like, for Cyclops. They've done so well to waste time and slow down Scars. And as a remark, they had 3 smoke canisters still in back pocket. You get those in the right spot, that diffuser ain't going down. That Monty's forced back out of the breach, and at some point, they then get forced to go deeper in towards site, which only exposes you even further. So I really feel that that's a mistake on Cyclops' side. They really should have been able to stop that. Scars ain't going to complain, though. They tested the round very, very well. They got blue cleared out pretty comfortably. They managed to deal with the player of Shiraneko that was laid down behind the desk with the yellow ping that we saw come on through. Did all the right things, but again, that really should have been better coming out from Cyclops.
Yeah, at this level, you just can't be missing that smoke. You know, it's as simple as that. You've got to be hitting that. It's probably the most common smoke throw in the game, if not at least one of them. You know, that is a spot that you've got to be able to hit 99 times out of 100. And yeah, they've missed that one, and it's cost them the round essentially. So 2-2 now. We find ourselves moving on. They're going to be back up to the top floor here at Cyclops. They're not going to persist with basement. It was a better attack from Scars this time, as I suggested that I thought it would be. They kept the utility later into the round. They were able to use it well, got the diffuser down. It was just a much more clinical basement attack overall, so really well played from them, and Cyclops deciding they don't want any more of that action.
I all know what Chibasu's training regimen's going to look like over the next few weeks. We'll be practicing those smoke placements. For now, though, up on this top floor, Monty is dropped away. Clash remains, though. Anderson really trying to merchant that operator in this half, it feels like. Wants to see how much more he can get done with it. And so far, been pretty effective, I think, in wasting time and stalling players out and most definitely feeding information. Let's not forget when he managed to get up the back of Square in a couple of rounds ago and managed to be a real threat up there as well, feeding info back across to the team. So I imagine we're looking for more of the same here, but with things like the Azami on side, it's about digging in and trying not to give too much control over away to the side of Scars, especially from those windows, Tim.
Rotero drone is going to go in, just looking to clear out this utility from around stock, create a bit of verticality. I think that one just attached itself to the bottom of the desk, doesn't get the hatch. Washai does manage to take down Black Ray. Great start from Scars once again elsewhere, though. Utility maybe not quite going their way at the minute, but the kills certainly are. They've got the wall open into sight. They've got access to the windows as well. They've got a lot of what they need. They just need to worry about that position inside of Janitor. I'd imagine it's Chibasu on the Warden that's going to be playing around there to prevent any flashes coming in and covering up for a plant. Shield outside of stock will go, and Scar's still got plenty of time here to deal with the rest of this round.
That's exactly it, right? It's always about figuring out the barriers put up by Cyclops, the hurdles they've got to try and jump over, the little problems and mini games entered throughout the round. And so far, I'd say they've done pretty well being at 2-2. It feels like building in confidence as the game has gone by, because it didn't start too well for them. I say that as the Nook gets taken down, the ace is taken offline as well. At least one bounce back the other way, but it's now a 3 versus 3. Not forgetting there is a clash on the board.
Washai manages to pick up another on the round. That's his second, taking down Chibasu, and that's the Warden gone with Ying still online. Washai on the Ying. It gives them a real potential opportunity to get some Candelas in and get a plant down here. It's all going to be up to Sireneko and Anaton. One of them on a clash is not going to make things any easier. As you can see, the rappel comes in, but they've just failed to recognize Anaton's position. I'm just saying how him being on a clash and having the shield won't make life any easier. And then he sits there, takes the shield off, and they allow him to get 3 kills with the machine pistol. Just, no, Scars. Sorry, not good enough on that one.
Short to medium range, that thing is an absolute demon as well. The rate of fire, ludicrously high. The recoil, not as bad as what you might experience from other guns too. Anaton just showing, actually, you know what? Forget about Monty. It's all about clash for him now. And with that Doku banned away, I think I'd expect to see him on Monty quite a bit in the second half, but at least for now, he's doing absolute work on that clash.
Just great play. I can only assume that they just didn't know he was there. And they certainly didn't know that he'd taken the shield off.
I'd say they definitely knew, because of the way they came in, instantly trying to pre-fire his spot, he was just that much better and hit the headshot before the fully finished animation coming in. And the fact there was a swing also coming in from Square literally half a second later.
Well, that's the problem. Again, it's timing. It was too late.
Yeah, it's so hard, and the timing, I guess, is the problem as well. Like, half a second out cost them there, because Anaton was immediately ready for that second challenge to come on through. Played it so well, and Scars, they'll probably be kicking themselves because they should be able to do better than that in that situation.
They should. You know, we saw it down in the server. We've seen it again there. If that player goes in from Square at the same time, there's absolutely nothing that Anaton can do in that position. You know, and we talk about them potentially getting to a major. You know, can they push themselves forward to be, you know, sort of quarterfinal or even top 4 teams? And unfortunately, without getting those half a second, you know, 1 second mistakes on timing sorted out, it's going to be difficult to do that, because, you know, this is Cyclops that have punished you, and Cyclops are a good team. But, you know, do you think BDS aren't going to punish mistakes like that? Do you think Beast Coast aren't going to punish mistakes like that? Of course they are. You know, so it's those little areas, those, I always talk about fine margins, and it's those fine margins that Scars need to tighten up.
Tighten it up, they will certainly try. Back to rocking the shield themselves in this round. Don't really care about it being matched on the other side by the clash. They've largely managed to avoid it for, I'd say, the most part. Obviously in the last round, less so. But in the earlier parts of the round, like here, for example, the use of it, they've seen this before. They know that it's going to be a thing. They need to find a little bit of an answer to it. Has a bit of support as well from his teammate downstairs inside of Archives, so he won't get sideswiped, but has got to be careful about what's going on upstairs. Shiraneko on the mute falling off here, and look at this already. Starting to get a lot of pressure inside of stock and apply pressure.
Just you can hear that skeleton key opening things up as well, just creating those verticals. We've seen great work from the clash. No surprise to see Anaton having that success on a shield, of course, and able to waste a lot of time up here. They really want to get triple wall breached if they can. You know, they really do want to be getting into that area and making it difficult for the player inside of that double door, depending where they're going to want the plant to ultimately go down. Black Ray manages to find Nina. That is a big pickup from Black Ray. He's having a real day.
A real day, especially against Nina.
Yeah.
Like, he's just got his number in every gunfight they've had against each other. He's his nemesis at this point. Cannot seem to bring him down, but as you were saying about Square, they needed the clash to be gone for them to actually get this wall opened up. Otherwise, it's a massive problem for them. They're trying to come in from Archives here and pinch him out. They've got one top square as well, so it's the right sort of idea. Anderton might be in trouble here.
Just going to be pressuring the way in behind the Monty here, and you can see no real answer forthcoming at the minute. It's always just such a difficult question to answer. We've got a Monty in the side, his shield's extended. What do we do? They need to get the clash over there to be able to do something about it, but of course they need to be very aware of any potential vertical angles that Anderton is going to be exposed to. 25 seconds left to go though. Scars need to start thinking about how they're going to get this diffuser down, and Tayu is beginning to be bullied and will be cut down. It's Black Ray once again with a 1-2 swipe that does some big damage. Anderton is cut down by Wreck, but Fishlike is out of it as Shuri manages to mop them up like a spilt drink at the end of the round. That's 4-2 on the scoreboard and a great start for Cyclops.
And a big triple kill coming out of Black Ray as well. I think they'll be happy with that half being at 4-2. Obviously would have loved to see on Scars' side them taking it to 3-3, but Cyclops have really made that difficult for them in that half. Really impressive set of defenses. Very mobile around the map. Anderton being a massive thorn on the side in that clash. Even if it wasn't popping off and getting a 3K, just the fact that he was there on square stopped them dealing with that quadruple wall as we noted, and then led to this really weird scrap going on inside of Archives that, as we saw, Cyclops ultimately came on top from. So really good stuff from them. Now they get to switch onto the attack and show us their teeth on this side, and Scars equally may make it incredibly difficult for them.
Just going to head into a quick technical pause, I think, while we just get an issue resolved at the halfway mark. But yeah, great start from Cyclops overall. I think, to be honest, we'll see a little bit of a reversal in fortune. I expect to see Scars, you know, maybe come out with a slightly stronger defense than we've seen on the attack there. But overall, you know, Scars, they've got to be honest with themselves and say that their own mistakes have cost them a couple of rounds. You know, Rec goes steaming into servers at the beginning of the first round and gets caught out, and then they don't deal well enough with allowing the smoke back into server later in the round, who ultimately takes down the Monty. Big problems there. You know, the triple kill that they've allowed from Clash, from Anderton up on the top floor, these small mistakes have cost them potentially a couple of rounds there. You know, this could be a 3-3, it could be a 4-2 in favour of them potentially, but ultimately they now find themselves on the back foot. So yeah, definitely some work for Scars to do in this second half, because they've been a little, I know it sounds harsh because of the size of the mistakes, they're not huge mistakes, but at this level they are, and Scars have been a little bit sloppy today.
It's exactly what I'd say as well, right? At this level, they aren't big mistakes. It's not like the mistakes that we've seen in the games from earlier on today. They're much more minor. But in games like this, the teams that benefit from those mistakes know how to exploit them to the max, and that's exactly what Cyclops have done. As you can see on your screen here, we're on a quick tech pause as well before we get into this second half. Players aren't generally allowed to speak to each other during this time as well, so it's not like it really benefits one side over the other. Just a nice little lull in the action. A quick pause to reset the mental, get the momentum back towards zero as well, and then get themselves into the game for the second half as well. So it shouldn't be too long on that one.
No, not at all. I think this first round of the second half is going to be critical for Scars, to be honest, because they'll know that they'll know that there's been opportunities there for them, and there's been a couple of mistakes made. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of frustration. It's always going to be the case if a Clash hits a 3K on you to win the round. So I think coming out of this half, coming out of this short break now, they need to just get themselves straight back in with a win, lock down a really solid defense, because mentally that's going to be big for them, because it's like, yep, attack is done, that's gone, don't worry about that now. We can at least take this to overtime. We can at least lock down our two primary choice sites and get a 4-2, if not better. And it just goes a long way towards setting them up for that. Whereas if Cyclops come out, if there's any other mistakes creeping, if there's anything else that Cyclops can take advantage of and do, and they get this and go 5-2, it starts to look like a slippery slope maybe for Scars. And, mentally then it's like, well, is nothing going to make a difference here?
That's it. Well, second half, inwards we go. My favourite quote, Tim, 2 halves to a game of siege. Things can transform massively between halves. The team can start off great on the attack and absolutely crumble on the defense and vice versa. Or, of course, you can see a continuation. You're just never guaranteed to get the same momentum that you saw in that first half carrying across into the second. Cyclops already, those Shuripe, as you can see, jumping straight over towards that Monty. I remember a couple of years ago, we were looking at the stat, and I think there was like a 33% ban rate on Monty in that region alone, and it was because of Cyclops. Anderton at that time in particular was the big threat, but it's not just him, of course, that plays shields, as we're now seeing in this round. Anderton sitting on the Zofia.
Cyclops looking at, just having a look at what they've got on the lineup there. They've got the IQ, got the Zofia, Monty being brought along as well. So I'm expecting to see, interesting to see the book being brought along. I guess you've got the hard breach gadget, so Black Ray can use that for a couple of hatches potentially, so that's likely going to be that because there's no other verticality open. But look at this, Scars cut them down as they come on in. The trades are there. This is just absolute bloodbath at the minute in the mid-floor. Rek manages to find Cyrenaico in the latest of those, but it leaves it all up to Chibisu and Anaton. Anaton down on 21 HP as well. I think they're looking at potentially trying to get on into Garage, but Scars, they have the luxury now of being able to leave somebody out there without leaving themselves short-handed inside a site. So Scars looking pretty comfortable on the basement after what was an explosive attempt. And to be honest, I feel like Cyclops have made kind of the same mistakes that Scars made in their first attacking round there. You know, in Scars, it was Rek diving into server and trying to get aggressive and losing his life. This time it was Cyclops trying to rush their way into open area before they were ready and paying for it.
What I don't really get is the Monty being the first one in as well. Like, surely there are drones inside of open area there that's giving you the heads up as to what's going down. And they just all kind of just run in and fall like dominoes, like to one player sat there just beaming out towards Printer. Big mistake made by Cyclops, and they may well just pay the price for it in this first round. The two left alive, they have the ability to play together is the nice part. If they want to pull themselves here and try and force out a bunch of 2v1s, they absolutely can. Ibasu hoping he gets a little peek coming in here, but nothing being fed back by the other side. They're just going to back off here. The beauty being for Cyclops, I guess, Tim, is they've got 75 seconds to play with. That's a lot of time to make this work.
Yeah, Scars are smart enough not to take gunfights here. They know that they've got 3 players at full health. You know, they don't need to give anything away. They've got a Tubarao, so they won't necessarily know. They might know at this stage, the operators that they're up against, that it's a Sophia and a Twitch. You know, but if not, and they're thinking there's a potential for hatches to still be open, the Tubarao will be there ready and waiting to freeze that out. So they can just play for time here, and more damage is going to be done to Chibisu as he tries to move his way on in, and it's not looking good for them right now. Like you say, they need to make sure that this push comes in together so they can have an impact on each other's deaths. And as it stands, Chibisu's going to try to walk in through the smoke, cut down by Washoy ultimately. Nice use of the Zoto canister as well, just to slow things down on his progress. And that leaves it with Anaton, 21 health, trying to work through Toxic Babe canisters with 19 seconds and Kiba barricades. I think this one is done.
It definitely is, yeah. It's really well played by Tayo as well to smoke off. They didn't realize exactly where he was coming from initially, and obviously Red in the end, he was coming down main stairs. But to smoke this off the way that he has means that Anaton is completely impeded. He's on 21 HP. He can't just tank that smoke and walk through it. It will 100% kill him. So it very much left a 3 versus 1 for the other remaining player. Scars have played that to perfection in the close there, and arguably also in the opener as well. Getting rid of that Monty early on, dream territory. Same thing applies to Scars as it did to Kag. It's about trying to trip the attackers up and not giving them what they need to pull off the successful execute. Really good stuff. They start that climb back towards matching the scoreline of Kag.
Yep, definitely a good opener for Scars. Like I said, coming into it, that's what they wanted. I'm not too surprised, actually. It might seem a bit like, oh, wow, they've only had 1 attack. Cyclops are ripping the tactical timeout code already. But I think, realistically, like I said, Scars, if they're allowed to get established, it's going to be fairly easy for them, I think, to at least push themselves to overtime, if not better here. We'd expect them to win basement. We'd expect them to win top floor. That's going to get them the 4 rounds that they need. So Cyclops, they need to be coming in and having an impact on attack. And that one, really wasn't that. Like you say, just diving in through the window with the Monty, just really trying to force the play. It's not going to work against a team like Scars, and they've been punished for it.
All right. Well, it stays close. It stays interesting. Anything that we want from this game? So they do a couple of replays first before we get into that. That was free. Easy. His face is spilling on a dime and is collecting kills there for basically no bother at all. And of course, we saw the slaughter that came down into the Monty. Shuripe there, probably the one that really cost him, I think, on that initial push in, because the Monty is so critical to a server-side execute, but Obviously, that's just not going to be a thing when you're getting yourself picked off so early on. Once we go, though, into round 8. Going to be scattering those Valkyrie cameras around the map, but obviously we're on defense here of Snap and open area, so I expect to see some defense coming in on the upstairs. Not quite as creative maybe with the clash as what we saw coming out of Cyclops back in the first half, but again, they need to make sure they're at least forcing some challenge out of Cyclops, making them fight for parts of the map rather than just giving everything away for free.
There's a little bit of me disappointed here. We've got the Monty available for Cyclops for once, and Anaton's not playing it. With Sharip that is bringing along the Monty once again. Anaton on the IQ. I mean, you know, Anaton's got great gun skill as well, so why not put him on a full-powered rifle rather than the pistol of the shield? But it's just such an iconic combination of the two of them. But for the time being, Cyclops have got themselves into the map quickly. Sharip is going to be heading up blue stairs, so he's going to look to help them in taking some top square real estate, I would imagine. He'll come back on himself, get up the stairs again, and look to push forward. But he needs his teammates to be in closer proximity. Actually looking towards potentially pushing Washoy here in archives for the time being.
Now, just keep on these outlines as well. You can see the mute dug out quite far too. Washoy is the one looking to cause a bit of bother. Maybe be a backstab later into the round if it really boils down to it. Here we go. They're trying to pinch him out here as well. They found him already. And this is the beauty of these top teams. They'll find a player that's out of position, and my God, will they punish them at pace.
They really need to deal with this top floor. Wreck is going to take some damage there. Sprays back, unable to find a kill. He's still going to stick around on that top floor. Needs to be careful, though, because only going to take a few bullets. Doesn't necessarily need to be a full gunfight that's going to take him down. But Cyclops need to be aware of this and need to deal with it, because they don't want him constantly pressuring and sort of prodding at the flanks like that. And just leaving him up there. You don't know when he's going to drop down. You don't know when he's going to take your shield out. That's Monty taken out, and that's because of a failure to deal with Wreck on the top floor.
Yeah, Anaton himself got off rappel, looked like he was going to go and join his team, but has largely been walking back and forth like you see him now, not really doing much of anything. I'm not going to say it's a misplay by him, because clearly he got called off to go and do something else for the team. But it's a spot there where they've left a little bit of vulnerability opened up. That wall isn't reinforced in front of Wreck, for example. Even a spray through it would have been enough to help protect those vertical angles. Now he's back on the rappel, knowing that he's got to try and deal with this. And again, just one small thing, one player up on that top floor is causing so much havoc.
Going to try and deal with him now. The knock is going to be moving across, but look at the time. 50 seconds left to go. At what point are they going to start building and execute here? Chibisu does find the kill onto Wreck. He's going to disable the gadget now because he doesn't necessarily need. I think the cameras will already been taken out. But 35 seconds left to go. Scars inside of sight. 3 versus 4. Not ideal in terms of man count, but it's not ideal in terms of time for Cyclops. Chibisu manages to find Nina. I don't know if they may be just giving themselves away a little bit, but Black Ray is in position now to start putting the diffuser down, and Cyclops somehow, they've got on every flank. They've found a whole bunch of kills. They've got the diffuser down, and where I felt like Scars, you know, maybe comfortable in that 3v4, They've done very little other than try to hold their space, and they've not even really been checking behind them. They've not been aware of what's going on around them. And, you know, again, have lost bodies when they probably didn't need to.
I think they've tried to get out in the map there and be busy. Like, Wreck up on that top floor, great example, right? They really were looking to try and waste time there, stop the execute coming through. It was great. As soon as he goes down, a second player is then pushing in towards Tellers and Archives to try and make an impact. Gets picked off by Chibisu. So those two players that could have made an impact off-site, Chibisu had them both. Arguably the MVP of that round as well. Yeah, when they called out that Wrecker got that kill above, immediately there was the IQ on the drone and the nut going up main stairs to go and push. Just really good little bit of combo plays coming together there, and also in good time. They weren't overthinking it about sending 3 players to go and deal with it. They had faith that Chibisu could get it done. Kind of goes to show that when you look at things here, obviously only a couple of kills to his name so far in this game, and they both came in that round. If that's the kind of impact that you want to have, that so much so that it forces a timeout out of Scars, you are not going to be complaining. Cyclops up 5-3.
So impressive.
Also worth noting, we didn't touch on this actually. I should have mentioned it. Cyclops have to win this game 7-3 if they want to take first spot away from Scars. Otherwise, they don't get it. So they cannot drop a single round now. They have to keep on going. Scars have only got to win 1 round to retain top spot.
Yeah, absolutely that. You know, I don't think that'll be playing into things for Scars at the minute. You know, they just want to keep winning. As I've said before, winning's a habit, winning's a mentality. You know, you come into this just wanting to win every round, every game. It doesn't matter, you know, what the outcome might be. But, yeah, absolutely right. Cyclops, they're going to need 2 back-to-back if they want to get this closed out and get themselves the top spot. They could well easily, I think, at the minute find themselves in a position where they win the game, but they don't take the top spot. That wouldn't surprise me at all at the minute. If Scars get another round or two, but Cyclops ultimately end up closing it out.
And we'll tell them, let's see what happens. See if Scars can bounce back or if Cyclops just carry their march towards that first place position here going into the playoffs. It will give them, what on paper is a better seed. You'll face off against the 4th or 5th place team based on how the result of their game goes, whereas Scars will have to face off against the 3rd or 6th place team based on how that game goes. And many of us would imagine that Kinotrope sat in 3rd place would win that game and take it away to face off against Scars in that deciding best of 3. But now that we've got to see how this round goes. 2.5 minutes still to go, so only really just getting things underway. And Twitch on side here, I think more going hunting down for the Valkyrie cameras. It's in the IQ an awful lot here, so respect being shown, I think, more than anything else towards those black guys. But I imagine a lot of the job of Shiranoko here will be guiding those Twitch drones into the right place, picking off those FNAP mines, getting rid of the black eye cameras, so on and so forth.
Just going through, clearing out the defaults to begin with, which is just going to allow the FNAT as well. So that frees up the potential for the push to come through at least up to top floor and start taking some of that ground. It's just going to prevent them being hindered when they try to do so. There's a lot of good droning has gone on from both teams, I will say that. You know, they've both had the moments. We've seen easy kills come in for Scars because they've been able to drone things out. The Cyclops showing, you know, great identification of utility and gadget placement to be able to, you know, take care of that and not have to deal with it. Washoi does deal with Chibisu, manages to take him down. There's going to be damage taken by Rek, but again, he keeps getting away with it, Des.
Gets pulled back into the fight and gets away with it. Almost manages to get a 3rd as well, but no. Shurip is there at least to guarantee one more kill. Black Ray into another as well. Nina. I know he keeps on singing his praises, but he's really being put to the sword in this game. They've always seemingly got his number, and it's always bloody Black Ray.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for him, really, to find his feet and get going. His numbers are actually still not terrible. You know, he's certainly had an impact on the game, but like you say, as soon as he comes head-to-head, I think if we looked at just head-to-head with Black Ray numbers, they'd certainly be a lot worse, because every time Black Ray seems to come out on top of that one. 3 versus 3 then, 45 seconds left to go, and Cyclops need to now start thinking they've got top floor control. How do they build towards a potential plant here? Because as that clock ticks down, it is more and more likely that is going to be needed. For the time being, the bees are coming in. That's going to keep Washoi rooted inside of Tellers. He's not going to ping himself out, not going to give them that information. But ultimately, there comes a point where, whether they have the knowledge or not, Cyclops are going to have to drop and start pushing into sight.
They can't easily remove this player despite him being red pinged out as well. Black Ray's going to go in and try and take the challenge, but are they being baited here? Are they going two-minded, focused on just one player and going to pay the price for it? The answer seemingly is yes. Washoi's found one, Ritfish like another, and like that, Scars have got the round they need to secure first place. A little bit of heartbreak, no doubt, for Cyclops there because things were going so well for them, but now it becomes about winning this game and claiming those bragging rights at least until playoffs conclude.
I think maybe Cyclops were a little bit too reliant on the intel from the Grim utility there, from the bees going in. They fire 2 canisters of bees into Tellers. It doesn't ping anybody out because Washoi keeps himself pressed up against the wall and out of the way. And it feels like maybe they looked at that, and time will have been a factor here. They wouldn't have had time necessarily to go in and drone and double check and make sure. But it feels like it's kind of like, oh, nobody's been pinged out in Tellers. There's nobody there. But there's Washoi there, and he's just come in and absolutely crushed the attack from the flank. So, yeah, I think maybe Cyclops just getting into a position where they had to rush things there, couldn't do the due diligence, couldn't make sure that that room was actually clear. It was just kind of a half attempt of, yeah, we'll fire yeah, there's 2 canisters gone in there. There's nobody been pinged out. It's probably fine. And unfortunately for them, it wasn't fine.
Alrighty. Unfortunate, but still, there's still claim off the back of this game as to who can at least for now say they are the best team in the region. There'll always be that kind of, yeah, sure, we finished 2nd place, but you beat them though. And that'll always be something they can try and hold over the head of Scars if they manage to get to that line. Still a couple more rounds they need to win though to force that over. Again, I'm looking towards the Ossa here, a different shield up coming along, and it's Chibisu rocking the duties this time around. So we have Shurip and Anaton that like playing Monty. We've got Chibisu on Ossa. I don't know what it is that Shiraneko and Black Ray bring when it comes to shields, because this team feels like they're well equipped to do the whole lot. At this point, keep it close. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's in Black Ray played Blitz before as well, so that kind of tells you all you need to know. All the focus, though, is going to be on the back, I expect, off the back of normally a window vaulting. We see the shield going down in the northeast corner of the top floor. We see a plank going down, window cover comes through. The Ossa shield is always there, fine and dandy from that point forwards. So keep an eye on Shibisu, because he's going to be the driving factor in this round as to where the plank goes down.
Got the mirror window in position to try and counter this. Warden playing not too far away. Tayu's going to be there ready to pounce across should any sort of flash utility come in to try and prevent that mirror window working. We've got the air jab going out as well. I'm not sure exactly where deployed. I would imagine possibly onto Janitor corner to prevent anybody pushing out and making that challenge onto square, because they are really shaping up on this side of things now as Cyclops.
For sure. And obviously, you can see the diffusers with Shure and Echo. It's worth noting as well. But normally, I'd expect to see Shibisu being the one stepping across and making use of that shield. For now, they're very exposed inside of here. They've got the wall opened up, and oh, Black Rye's been beamed off the window there by Fishlike. There's at least kill elsewhere back onto Tayo. Mind juice into a 4 versus 4. Far from the end of the world. The critical one, they got rid of the Warden. That's the thing worth noting. Smokes on side now, if they have any, will be really effective. And in fact, there are none. That is unfortunate, because that's when that sort of stuff would really come to help them, I think, in this execute.
A really smart breach from the Thermite as well. We see it occasionally. If you put it right up to the far left of a wall there, you can also get the one that's sort of perpendicular at 90 degrees to it. And it's just really opened things up into Janitor there and made it difficult. Although Fishlike did pick up 1 kill out of there, he's now been taken down. And in a 4v2, Cyclops are going to be more than happy with that passage of play. They need to be cautious. Of course, if Rek is able to move himself back in towards Janitor, he's going to have those angles out. They work both ways. He can see out onto square, but right now Cyclops being patient, just on the drones, having a look. Let's locate Nina and Rek. Let's find out exactly where they are, and we can think about getting this plant down.
And making some vertical play from below, a flash more anything else as well to try and open things up for them. They've got this command here. They've got this 4 versus 2. It's theirs for the taking, and sure enough, they're going in for the plant. Repping is on there. They know what's going down, but the cover is there. Of course it is, but not from Banana. Last player stood here, so they need to try and force Nina away. And I've already said this once this game. If you wanted any player left in a clutch, it's probably going to be Nina.
Yep, top rated in the region at the minute, so no surprise they managed to find one, but can they find
Oh,
more?
no!
That was so close. The clock was ticking down, and I thought, are we going to have another one of those rounds like we saw in Dark Zero's game where it's just, 1v3, I'm going to let the clock count down, and I'm just going to pick that one headshot that stops the plant and win the round. It was close, but Cyclops, they managed to get it done. It was a good attack from them overall, to be fair. They recognised the potential pain points. They dealt with them very well. The mirror window in Janitor, it's not something that you see too often, is it, being dealt with like that? But it's a good way of doing it. The Thermite on the far left of the breach, it takes the wall into Janitor as well. Even if it's electrified, it'll still take it out. And it just gave that line of sight in and prevents Fishlike from playing in that position.
I'm 99.9% sure Nina saw the head as well. I don't know why.
Yeah, definitely did.
I don't know what it was that led to him sort of doubting himself and not pulling the trigger at the right time, but maybe it was
I think it was that
front.
thought about time. I think it was that if there's 2 seconds left and I can just leave this, you need to get that kill sometimes without the potential for them to fight back onto you. I don't. Maybe it wasn't, but it
might have been
seemed
the
like
shield,
maybe
to be
that was
fair.
the thought.
At least seeing the angle, obviously the shield was right in front of him as he was diffusing as well, so maybe it came down to that. I'm not 100% sure, but perhaps fighting off towards Janitor but not towards Banana is why that kill came through in the first place onto the first attempt for the diffuser going down. Either way, what that means is that Cyclops are at match point. Again, they can't jump over Scars in terms of standings, but it goes to show that if these two teams meet in a best of 3 and they're playing off for that sole spot, automatically qualifying to Montreal, it's going to be spicy.
It's going to be a great game. No two ways about it. This has been, I say both have had their moments. Few mistakes on either side, but
no.
They're just going to get away with this. They've gone in. They've just put the Monty shield up. Can they stick it? No, they're not going to make it. He's had to dip out. That was so close. We saw a misplaced smoke earlier, but this one certainly wasn't. Tayu hitting the mark that he needed to, and that prevents a rush plant going down. He's just rescued his team inside of this game.
That might have been the fastest you've ever seen in professional Rainbow Six if it had come off as well. They were straight in there from spawn, down through dirt, straight in the doorway, not even waiting for the Kairos to go off and just looking for the plant immediately. Not going to be able to make it happen, though, and at this point now for Cyclops, it starts to get a little bit ropey. That was their gambit in this round. It's fallen flat because now Black Ray has fallen down, taken out by Rek, so they've got to try and make it work a little bit differently.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that they've lost the Hibana there because they still had, you know, the potential for more X-Kairos pellets. They've got Orsa shields to play behind. It would potentially still have been possible to work a server's plan, but having lost the Hibana, it makes life a lot more difficult. The Twitch goes as well, and now you're at man disadvantage. One of those is a Monty, and I've always said this, as you lose more and more players around you, the Monty, it feels like, becomes less and less powerful. You kind of need a gun with Monty sometimes. It's, you know, very difficult for him to take those challenges in this sort of situation. 1v1 with the pistol when he's up against, you know, rifles and SMGs. It's going to make his life tough, and so he's reasonably easily dealt with when there aren't players there supporting him, and Scars prove that there. They're looking to fight this one back and take us to a minimum of 12 rounds.
Does it mean we see overtime? Very possibly. We said before today we'd only had one overtime in the stage. They've been doing pretty well in terms of games coming very close to it, so even one stepping over the line into it as well, as we saw earlier on. Could be our second of the day if things carry on at this rate. Shireneko's going to... I don't know what he can do here. The answer realistically is nothing. Maybe pad out his KD a little bit, but I think a round win is very firmly off the cards.
Yeah, I think that's the best hope.
No,
oh dear, Shireneko, that was your chance to at least go 1v5 to 1v4 as it is. Rek, he's going to secure the flawless round, and that's going to be Scars getting themselves that 5th round, taking us to 12. And I mean, Cyclops knew it was a gamble. You know, we're going to just rush in behind the Monty, try and throw the diffuser down. It was so close. If that smoke canister comes out, I think probably 1 second later, the Hibana can probably get the plant down. They might die in the process of doing so, but they can probably get it secured. Whether they could have held on to it from there or not is a different question. But overall, Cyclops, they're going to be looking to close this one out. They're up against Nina on a Caveira. Always an interesting pick. Reasonably easily dealt with, or should be reasonably easily dealt with, so long as Nina gets droned out. As soon as you see the Caveira on the drones, from that point on, it should be possible. The gun is not great at distance, so basically you just want to push from multiple angles, engage at distance, and Caveira should be easily trapped and dealt with. The big question is finding Caveira, making sure you know where she is, keeping track of her in the round. That's the big one.
For sure. And often, this, I was about to say, often what you'll see is just ratting away early in the prep phase. They have no idea that she's on field. I'd say a smart team, but obviously it's difficult to call someone a dumb team for not doing it. But you'd question the fact that maybe you haven't spotted out that 5th operator on the drones, and you'd probably quite fairly assume they'll be off around the map somewhere and you just haven't found out where. They've got to be so careful here, though, because Nina... He's looking for it. He wants
We all want to see it.
The potential last round of regulation in this whole stage could come down to something pretty special if he gets away with it. In fact, he's out by ATMs. Chibisu is near there. Could be walking into danger. Or just not.
It's all a patience game with Nina now. Nina knows that they're off the radar. Chibisu's playing in and around ATMs. They've obviously no idea that the Caveira is there because they'd be doing something about it if they did. I've got a big feeling that Chibisu is going to come off this rappel at some point and just walk in through main lobby. And I don't think that it's going to be drawn out. I'm calling it now. Interrogation on Chibisu.
All right.
If
as
Nina can remain patient.
He might bail on it instead going through loan office, for example, but I still probably quite favour Nina to be able to get away with something pretty magical there. The patience, though, being shown to the max, moved himself across the other side of the doors, just begging this to work out for him. Chibisu's got no idea.
I'm pretty sure that the door is already open. He's going in. The door's already open. He's just going to walk in here. Surely this is the moment. Nina, you got to pounce. There's your shot. He sees his man, and there it is. The interrogation. No! We called it. No, he gets taken down. Anaton is there. He kills his own man, but he won't care. He prevents it in the nick of time. What are we seeing?
And we've had Fishlight try for a jump out. Also gets shut down by Black Ray just when it looked like it was lining up perfectly. Cyclops get that shutdown. They get rid of 2 players. Yes, they team kill Chibisu on the way through. You'll take it to get rid of both Capcan and Cap Caveira, though. What a start for them. This could be enough to push it over 7 and 5 as long as they don't truly muck this up in the execute.
Brilliant stuff there, and that's, again, I've said it all day, something you can take for your rank games. If somebody's getting interrogated, kill the both of them. Prevent that information coming out. You know, yeah, if you can just get the cav, brilliant, pick your teammate up. But if the choice is there, do what Anaton did and prevent it, and it was so close. Black Ray manages to get Tayu, but look at the foundation that it's given Cyclops now. They've not been hunted down. They've not had the positions revealed. It's kept Scars on the back foot, and Nina was so close to what could have been a round-winning moment early on. That could have been absolutely huge for them, but oh boy, what a play. That's got my heart really going.
We've only got 20 seconds to play with here as well. They've got to make this work now. Emery in position. Frog drop comes on through and he misses the shots. That should be about it. We're sure he's going to try his very best. We'll find the down on towards Printer, but finds a second. Surely not. Someone's got to find him at some point. In behind him as well. Someone coming underneath. Finds a third, but no, can't quite find the fourth. Anderson finds the close. Cyclops will bring down Scars to round out our stage.
How many times can Anaton save them in one round? That is the question. He stops the interrogation. He stops the 1v4 at the end of the round. Was sure he looked like he was going to do it. And Cyclops were just getting caught up. It happens. They were just getting caught up in that. There's only one of him just challenge. And they were going one at once, one at once, one at once. And Anaton just managed to get there in time so he could challenge at the same time. And that was the important factor. Cyclops take a good win. 7-5. It's not enough to put them up into first. But what a game we've just had to end the day. That was an absolute beauty.
And I'm sure you agree, that proved to be one hell of a game to close out the stage, right?
It was, but I think it was also the game we needed and wanted to close out our stage, like we said, between the number 1 and number 2. But this is a massive congratulations to CAG for being the only team that is able to take down Scars here in stage 2. So very impressive from them. And with those final few rounds, man, I was sitting here on the edge of my very seat, being surprised with what CAG was showing us as well, but also being so scared that it was going to fall down. We saw that execute downstairs in Bank. I was like, okay, I like the idea of covering the plant sound with the Hibana pellets, for example. And then this as well, where Editor was able to stop the 1v4 from happening, like you two were saying. It really was close. It came down to the wire, but it was exciting Siege to watch.
It's what you want, right? For a game between those two, we had two options really coming into today. Both teams wouldn't really care. The placing between them wouldn't bother them. They'd have a bit of a muck around. Or you get an excellent game, and we very thankfully got the latter option. I think both teams there really threw everything at the kitchen sink at each other, to speak proverbially. Just really entertaining game. Nina was kept, I would say, relatively quiet. Still went 10-10, so still in double digits. But I think it was just, again, a wonderful back and forth game and a real spectacle of what Japan can bring.
Yeah, it was. It was just that absolute, you know, foot to the floor, full throttle fun, wasn't it? It was just, you know, we're going to commit to it. We're going to see if it works. We're going to commit to the Caveira. We'll commit to the rush plant. We'll just see what we can get away with. And it was just an awful lot of fun to watch that one.
Yeah, I'm glad there wasn't a live camera going on for that one, because I knew we were going to be heading here, so I had my cam, like, taking the cap off, and I was like, oh my goodness, so thank you for your interrogation. I thought it was so close to happening. Would have been so fun to see that, and I honestly really thought we were going to get another overtime. In what kind of fashion would it be that you two get your first day of Japan League, and we would have had 2 overtimes? That would be true Ace and Des fashion, if I would say so.
We'll settle with the one. No complaints there. It was a great game. I'm kind of sad that it didn't come down to 1v4 at the end, because that would have been what really defined that series for me. However, I'll take what we got. That was a great full 12 rounds of Siege.
Yeah, 1v4 pushing us into a second overtime would have been absolutely brilliant. But we've still turned up and doubled the overtime rate for the league anyway. So, you know, I think our job here is done.
Yes, that's a wonderful job that you two did today, and it really helped us for some really tense and close Siege, because some of our games really went the full distance, as we already discussed here. Another game with full regulation, all 12 rounds that were needed to decide our winner. And many rounds, it looked like Scars could have had the final good thing coming out of that round, but it wasn't really going their way, unfortunately, on their own defense later on in this game. Their entries going their way. We talked about it earlier today, the entries being a really big importance. But on the other side, CAG coming out better here with those stats, as we're seeing as well. I believe if we were to look at our standings later, this all remains unchanged, right? I mean, you had a bit of a maths going on about it, Des, but Scars needed a greater round differential from this one if they would have wanted to be first.
Yeah, CAG had to win 7-3. They've won 7-5, so they still fall a little bit short. I think the round diff between the two teams is like 4 or something now. Maybe more like 3, actually. Either way, it's very, very close, but Scars do just edge it out by being ahead on round difference by a very few number of rounds. But it's about stage performance. They've 7-2'd everyone except for Kinetro that they beat 7-3. The 7-1'd others on that journey as well. They have been the more consistent teams. They still deserve that first place, even if they lost this game.
Got to look at those player stats as well. I'd love the stats of just Black Ray versus Nina. Absolutely unreal. Just had his number the entire way through. But Anaton there, you know, he comes out with the top EPS rating. And I think given that last round, he deserves that. He absolutely rescued Cyclops twice then. You know, preventing the interrogation and the 1v4. It was a great performance. But to be honest, you know, there was a number of players on the side of Cyclops that have done a great job. Sharif had some really big moments as well. But both teams very, very close across the board, as you can see, really.
I'm still hoping he is our MVP for the game of today, especially given that final round here where he played up such a huge role for his team, like I said, with stopping the interrogation and denying the 1v4 in the very end as well. And I think that was a huge key factor to them, of course, winning out this round, because if they wouldn't have, it would have been overtime and then winning out this game. But I'm sort of looking at you two and with the question, Scars was unbeaten in this stage prior to this. What do you feel like was the main key what CAG showed us today to be able to take down such a strong force in Japan?
I think it's probably also a little bit of condition that comes into it, right? Scars have played off against very weak opposition, at least relative to these top two teams throughout the entirety of the stage. They've come to Bank, they've gone to a big map, as we said in the pregame, and we mentioned that Cyclops love getting aggressive. They weren't throwing themselves out of windows every single round, and all the craziness and the hijinks that maybe you're used to from Cyclops have passed. But the fact that they were looking to try and get these weird flanks off, that they were dropping a clash at top square and trying to electrify off all of the quad wall in towards site, for example, when going into open and staff. They just always had a new little quirky idea that meant Scars had to fix problems mid-round rather than going in with a concrete plan that other teams would normally just let them execute with no problem. They tripped them up. They put up weird hurdles for them. It got them a bit knocked over and also came along with some spice on the attack. So I just think Cyclops are the ones who are a little bit more innovative today, and it caught Scars off guard at points. It was very close in several of the rounds, and let's not get too carried away and say it's like a clear victory out here for CAG. It's why it was 7-5, but it was enough that Scars tripped in a few rounds and Cyclops managed to get them over the line.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think innovation and, you know, unpredictability for Cyclops. But I think the other thing I'd say is Cyclops made fewer mistakes. You know, overall, Scars, I know that I'm picking at fine details, but they've lost by the narrowest margin that they can. And it is those small details that come back to bite you. And there's a couple of rounds that, you know, maybe could have gone differently had, you know, they not had those small timing errors. And ultimately, that can be the difference between, you know, losing 7-5 and winning 7-5. And so I think Cyclops just managed to keep a lid on the mistakes today.
It makes a lot of sense in the way that you two were saying this, with CAG being a little bit unpredictable on their attacks, is what we've been seeing from them this entire stage. Like we said, we had the discussion, okay, maybe they're getting a little bit more predictable, but that seems to be for me on their defenses. Their attacks still have so much depth, and like I said, the funky things they're bringing out, the innovative things they're bringing out in those final few rounds of the game to really pull it towards their favor, that really showed for themselves here. They have the numbers of these Scars players consistently, like we said with Nina, who, well, I mean, 9 and 10 still is a decent score, you would say, but it's not what we normally see from Nina. Normally, it's even better than this.
Yeah, again, for me, they're pretty quiet today. And that was largely on Black Ray. 100% give it over to him. I know he was 0-4 in entry, which feels surreal to say. Clearly, the rounds when Black Ray went down in the entry, he was not one able to contest Nina too easily. When he was up, though, it seemed every time Nina was dying, it was Black Ray that was in his face, getting the kill. And I wish, like Tim said, I wish we had like a counter of the kills between the two of them there to see this like nemesis counter. Because I guarantee you, Black Ray must have been like 5-1 against him in those fights across the rounds. It was really enjoyable to watch. But I also love that Black Ray didn't shy away from that engagement on him. Just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I think, you know, if Black Ray was to check through his pockets now, you know, it'd be wallet, phone, keys, Nina. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the one thing we are seeing here is our standings. Like we mentioned, Scar still staying at the very top of the leaderboard. Like we said, one loss, unfortunately, for them, though, to end up the stage here. But still, the round differential as well speaks volumes. Like you said, you know, having lost, what, 11 rounds? Prior to this Playday in total, which is really impressive. And then we're going down the list, of course, with CAG also being in that top 2, which gives these two teams the bye going into the playoffs. They are one game closer to potentially making it to the major. And like we said, if you make it to the grand final, that still doesn't mean you are qualified to the major. You have to actually win that grand final if you want to book yourselves a ticket to the major. And in that bracket before that, we'll have, of course, Kinotrope and Exist and Crest and Enterforce battling it out against each other to see who can take it up against Scars and Kag. And then for Vitae and Fathers back at the very bottom of our leaderboard, unfortunately for them, their group stage also ends here, but they have to focus on towards those LCQs to still be able to punch their ticket to the major.
That's exactly it, yeah. And it's a real shame, I guess, for Vitae and for Fathers back, because, again, I like parts of what we saw from them at times. I know for Vitae, of course, they've had recent changes coming through. For Fathers back, they've kind of slowly started to tweak this roster more and more now to be more competitive, but it still really relies on one player. It needs to have more to it than that. And I think for the rest, again, Enterforce for me, I really want to see them in playoffs, to be fair. I'm really keen to see what they do. I really like the lineup. I think they've got some great players there all coming together. There's still some stitching, I think, to kind of work out the differences between them or work out where the strategy is falling down a little bit. I'd love to see them come out and put on a really big show against Kinotrope in the playoffs. That'll be such an exciting game to watch.
I think Enterforce is a really, fair team to mention as well. Coming into today, they had to get a win. That was all they could do. They had to rely on other results. And, there's been a lot of other stuff going on, so it's easy to overlook the little storylines like that. But Enterforce have done a job today. They've got themselves the 3 points that they needed. The other results have gone their way, and they came in bottom of the table today on only 4 points. It looked unlikely that they would finish in a playoff position, but yet they've done it. They've got themselves there, and I agree with Des. I'm looking forward to seeing them against Kinotrope.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you're happy you are just a caster and not an Enterforce player sitting there after you played your game, waiting to see what's going to happen with all of these teams that could still potentially rise above you in that regards. But for Enterforce as well, if you look at their result from last stage, they ended 8th. They ended at the very bottom of the leaderboard after the group stage. Now they punched their way into the quarterfinals. Will have to go against Kinotrope for their very first game. Winner of that takes it up against a Kag for the semifinal, and the other side of the quarterfinals, we have Crest taking on Exist. The winner of that, of course, takes it up against Scars as well. We're looking at our quarterfinals. They won't be this week, unfortunately, anymore. They will be starting out next week. But which of the 2 quarterfinals is tickling your interest a little bit more out of these 2?
Ooh. The obvious one to say is Crest and Exist because they're so much closer together. But honestly, I think that Kinotrope and Enterforce one will be really interesting. I do think Kinotrope will edge it out probably 2-1. But I think Enterforce will come out with a bit of a point to prove. We spoke about them improving from stage 1 to stage 2. The changes they've made clearly add quite a lot of firepower to the team as well. And although they started out a little bit wobbly, I feel they've really warmed into the stage. And I honestly think there could be some surprises in store for Kinotrope there if they don't take that game seriously.
I think both quarterfinals look tasty on the basis that we're heading towards best of 3. That's when we'll really start sorting out. I think we might start to see, maybe somebody like a Crest come along and really actually start to shine a little bit where maybe they've struggled through the stage, get them into that longer format, and it could be really positive for them. So I'm particularly interested to see, out of both games, how they all do with the best of 3s.
Hey, so I heard you say earlier after the second game, 0 out of 2 so far more for my predictions. I'm not sure how the rest of the day went for your predictions for mine either. We can have a look at the recap of how our predictions went.
Jesus.
Ouch.
Why did we bother
this is not
turning
looking
up?
good.
And why did we bother turning up? What's happened?
I mean, hey, we're on the same boat here, okay? We can look at each other for this, but we've both done equally as bad.
Yeah, to be fair, Anne, you got no excuse. You've worked more days than us. You got a better understanding of the scenes than we have. I've got an excuse. I'm in for one day. It don't matter.
But it's Japan League.
Hey, I just work here. I
tell you what, Penguin was getting called out for some of his predictions as well, but the Enterforce one was actually pretty spot on. Same for Nuttery, actually, as well, over in production. The pair of them have got that one bang on at the start of the day.
Have to agree. I mean, Ace, you got the Kinotrope one right against Father's Back. I guess you knew it all along.
In 1 of 4, yeah, I guess I did. No, it was honestly, I think there's a couple of, I wouldn't change much about my predictions if I was coming into the start of the day again. Without the knowledge of who's won. I think the closest one for me to call was probably the first one, the Enterforce Feet game. I think that was the difficult one. But honestly, I'd still probably go Exist over Crest coming into today. But, that just goes to say that Crest have done a great job there and got a good result.
They definitely have. I mean, we've seen today that teams that, even if they feel this massive advantage for themselves and almost throw it away, they can still come back into the later half of that game. It was a good day of Siege in general. A great day, in my opinion, to close out the group stage of Japan League, because most of our games, especially at the start of the stage, have been quite one-sided. We've had a lot of 7-1, 7-2, 7-3s, and then if I'm looking at this was actually a relatively competitive day out of all the days we've had so far.
Completely that, right? I mean, I was thinking it a minute ago. I was like, when you look at it and the predictions that we've made as well, again, one round going a different way can lead to a drastically different outcome here. 7-5 and 8-6 or 7-5. Then, of course, you can put that 7-3 to one side if you want. Just a really competitive day of games. And that's how a stage should end. I think you come into that last play day sometimes and it's a lot of things have already been decided or wrapped up and teams don't care as much. And it ends up being a stomp because one team cares more than the other. Because there was so much on the line today and only 3 teams were guaranteed to be in playoffs, it meant there was still so much on the table. And every single team has really gone tooth and nail today to try and get what points they can. I loved it.
I did some quick maths just whilst you were talking there. So this is very quick maths. So don't anybody be coming for me if this is wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying we've actually seen more rounds of Siege today in this play day than in any of the other play days. You know, that shows the quality of the games and how close they've been. There's actually been more rounds played today. There's been no runovers. You know, Kinotrope was about the closest. But yeah, overall, a lot of Siege played today in Japan.
I can verify your quick maths, Tim. I think I'm pretty much there with you on that as well. I looked at Playday 1 was the only one that I sort of looked at and thought, could that be one? But no, it's nowhere near.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I'm not very good at maths, but I can see that this was definitely way closer than all of the other play days that we've had, because, like you mentioned, a lot of 7-1, 7-2, 7-3s. This one really came down to the wire, but like you said as well, Des, I loved how these games were all so important for these teams individually, because when we started today with Enterforce and Vitae, we didn't even know both these teams still had a chance of making it, and both these teams were really fighting for those 3 points, and then it came down to Crest and Exist, and then the Father's Back Kinotrope game mattered so much still, and Father's Back, for example, falling short at the very final hurdle, and then we're closing off the stage with the exciting game between CAG and Scars there. So really like this day here that we had today. We have an MVP of the day as well. As you see, we've picked an MVP for each match individually, but we have one for the entirety of the day as well. So rumroll, Anatone. I mean, not given that last game, I'm not surprised, especially with the last round he had.
Yeah, I mean, he came out top rated for CAG. He wasn't the highest in that game, but sure actually came out higher. However, I think one thing that really can't be ignored was Anaton's impact across the game. Yeah, sitting on a Clash, for example, doesn't always sound like the most exciting thing. He played 4 rounds of Clash and 2 of Kaid. Like, this is a bit of a snoozer, right? But the fact that Clash had so much impact and frustration on the side of Scars, they're making mistakes, being tripped up as they went along, I think so well deserved as well. And it's no surprise because it seems every single stage, Anaton is in conversation for being one of the best players in Japan.
A lot of the big moments for Cyclops were down to Anaton. You know, Clash 3K, Anaton. Stopping the interrogation, Anaton. Ending the 1v4, Anaton. You know, it's absolutely no surprise that we see him up there as number 1 for the day. Don't get me wrong, there's been some great shouts throughout the day from other players as well. But yeah, I think Anaton's definitely deserving of it.
Yeah, he was there when CAG needed him the most. So that's the important thing for today. We have our schedule for next week as well. Like we said, this ends our group stage. We have no more playdays tomorrow. We have them next week, like we said. But how does that look, you may ask? Because we've now ended or left our best of 1 territory. We'll be going to best of 3s from now. And that'll be on Friday, the 4th of October. We got 2 best of 3s coming ahead on that day. Like we said, Enterforce taking up Kinotrope, and then Crest versus Exist. Now, this is really going to show which of these 2 teams are the better teams, right? You can win out a best of 1. Some people like to say with a cheese round here and there, but with a best of 3, you have to show you have the better map pool. You have those planned Bs. You are the better team overall, and it really comes down to the wire.
It's all about depth now. Like you say, you can't choose your way through a few rounds. You have 3 maps that you need to win. Well, 2 maps that you need to win across 3 maps potentially to be played. One of which you're probably going to love, one which you're not going to like because the other side's picked it, and one that, like any best of 1, has a map sitting in the middle. There's just no way you can prep enough there to have all these surprising strats that you can roll out. And after a while, a team can adapt to you throughout a series. Of course, they've got time to talk to the coach between matches as well. It's going to be really spicy. It's going to be mental because we have Japan in the morning and then I believe Brazil both on Friday and Saturday in the afternoons as well for their playoffs. It's just a crazy weekend of Siege coming up, essentially. You can't wait for it.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of questions getting answered. And, for me, like you said, Des, it's just about finding that depth. Who's going to be able to push themselves forward now? It's getting into the late stages. Fatigue starts to set in a little bit as well. Who's hitting the stride, who's not? And there's always surprises. We can look at those games and say, yeah, it should be Kinotrope and Exist winning those. It should be Kinotrope and Crest winning those. But ultimately, on the day, there's always at least one that causes a surprise.
100%. And before we answer those questions next week, we have some other questions here that will be answered with an interview. To close out our group stage, we should be joined by Nina from Scars. Thank you so much for joining us first, Nina. And if I may say so, congratulations on an amazing stage that you've had.
コンステージ聞こえてますか？
はい、はい、聞こえてます。
はい、じゃあコンステージ素晴らしいステージだったと思うんですが、感想を簡単に述べていただければと思います。
そうですね、マンチェスターメジャーの時はすごい自分のパフォーマンスがひどかったんで、また復活って言ったらおかしいですけど、強くなれてよかったです。
So back in Manchester Major, he thinks his performance wasn't as much as he expected. He didn't do as much as he wanted to. So he thinks he just made a comeback this stage or anything.
That's amazing to hear. Love that. Also, Wolfram, thank you so much for translating the interview for us. My question would be, Nina, how do you look back towards this stage? You've been almost unbeaten until the final Playday. Are you happy with how things turned out?
今までのステージ2振り返ってみて、今までほとんど今試合だけ落とすという形でほとんどの試合を勝って終わったと思うんですけど、全体としていい結果だと思いますか？
そうですね、最後勝てなかったのはちょっと残念だったんですけど、結構練習通りにできてたので良かったです。
So it is unfortunate that we lost the last match, but we did things as we have practiced. So all in all, it was pretty good.
Nice. Nina. My question is around the roster's success previously. You guys, well, not yourself, but the team made it pretty far at Copenhagen, making it into the top 8. Do you think this team and this org has what it takes now to make it a deep run into a competition, whether that's quarterfinals, semifinals, or potentially even winning the whole thing?
このロスターのポテンシャルみたいなところについて質問なんですが、コペンハーゲンではトップ8の結果を残したということで、今チームとしてというか組織としてこの全体として、国際大会でトップ4だったり、優勝まで行くポテンシャルが今あると感じてますか？
そうですね、海外のスクリームでも練習だとすごいいい結果残してるんで、それがみんな本番で出せれば全然勝てると思います。
So whenever they do scrims in international tournaments, scrimming with teams in overseas, they do pretty good. Their teammates do pretty good himself as an individual performance is going pretty well for them. So if we just perform as we do in practice and scrims, we should be expecting that kind of result.
Thank you.
Hi, Nina. I'd like to ask, you joined the team in March. You've now had, a good period of time to get comfortable. Do you feel like, even after a great stage, that there's even more that you can give to this team? Have we seen your absolute best yet?
スカーズには3月に加入されたと思うんですが、かなりの時間、チームと長い間練習とか大会とかを出てきたと思うんですが、今の状態で自分のポテンシャルの全てを発揮できているというか、チームに最大限貢献できていると思いますか？それともこれからもっとどんどんより発揮できるポテンシャルがまだあるとお思いですか？
そうですね、ノーセプションの時はもっと IGL みたいなこと知ったんですけど、スカーズに来てはそこら辺を他のメンバーに任せがちなんで、自分がもっと喋ることができれば世界でもっといい結果出せると思います。
So back in his Northeption times, he was kind of IGLing for the team, but in Scars, he's not as calling as much, compared to his last team. So if he can make more calls and contribute to the team's macro movements, he thinks that could bring more to the table for the team.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. It's nice to have some insight as well on your growth, Nina. Once again, thank you so much for willing to do this interview with us. We wish you a great rest of your evening, and of course, best of luck going into the playoffs as well. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Arigato.
Awesome. It's great to have like that insight, like we said as well, about Nina and his journey that he went through after since joining Scars, and how he's been calling a little bit less, but says, oh, you know, maybe if I can do a bit of shot calling as well, I can even show more of myself in this team.
That'd be the change I'd love to see for sure. Like, whatever it is that this team needs to now do to take that next step up, I'd love to see them back in top 8 again and start fighting big at events. It puts Japan on the map. It shows that this team is dead serious, you know, that they should be respected around the world. Not that they aren't already, but even more so than they have been historically. We're all dreaming of the day that an APAC team starts making it towards a grand final. Damwon Kia was so close, but we really want to see them back on that big stage and putting up big numbers, right, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I love that attitude from Nina, and that's the kind of attitude that's going to get you to championships. Yeah, I'm putting up the big numbers in terms of kills, entries, EPS rate, and everything else I'm doing in the server, but do you know what? There's maybe more I could do behind the scenes. There's maybe other ways I could help this team improve, and I love that. You know, what an attitude that is. That is the sort of thing that will get you to championships.
Definitely, and I'll be rooting in the shadows for them on the way to do that, because thinking back about Scars on the international stage when they made it to those playoffs, how they were vibing with it, how the crowd was loving it, I just want to see that again, because it was absolutely amazing to see that for a team from Japan. Now, my question to you two is, this was your first day in Japan League. Are you two coming back for any of the playoffs or LCQs at all, or was this just a quick in and out for you two?
I'm not, but I think Tim is, right?
Yes, I'm going to be helping out on one of the days. There's one of the days where it's 3 best 3s, so I will be getting involved with a little bit of the playoffs as well. I think it's playoffs. I'm pretty sure it is.
That is very exciting. I mean, you get to see some more of the Japanese action. Is there anything you two want to say as well to close out our day?
Nothing massive, to be fair. That's been really good fun. Really enjoyed getting back and seeing some of the teams and players that we are very, very familiar with at this point. And good to see that Kag and Scars are still at that level that I think they'll be able to compete internationally. Really excited to see them. Of course, if both get there in Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, Des and I love working in Japan. We've said that, you know, countless times. It's a pleasure to get back for a week and have a little look at what's going on, keep on top of it. So, yeah, fantastic day. A lot of fun and a lot of good siege as well.
Awesome. Well, it was great to work with you two and to witness everything that went down today in Japan League to close out our group stage. Thank you so much to you two for casting and talking us through everything. Also the stories besides the casting. Always love to hear that too. But of course, like we already briefly mentioned, our playoffs will be back next week on October 4th. That's where it's all going to go down, where the tickets for the major are being handed out to our teams. Until then, take care and thank you so much for watching.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!